Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to another episode of Let's Just Talk About It. And tonight's topic, and will be probably for quite a while until the happening starts happening, is Jasmine Crockett versus James Tallarico. Who do you support and why? Now, in this particular live today, we are going to be breaking down the debate question by question. After each question, we will stop, put our input in, have our commentary. So say what we think. Maybe we missed something during the first time, but here we're going to break it down together. Yesterday we did the latter half. And so a lot of people came in, and now we're just going to start from the very beginning. And if we need to go all the way through, we definitely will. But we're going to start from the very beginning of the debate, from the very first, from opening statements. And if you are from Texas, feel free to come up on the panel. You're welcome. We would definitely prioritize you. If you are into politics, if you are advocating for Jasmine Crockett, you are definitely welcome up as well. And we will, if we have to, we'll begin to rotate you guys out. But we will prioritize Texans, as that is who it will affect most. And those are the ones who can vote, right? So please get your notepads, get your pens, get your wine, whatever the hell it is that you like to do when you are studying or having great conversation. Definitely please do so. Now, our goal today, our daily goal today, is because we are still going to Live Fest for TikTok Live Fest. We're still going to Vegas. So every day our goal is to hit our goals so that we can make it to Live Fest, you guys. So today's goal is 222. You can always show love directly. I'm Jessica Simone on the blue and green app, and also those pay links are also in the bio. We also have a goal right now of 50 crowns, and you can show your support that way. It looks like TikTok is slowly getting its way and getting things figured out. So thank you for that. And get your daily heart me, share the live, share with a friend, repost it, post it to your story, continue to engage in the conversation. And also too, when you do donate directly, please feel free to put a message in if you have a message about the debate. If you just want to say, hey girl, I love you, thank you for what you do, I'll take that. Or if you have a question for someone on the panel, definitely feel free to put that into your message, and we'll definitely read it out loud. I thank you all for being here. Now let's get started. The panel is officially open to anybody who wants to come up. I think I see my favorite Haitian is here. I seen Hector. If you guys aren't following Hector on TikTok and on YouTube, I don't know what you're doing with yourself either. Alrighty then. Hector talks 2 hours. Hey boo, how you doing? Something about you just really makes me blush a little bit. Period. That's all you need, Kendra. Because I mean, they're doing it for the same reason. One more time. I'm not. I'm not gonna stop. Mama said, Mama cool stop. I love a bare face. I feel later. Me too. And I'm out of makeup wipes. I'm out of makeup wipe removers. So it takes me extra long to take everything off at the end of the night. Anna, thank you for the crowns, beautiful. I appreciate you. Texas butterflies in the building. So thank you again. Yes, Black Job is demanding today, or I'd come. Oh yeah, I know. I've already door dashed twice today. And the last one thought he was gonna take my shit, but he got me fucked up. All right. So if nobody want to come out, what we're gonna do is we are going to get started. Oh, and I must, of course, if you see Saji in the chat or in the box, please let her up. Everybody else, I'll let them up. Unless they're from Texas, like Abby or Sylvia. If they want to, it's not mandatory. Take my angel number. Check my angel. Oh, let me put it on Do Not Disturb. That's probably why. Also, too, I'm not getting it. I'm not getting it. Okay. I'm not getting it. Check which angel number. Okay. It's me looking everywhere. I see 222. Where I see two, I seen two. Oh no, not girl. I'm delusional. Okay, first of all, let me hold you. Okay, first of all, let me um. She said me. I said what I said. I said what I said. if you know that you're an angel in here, okay? If you know that you're an angel in here, please drop a one in the chat. And Orchid, you should be the first one of the first ones dropping in the chat. Drop some crowns in the chat for Orchid. We got our first dono of the night, and of course, it's angel numbers because I am blessed to be an angel surrounded by other angels. God don't fight about me. You attract what you are. You attract what you are. Okay. Thank you, Queen. We didn't hit our goal last night, but I feel like we're gonna hit it tonight. Anna, welcome up. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good, love. How are you?
I'm blessed and highly favored.
That's good. That's good.
I'm excited. Go ahead.
I did want to come up, but I was going to wait a little bit until watched a little bit of the debate because basically I still kind of want to talk about last night, and then the funny thing is my little one just woke up from a nap, and sure enough, he hit the request button. So I was like, well, I guess it's meant to be.
No problem. No problem.
So if you hear him, I'm so sorry ahead of time.
You got your spot up here. You're from Texas. I know because we went to Kamala Harris's rally together. So just so you know, period. So if anytime you need to just mute or you can't talk at the point, your spot is solidified because we love Texas. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
All right. I'll put you on mute. No, baby. I love you so much, Ann. Okay. I love you so much. And let me tell you something. A lot of people, never mind. Let me not say that because then people gonna be like, what you? Tania, thank you for your daily heart me. Did you get my message on Discord? Hector, thank you for the crowns as well. We are about to get started. So if anybody have any questions before we get started, I'm pretty sure not because, I'm just pretty sure not. But, you just never know. I can't be telling people the special privileges you be having because then they're gonna be like, I ain't got those special privileges, so I ain't want to do that. You know what I mean? I ain't want to do that. So I'm like, let me callete way. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut the fuck up, bitch. They were like, I ain't get down. W to the repost in the chat. Oh, let me put it on streaming mode so that I get all of the notifications. When it's on streaming mode, I don't get phone calls. I don't get text messages. It only allows for Discord messages, Dash Cab notifications, and Venmo because when I'm live, that's the things that I need to see. All right. And then sometimes I turn my phone around and I can't have my text messages popping up during that because y'all sometimes y'all be wilding me when y'all be texting me when I'm online. Y'all be saying crazy. Y'all can't just be showing everybody out here. All right. So here we go. Again, if you have another device, please put it in the YouTube. Same name, Jessica Simone. Why doesn't that work? Let me see if that'll work. Same name, Jessica Simone. Oh, that do work. We can do that. That'll work. And yeah, we're about to get started. My husband. He said, baby, you need to get out the house. Okay. You need to get out the motherfucking house. What are you talking about? Like, it's just a skirt. You know what I'm saying? It's just a skirt. Okay, let's sign you down too. All right. Here we go. This is the beginning of the debate with Jasmine Crockett and James Tallarico, you guys. Jen, welcome in as well. How are you doing? I know I missed a couple of people, but thank you all for being here. Thank you all for tapping and sharing and, letting the people know we're in the building. Here we go. So let's start with... Now, my baby Saji was hot yesterday. Okay, that's what I thought. So I wish he was here to be able to see the beginning, but I know she's out doing the Lord's work. Okay. I know she's out doing the Lord's work. Okay. All right, here we go.
Next generation of website creation, Wix Harmony. Get the power of AI and the freedom of drag and drop to turn your words into a website with purpose and a brand that's entirely yours to shape. Work alongside Aria, your personal AI agent. Ask for anything from pages to sections, and there it is. Then flow naturally between instant generation
They're like, bitch, how long
I
does
hate
this ad?
politics. But I stand before I hate politics. But I stand before you because I started my life off as
Hold on,
an
'cause I would
actual
love to get it
CSR.
from-
I worked phones at Western Union. I then went on to work phones for MCI WorldCom. And I know that it was the CWA that actually fought against those systems. You see, we're living in a time.
Hold on, because I would love. It just felt like it started out of nowhere, and I would love to get it from the very beginning. You know what I mean? Let me see. What's that? Roland? I think his name is Roland. He. Let me see. Roland something. Roland Martin. I think he did the entire thing. I'm in school, but oh yeah, go get your education. Go get your education. I think he did the whole thing. I do have the history. Hold on one second. Let me turn this off because I don't need y'all all up in my business. Angel, thank you for coming up, darling. This is the one.
That concludes.
Hold on, does it start like that though? Oh, now it's not unavailable? Now he got cooked that hard that the video was unavailable. Hold on. Now he got cooked that hard that now the video is unavailable. Oh no, that's Hector's Live. They were talking about it. Bitch! Hey, Witty Kitty, how you doing? Angel, any first thoughts you have before we get started on Hey Candy, hey, let's y'all not see you guys over on the tube. Thank y'all so much for supporting over on the tube to get our hours. Thank you. Go ahead. My bad, Angel.
I'm pretty excited for this. Are y'all ready to see what a joke this guy really was, has been, is?
I what was I about to say? I was watching it on Roland Martin's page, but it seems like it's been deleted for some reason, and I'm not quite understanding why. Okay, but I definitely won't get into all of that because what it seems like is somebody has it that come on up, Steph. Steph, also too, are you in thank you, Taylor. Let me tell you something. The mods be on it. Mods don't play. I should have just stayed where the fuck I was at, because guess what? All of them, have they all been deleted? Hey, DRC, how you doing, boo? It looks like
I hate politics.
Okay, we just
But I
got to
stand
take
before you because
take what we can get, and we're not gonna throw a fit. We're gonna take what we can get, and we're not gonna throw a fit. Because it seems like they're deleting a lot of the videos. I don't know why, but here we go. We're just waiting on it to update. Just give it a second. There we go.
I started my life off as an actual CSR. I worked phones at Western Union. I then went on to work phones for MCI WorldCom. And I know that it was the CWA that actually fought against those systems. You see, we're living in a time in which systems are clearly rigged against us. And I am here to tell you that while the system has been fighting me, I have been fighting them back. So whether we are talking about as a public defender, as a state representative, or as a U.S. Congresswoman, I am here to fight the system that is holding so many of us down. So when I was a public defender, it came down to those indigent folk, because it seems like some people get a get out of jail free card, while other people who need that card can't seem to find any type of cards. When it came down to being a state representative, I was one of the co-leads to make sure that we fled the state over voting rights. And ultimately, Governor Abbott decided to respond by sending me a warrant for my arrest, which I currently have framed. And finally, as a U.S. Congresswoman, I have fought so diligently, and so many of you are very well aware of those fights. But more importantly, we know that the President of the United States decided that he would then come after our voices, an authentic, unbought and unbossed voice in D.C. And that's why they started with the redistricting in Texas. Thank you so much.
And I
Mr.
just want to...
Tallarico,
I just want to remind everybody that she wouldn't even be going for the Senate had you not fucked with her share. Oh, sometimes you have a setback for a setup. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you got a setback for a setup. Sometimes it looks like, especially those of you who believe in God, God will use your enemy to prop you up. He will use your enemy to propel you into the next life. He will use your enemy and he will prepare a table for you in front of them. You know, she may have thought that, oh, maybe another year as a congresswoman, as a Texas representative. Nah, because you pushed her out, you inspired her to go for something bigger, go for something more. So really, when you over there thinking like, oh, let's get you out of here, you're really saying you deserve more. And that's what happens. And that's what happens. All right, girl. I feel like a snow bunny. Hold on. Why your knee bruised? Yes. You a snow bunny? Let me hear you. Okay, but here we go. I think these are opening statements.
Now go to your opening statement. You have 60 seconds.
Well, first, thank you to the AFL-CIO for hosting us. As a proud union member, it's an honor to be here with so many of my union brothers and sisters. I also want to thank Congressman Crockett for being here. Before I was a legislator, I was a public school teacher on the west side of San Antonio, one of the poorest zip codes in the entire state of Texas. On the west side, I learned that the real fight in this country is not left versus right, it's top versus bottom. We will not win this race in November with the same old politics.
You say Jasmine Crockett live right now? Oh, hold on. My bad, y'all. Get out my business. Get out my business, y'all. Get out my business. Let me see. Because we can watch that first and get into it too.
Another right now, but I want you to know that I do see you. I've traveled our state, meeting with so many of you, and tonight is another opportunity
to get answers to your burning questions from the candidate herself. Before we get into my campaign to represent our great state in the United States Senate, let's talk about what's going on right now. I mean, today, in a large swath of our state, we are blanketed by snow and ice, something us Texans aren't particularly used to. I want to ensure that you have the resources, both physical and informational, to stay safe and warm as the temperatures remain low. Please visit jcfortx.com/weather. That's JC for Texas, but it's jc4tx.com/weather for the latest information and share it with your loved ones. That's, again, going to be a great resource. Hopefully your local elected officials are also sharing resources with you, as well as I would encourage each of you to make sure that you are staying in touch with any of your nonprofits that normally step up in moments like this. We will continue to share this information throughout tonight's call, as well as on my social media platforms. And on social media,
it's crazy. Thank you so much, Bill. Drop some crowns for Bill in the chat for putting us on.
So if you're on the phone,
because anytime she speaks, we need to know what the fuck is going
on every platform that allows for it right now. And that is at Jasmine for Us. To ask a question tonight, please press *3 at any time, and a member of the Texas Tough team will gather your question. Now, a little bit about me. If we haven't met, I'm Jasmine Crockett, currently serving as the Congresswoman for Texas 30th Congressional District in Dallas and Tarrant counties. I'm not new to this, but I am true to this.
Come on.
I got my start in Houston for law school.
She a real one.
And while some people are still trying to guess my age, I have been licensed for about 20 years now to practice law.
She a real one.
After I graduated
I ain't
from
new to
law
this.
school,
I'm true to this.
I went to East Texas, where I served as a public defender.
Ask her, can she come to the law
in Texarkana. And the office that I worked in was the Bowie County Public
I'm
Defender's
gonna
Office.
say I ain't got no makeup on, but
I
she
then
ain't
went
either, and she has
on
natural
to
beauty.
serve as the Bowie County Democratic Party chair. I proudly served as House District 100's state representative in Austin at the state capitol before answering the call, literally from my predecessor, to take the fight to the federal level. I was a national co-chair for the Harris Walz campaign in 2024 and have been uplifting the voices of Texans across our nation for over 3 years now as a federal official. All in all, my entire career, I've fought the system, and frankly, the system has been fighting me back. But enough about me.
I'm just
We
putting
are
in there,
all
Jasmine
gathered
Crockett for
here
Texas
tonight
Senate, okay?
to engage in an impactful discussion, and I look forward to getting you the answers you deserve. There's been a lot going on
She's
on Capitol Hill,
gorgeous.
which may be hard to believe given
Natural beauty too.
productive Congress in recent history. And that's saying a lot because the last Congress was
And I think her being beautiful on the inside makes her just as beautiful on the outside. Make her even more beautiful on the outside is what I mean.
House 100 members of the US Senate. And while there is one party that has been in control for the last year, they have passed a total of 40 bills. 40 as of last year. That's how many got passed. And 2 of them got vetoed. That's how unproductive we've been.
Y'all ain't passing shit around
But I
here.
can go on and on and on about that. So we can talk about that later. Right now,
Taylor said, y'all
we're
gonna
looking
tell
at yet
Just
another
Live,
government
Mel, thank you
shutdown
for the
under the Trump
crown.
administration. So I am on what they call a recess week. We don't necessarily get vacations, but they say we get recesses, but that's not really what it feels like. Some people call it recess. Other people call it district work week. Republicans call it recess. Democrats call it district work week. So
Yeah,
we are
because-
out this week on the House side.
Because the Republicans go play while the Democrats got to go to work.
Appropriations bills did pass.
And
We have a
transparency
total
is
of
key.
12 appropriations bills. They did all pass the House, but they also have to pass the Senate. The very last bill that was put on the floor, the very last appropriation that I had to deal with was DHS funding. And that is where the ICE funding is. And it narrowly passed. It passed by 1 vote.
Who that motherfucker? Tell me
With
who
that
it
being,
was.
well, it didn't pass by 1 vote. Let me say it this way. There were 7 Democrats that crossed over.
Thank you. Keep it
And
real.
basically, it would have failed by 1 vote. Anyway, long story
See,
short,
that's
it
what
passed,
and
it
the
went to
transparency is key
Senate,
because she
and
makes
we are
us,
waiting to
the
see
more
what the
we
Senate
know,
is
the
doing
more
because
we
only
grow
the
and the more
House
we
is
know about
passed.
politics and we can be more
The
informed
Senate
to
is
make
in.
better decisions.
The deadline to actually fund the government is January 31st. And as of now, through both chambers, only 6 of the 12 appropriations have passed. So we will see what happens. We're waiting on the Senate, and I may have to go back to DC prematurely, and that's perfectly fine. So basically, I'm on call. That's just kind of one of the things that comes with being in federal government, especially this federal government. All right.
Yeah, and them motherfuckers need to be voted out. That's what we
That
talk
the
about when we
Senate
talk
is
about plants. Because James, is you a plant?
we will see. So that y'all understand, our TSA workers, they're the ones that actually
Allegedly in Minecraft.
probably see the most that are impacted by the full DHS appropriation, would be TSA and ICE. Y'all
Lulu
probably
Bell,
don't
we
see
put it into
those
existence
people
right
very
now,
often.
okay?
Those are like the 2 most common kind of folk that y'all probably see under that funding bill. Let me see what else. All right.
So share
I
it with
know
a
y'all
friend.
are not-
Everybody go tell everybody. Jasmine on Just Live right now. Go tell a friend. Tell them everybody.
And it's all good. I want to answer those questions.
I manifested into existence. She'll be on her for We Are What's Left.
Chief of Staff, Kendall Locke, to moderate the Q&A portion. Again, if you have any questions, it's *3 on your keypad. To stay connected with our Texas Tough team, please hit *6 to sign up for updates.
Let me see. *3.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Before we get into questions, the Congresswoman has already.
They're gonna be like,
mentioned
"Bitch,
this,
not
but
over
just wanna
here."
be sure that if you are on social media, that you can stay connected with our campaign, see all the amazing things we're doing, and as we're traveling the state. So our handle on all social platforms is Jasmine for Us. That's Jasmine FORUS. So
We're
of
about
course,
to do
we'd
that
love
right
for
now,
you to give
Lulu.
us a follow on your favorite social media platform. Also, if you haven't had an opportunity to visit our campaign website, encouraging you to do that as well. That website is www.jasmineforus.com. And on there, you can find volunteer opportunities, sign up to volunteer, and learn more about the Congresswoman. Again, if you have a question, reminding you to press *3 on your keypad so that we're able to collect that and to sign up for campaign updates. Press *6 so we can grab your email and add you to our database. Congresswoman, our first question is coming from San Antonio. It's coming from, and I hope I pronounced your name correctly, but Darian. Darian in San Antonio, he asked, what is
Emmy,
the
they
Congresswoman's
keep playing
plan
with
to
me,
ensure
Emmy.
the primary and general elections go without interference?
Ooh, this is a very good question. So one of the things that I think is really important for us to do is to make sure that we not only get people out to vote, but that we protect the vote. So I've been encouraging people to sign up, even with our campaign, to get trained on what it looks like to actually watch and be what we call like a poll watcher. We do plan to hopefully get some lawyers involved as well. We recently received the endorsement of Mexican Bars. What are you doing? Mexican American Bar Association. And so it is my hope that I can get them along with a few other bar
Emmy,
associations.
put one in the chat if you just love
to,
Jasmine Crockett.
decide that
Okay?
they're going to be kind of on the front lines of watching. My
That
biggest
part,
concern
Monique.
right now, I don't know how many of you have seen the reports that basically Pam Bondi sent a letter as it relates to ICE's presence in Minneapolis and basically said, hey, here's a ransom note. If you decide that you want ICE out, then all you have to do is give over your voter rolls. For
Which
us
is
in
crazy.
Texas, what's really scary is that they just gave them over. So I am encouraging each and every one of you, if you are listening right now, doesn't matter what state you're listening in from, because the president is very concerned that he's going to lose. So that's why we have the redistricting scheme. That's why they're trying to get the voter rolls. That is why, in my opinion, he's trying to incite a civil war while also trying to figure out how he's going to have World War III pop off. So
Nigga, like how
I would
you gonna do
encourage
that?
you, even if you're somebody that's like,
Hey,
hey, I show
PK.
up, I vote every single election, nothing's going to happen to my voter registration. Please, please, please go ahead and check your voter registration and make sure that it is good to go.
Let me
We
check
know
mine
that the
right
last
now.
day to register to vote, specifically in Texas for our primary, is going to be February 2nd. That date is quickly approaching. So please check your status, confirm your status. And then also it's going to be really important for us to educate folk on what's happening. Right now in Dallas County, one of the things that they decided to do, and I fully anticipate we're going to see more of this throughout kind of the state of Texas, is the Republican Party knows that our law says whatever one party primary has to do, the other one has to do. So in a large county like Dallas, the bluest county that we have in the state, what they decided to do is say that everyone has to vote at their polling location on election day. So they are trying to confuse voters and turn them off
Yeah,
in
'cause
hopes of minimizing our turnout.
what is my
It is
my
going to be really
location?
important for people to vote early because you can vote anywhere in the county. As it relates to this specific race, because it is a statewide race, let's say you're like, oh man, I forgot, I got busy, I ended up on a work trip and now I'm in Austin, but I really live in Dallas. You can vote for every statewide race, no matter where you are. It will preclude you from being able to vote for your district specific races. But if it's say like the last day and you're like, I gotta vote, that is an option. Make sure you tell them you understand that you can only vote in the statewide. So for us, it's going to be about education. It's going to be about protection. And, you know, it may end up being
So you
about
may not be able to
litigation as
vote for your
well,
district,
which
but you can
I
vote
did
for
engage
her
in
for Senate.
litigation as it relates to the 2021 maps. And so with me being a plaintiff as it relates to that redistricting fight, when we came upon this redistricting fight, which was kind of born out of the last one, I was a plaintiff and I actually did testify in El Paso in front of that 3-judge panel. And I didn't know which way it was going to go, but I did feel like I had done what I needed to do as someone who was trained by election law lawyers and redistricting lawyers before those maps came on the floor so that I could make a good record. And then I was able to then go and testify, not only from the perspective of a state representative who participated in the redistricting process, but also as a sitting member of Congress who has very strong opinions about what maps should look like and has worked on legislation as relates to maps. So I know that was a lot, but there's a lot about voting. So the one thing that I want everyone to take away from today is that you really need to check your status no matter what state you're in, because they are absolutely trying to make it to where there is going to be a continual lack of a check on this administration. And we have to have people that are willing to do what their oath requires them to do, which is to follow the Constitution. And right now we don't have that.
Next question.
Thanks, Congresswoman. Our next question comes from Austin. It's Kathleen. She asked, what is the Congresswoman going to do to ensure that the Constitution is being preserved?
Whew. All right, this is such a complicated question. So
I know,
let me tell
bitch,
you
'cause-
a couple of things. Right
He doing what the
now,
fuck he want to do.
you know, our Constitution and our laws are only as good as the people in office.
Yeah.
Because ultimately what has become clear is that if people don't want to follow them, then like we end up looking like, wait a minute, what happened? So a couple of things. The only branch that is not completely broken, it's still quite broken right now, is the judiciary branch. So number one, working with those organizations that are bringing litigation is really important. Finding space where we can sue, which is not a ton of space for us as sitting members of Congress, especially in the minority. One of the really important parts about the Democrats taking control is that the Speaker of the House or the leader of the Senate
I
can
know, I'm
actually go
checking right
ahead
now,
and
Taylor. I'm
start some of
active
that
too. I was
litigation
like, oh,
on
okay,
behalf of,
Bitch,
say,
I'm
the
out- I'm
body,
act-
if there are
active in these
violations
streets,
of,
ho.
say, what's going on with the body, right? And ultimately, the question though becomes like, all right, so what happens when you win in
The name
court
Jessica,
and then
is
they just
what
ignore the court order?
keeps me in
The
there.
question is, are we
Like, oh,
really
she
going
must
to
be
have
white.
judges that are
Gotcha,
ready
bitch.
to hold people accountable and hold them in contempt? And I was reading an article today that talked about, was it Bovina? It was somebody from DHS. It was the head of ICE.
I
It was
just
the head
took a
of ICE,
screenshot.
where
Kim,
there's
let
a
me tell you something.
judge that is talking about
Black folks, we take screenshots after any payment we make, even though they're gonna send us a confirmation email, we still take a fucking screenshot. I just took a screenshot. Okay. I just took a screenshot. Stop, don't play with me, bitch. Fuck is you talking about? But I appreciate that. Good looking out.
are
What up,
violating
Howard?
it. Now stop it. And then they say, ha, we're not going to stop it. And then a judge have to say, well, you're in contempt. Are you ready to go to jail? So, I mean, things are being pushed to the limit. And, you know, the good thing about a contempt action as it relates to a federal judge is that Trump ain't gonna be able to get them out. Like it's different, right? Especially if they just like, it's gonna be a little interesting on what it would look like to try to get them out. So, you know, we're trying to explore all these things that we never had to explore before. But I do think as a United States Senator, it is important, number one,
on
when we
TikTok.
start to talk
On
about the
TikTok.
Constitution, to
She's on
number one, just
TikTok.
get the numbers. We just need the numbers. And that's why the Texas seat is so important. We've got to get to the majority. And, you know, the court has held the line when it came to birthright citizenship and saying, no, you can't do that. We know that when it came down to the War Powers Resolution, making it clear that the president did not have the constitutional authority, because that resides with Congress, to go into Venezuela, it is important that we have those numbers. We know that there was a preliminary vote and there were Republicans that flipped. And so the numbers were there so that it could get passed in the Senate.
Let me take notes on
and
what she's saying.
ultimately, Unfortunately, he picked up the phone, called a few of them, picked them off. And next thing you know, JD Vance came in and cast the tiebreaker to allow him to continue on. So this is why these numbers are so very important. This has to be bigger than ambition. It has to be bigger than any single person. It has to be about like our democracy as a whole. And so, you know, I've told people over and over, if we had a Democratic senator, I wouldn't be running. But this is about how do we get those numbers? And Texas is in a really good place to hopefully get the numbers so that we can preserve what is left of the Constitution, because they are violating it every single day. And then once we have the numbers, it can't just be that we get complacent. I think that we have to be committed to saying, you know what, we are going to fortify the Constitution and our democracy. So to me, that looks like we need to go ahead and enact legislation that is completely contradictory to the interpretation that the Supreme Court has made. The Supreme Court has interpreted that the power has immunity. The president has immunity. The courts are there to interpret laws that are written by the legislative branch. And so if you make it clear, then we're in a better space. That's number one. Number two, when we look at the unconstitutional lines that have been drawn as it relates to gerrymandering, again, this comes down to a matter of passing legislation through both chambers and getting it signed into law. Now, some of you may say, now listen, Congresswoman, he's still the president. So is he going to sign some stuff that's going to hurt him? No, I'm not naive in that way. But this is the real check on power, right? The Senate is the only body that actually has the ability to exercise oversight specifically over the Supreme Court. And so, you know, hopefully we can start bringing in some of these justices. We can start talking about why it is that they have not recused themselves from cases where there was absolutely a conflict. We can start to actually say we need a code of ethics, because they are the only court in the land that does not have a code of ethics that they have to follow by, like abide by. So I think that there are things that we can do to hold the line and stop the bleeding, but only if we get the numbers. But the reality is that so long as he is still the president, we are still going to have problems as it relates to actually getting legislation that would be beneficial for our democracy.
I don't see your message, and I tell you, remember Texas vote March 17th through the 27th, early voting.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
If you can vote early,
our
vote
next
early.
question comes from Patricia in Dale, which is Caldwell County.
Thank you for your support.
She asked, if the Democrats take
Love
over the
you down,
midterms,
Queen.
is there any way to rescind the Big Beautiful Bill? And how long does the bill stay in effect?
I see elite
Yes.
in here, y'all.
So there's a lot of different things in the Big Beautiful Bill. The one thing that I can tell you is that the tax cuts that were given to the 1%ers, they did make those tax cuts permanent in that bill.
Bitch,
when he was in office
unpermanate them. Not
before,
you. You're not a bitch.
they
I'm sorry,
passed
Jasmine. I wasn't
this
talking about you.
package, and
But I'm like, unpermanate
ultimately,
them. I didn't see them. I'm going through it
those
right now, Taylor.
tax cuts were set to expire in 2026. And unfortunately, we didn't win. So they had to put something else back in place, and they decided to make it permanent. Now, we can go about undoing what he's done. We can rewrite. The problem is that, again, he's got to sign off on it. So the only way that we can avoid the president
And then
having
if
to
you
sign
veto
off on
it, you
something,
need
which is how we got the
you
Epstein.
need 2/3 of
files.
Congress to get it past the
Kind of.
veto.
Clearly, we ain't got nothing. But work with me. If you have a veto-proof majority in both the House and the Senate, then it doesn't matter, because basically it's going to become law, right? So that means 2/3 of each chamber. And so when it came down to the Democrats leading with Thomas Massie, let me be clear, because it was Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie that led on that particular issue. It was a struggle to get the signatures. They didn't swear in my colleague for almost 50 days because they wanted to avoid this. They shut the House down, and we didn't do any business because they did not want to get the signatures. Once we got the signatures, none of them really wanted to be on record as voting against it, right? So everybody voted for it. So veto proof out of the House. In the Senate, they passed it, I think, under unanimous consent. And so basically, so long as nobody objects, like they didn't take an actual like hard vote, it's more like, hey, we've got a unanimous consent. Does anybody object? If nobody objects, then it goes through and it's read as if it's a unanimous situation.
Shut up!
because
I
there are no
see you in
objections.
there saying just.
So therefore, it was going to become law no matter what. So he was like, all right, well,
Shout out
let me
to the
go
royal
ahead and sign
family.
this. I'm signing because I want to get
Shout out
after
to the
them.
motherfucking royal family.
I don't see the things that would put us in our best
Let me
position
put it. Let me scroll.
getting the votes,
Y'all, let me
which
make it
means
big,
rolling back
y'all.
those tax cuts, getting the votes that are necessary while he is still the president, because we would still need a
Just as
supermajority to actually get that done. Now, do I believe that we can get it done? I do. Do I believe that
W.
it's not even a matter of like Democrats, but it's about like aggressive Democrats that are like, listen, they came in here, they ran shop over us, they did all kinds of craziness. We've got to be as aggressive when it comes down to protecting the very people it is that we say that we have signed up to serve, right? So because of the big ugly bill, we know $1 trillion was pulled out of Medicaid and Medicare. Pulling that money out, it made everybody else's premiums go up because the way that insurance works is that everybody got to pay in, right? And then it's a matter of hopefully you don't have to pull down. So that's why when insurance companies are determining how much they're going to charge somebody, they basically are testing the waters like, oh, are you young? Are you healthy? Cool. All right. Well, and you don't smoke. All right. Well, chances of you having to pull down are kind of slim. So we'll let you pay less money. The reality is that we needed that money in that ecosystem. But
Shauna
instead,
Beck.
they decided to put it
Shauna,
into
we
the pockets
highlighted it. We saw
of the
yours.
one
We put it on the big
percenters.
screen.
And the reality is that they put it into the pockets of the one percenters.
Y'all,
$1 trillion is a lot, y'all.
I'm saying the
Like,
queens don't be
the
playing.
biggest thing in our budget is Medicaid and Medicare. I mean, like, it's a lot. And so right now, you know, we also are dealing with the tax subsidies as it relates to the Affordable Care Act. Now, we were also able to get that on the House floor through, why am I blanking? We were also able to get that on the floor and ultimately pass it off the floor. And there's been no movement so far out of the Senate. And that's just for a 3-year subsidy to help those on the Affordable Care Act. But most of the ugly things that are taking place in the big ugly bill, they actually will not take place until after the midterms. That's when they're really set to go into effect. But if you know
so they can
anything
blame
about
the
your
Democrats.
local nonprofits, your hospitals, or whomever, they typically aren't doing their budgets at the end of the year. They typically do their budgets close to the beginning of the year. So one of the reasons that you've seen like certain prices going up, or you've seen, you know, in Texas, we've got a record number of rural hospitals that are shutting down, is because they're making their projections for their budget about how much of a shortfall they're going to have. So some of the actual impact is already hitting us. So again, like I'm a terrible politician to the extent that like, I'm not really good with not being honest. And the honest thing is that I don't see Donald Trump deciding that he's going to sign off on undoing what he just did for his top donors and friends and his own family.
Next question, please.
Thanks, Congresswoman. Before we go to our next question, just want to remind folks that if you would like to ask a question, that you are able to do so. Press *3 on your keypad, and you will be placed in line.
What are they?
so
What
we can
else are they
capture the
on?
question. If you would like to sign up for campaign updates, that's something that you can do as well by
She's
pressing
on
*6.
something else. I don't know where you
on your
can press
keypad,
*3 because
and
I
that
would
will
love
put
to
you
ask a
in queue
question.
for us to be able to add you to our database. Also, I know that there's a few folks that may have new folks that may have joined us.
Yes, we do,
I
Nichelle.
wanted to be sure that,
And Nichelle, after she get done, we're gonna break down the debate question by question. So you're definitely welcome to come up.
stay tapped in with the
I'm gonna be
Congresswoman
prioritizing
campaign,
people who do live in
by,
Texas.
our
Hey,
handle on
Candy, I see you over there. I'm adding you over there on the
Jasmine,
YouTube.
SORUS.
Shout out to everybody
That's
that's on the YouTube showing their love. I appreciate it.
at Jasmine, SORUS, and you can stay connected with us there. Also, I wanted to be sure to mention, just in case any folks happen to drop off before we end, mention a couple of important dates. On Monday, February the 2nd, that is voter registration deadline. There will be some more information given about that a little or toward the end of the call. But Monday, February 2nd is the deadline for voter registration. Tuesday, February the 17th, that is the start of early voting. And so early voting will go Tuesday, February 17th through Friday, February the 25th. And to answer any of your questions,
I don't have specific questions for Jasmine because Jasmine is enough for me. I know she's gonna do what needs to be done. If you guys have specific questions, there's nothing that can sway me back and forth the other way. I'm voting for her. I've done my research. I don't even have any questions, but if you guys have questions, you can put them in the chat or you can send them when in the questioning you're done, and I'll compile a list of questions because I do have a team working on trying to get Jasmine on either on one of the lives, especially for We Are What's Love, or just period. So, or if I do get to meet her and ask her, so you guys can always send that.
You that are listening are well aware the state house and the state senate were in a fight, not just this session, but actually for the last 2 sessions over the voucher scam that Greg Abbott was running. And he was running it to the
Not a
extent
governor running the
that
scam
Republicans who understood that this would be bad for their communities in their rural areas decided that they were going to vote against it. So it didn't get passed in the session prior to this most recent one. And so when it didn't pass, he then spent money because in the state of Texas, we have no campaign finance limits. And so he spent millions of dollars to go after these folk to basically get enough people into submission to be able to pass his voucher scam. So
That's
now
crazy.
hard-earned Texas taxpayer dollars will be taken out of our public schools that have already been underfunded and under-resourced, whether we're talking about the teachers, whether we're talking about the fact that they don't have the mental health providers that they need, that they don't have the nurses that they need, that they don't have a lot of the things that they need. Sometimes the books that they need just don't have enough. They're gonna go ahead and take even more away from our public schools and
What happened?
to send their kids to private schools, no matter what amount of money they make. So even if you are a billionaire, you can afford to send your kid to private school, and you have been affording to send your kid to private school, those public dollars are going to be pulled out and put into a private school of their choice. And I mentioned choice.
So
because
imagine
private
having to
schools
pay
are not
tax.
required
Let me
to
write
take
this down.
anybody. They can take whoever they want to or reject whoever they want to, unlike our public schools, which is yet another reason public dollars should stay maybe in the public, right? But instead, we know that the Republicans are always about putting dollars into the pockets of their friends. And frankly, they only look out for one class of people.
Mm-hmm.
Because that is more of a state issue, on the federal level, for me, my focus is the Department of Education, kind of generally speaking. The Department of Education,
Take your notes, y'all.
unfortunately, under Secretary WWE, she's been instructed to shut it down. So what
Secretary
that means
WWE is
is
wild.
a couple of things. Number one, it's illegal to shut it down. So what they are trying to do is make it bare boned and minimize its effectiveness. The thing that matters most when we start to talk about, say, our elementary schools, as we're talking about the voucher scam and that kind of stuff, is when we start to talk about the Civil Rights Division. They have gutted the Civil Rights Division from the Department of Education. So if you have a special needs child who needs some help with something, it typically is that Civil Rights Division that deals in that space. You may not get what you need for your child at all because there's no one that's there. So I do want to be clear that civil rights is bigger than just Black folk. It goes a lot deeper than that. It is not just color. It also deals with our uniquely abled folk. And in this case, dealing with our kiddos. So that's one of the biggest kind of hurdles that we have, as well as I'm sure many of you have filled out a FAFSA at some point in time in your life, whether you were filling that out for your child or yourself. They are now limiting access to dollars for education. And so this is obviously, again, still on the federal level. We're going to deal with kind of higher level stuff for the vast majority of the time. So they downgraded a number of degrees. The nursing degree for sure has been downgraded as a non-professional degree. And by that, that limits how much money you have access to be able to get that degree. They did the same thing with social work, and there's like a long list of them. So not only are they
nigga.
like taking away some of our most important divisions of this department, but in addition to that, they are further limiting how far certain people can go as it relates to their careers, because basically it's going to come down to, can you privately fund yourself to get certain degrees? And frankly, I'm interested to see what this does with the pay scale. Part of me thinks that it won't adjust the pay scale because there's still a great need for so many social workers as well as nurses, especially nurses. We've had this insane need for nurses, and now they're going to make it even more difficult for our nurses to get what they need. Let's see, what else do I have here? Also, a number of things that we've not dealt with a ton. This is actually kind of dovetailing both the last question and this one, is in the big ugly bill. They took away not only healthcare, but they took away SNAP benefits. And that's actually going to impact the amount of dollars that go to our schools as well. For our kiddos that are on a reduced lunch or free lunch, there's going to be an impact there as well. And so the reason I bring that up is because I absolutely believe that we have to make sure that our kids are getting nutritious foods as they are growing. That is the only way to make sure that we're maximizing those little brains and their development. And so we're going to have to deal with that too. And I think because the healthcare piece has been so important, that this part has not really been highlighted. Anything else? Reversing the billions that have been cut. Yes. Let me make this point as well. As it relates to schools and things that we can do on the federal level that we typically do. There's also this issue as it relates to student loans. Now, people can say what they want to say about the prior administration, but people was getting student loan relief. And so I do think that it is important for us to do whatever we can to make sure that this new stance that the Department of Education has on student loans about going and deciding that they're going to put collection notices on them and that kind of stuff, as we still had relief options, minimizing relief options for those maybe that are out of work, especially at a time like this, when we've already lost 1.1 million jobs since he's been in office. I think it is so important. I think it's more crucial now than ever to really get some support around that. Again, you know, it's always interesting when I'm trying to think about, like, yes, we can stop the bleeding on certain stuff, but what things can we actually do that he potentially would like sign into law? And because they seemingly are against anybody that needs assistance, whether it's food assistance, whether it's healthcare assistance, whether it's education assistance, it is always still so very difficult for me to imagine. Now, I will say that the child tax credit is one of those things that the Republicans found to be very, very popular. So we passed a child tax credit last session. It was not what the Democrats had done before. It was not as robust. And so we will see, but like they really wanted to take credit. And so I will say that no matter where you are, it's so important to make those phone calls and call in, because it kind of reverses course every once in a while, not all the time. But if Trump believes that that's a winning issue for him, then he reverses course. Like, we see what they're doing right now with ICE. They're trying to get us to quote unquote calm down. So they're like, oh, Bovino's out, right? Yay. like we should all calm down now. Like, no, we're not falling for that, right? But I will say that that is one of those things that I have personally witnessed, is that if he really feels like an issue is tanking him because he pays attention to polls, then he will reverse course. So it is important that we continue to protest and that we continue to reach out, because those Republicans, when they are afraid that they're about to lose, they call the White House and they tell them, this is what we're hearing. So don't think, oh, I live in a Republican district, they're never going to listen to me. No, that's actually the people we need you calling more than anybody. Don't call the Democrat in the neighboring districts, because when we look you up, or when the staff looks you up, they're like, well, this person doesn't live in the district, right? So like, it's just like being the US Senator. If somebody calling from, say, Oregon down to Texas trying to tell the US Senator what to do, I don't know that the senator is going to get that note, right? But if it's like a Texan calling in, then they absolutely keep count of like what's going on. So make sure that y'all are staying engaged in that. And then finally, you know, there were so many great programs that just kind of came out of COVID and under the leadership of Nancy Pelosi. And I think that childcare side of things, we've got to deal with it, and we've got to deal with pre-K and making sure that universal pre-K is a reality, because that's another one of those things that kind of travels outside of, because it's that early education. So again, though, do I think that Trump is trying to do it? Not quite. But do I think that we need to continue to push these bills and hopefully continue to build support? And then, you know, we've got to work. The Republicans worked for a long time to get here. It didn't happen overnight, but it starts with us getting the majorities in the House and the Senate. And then after that, I think that we'll be able to do a lot in a few years, so long as we still have elections. All right, Kendall, go ahead. Sorry that was so long. Education is a lot.
Thanks, Congresswoman. Our next question comes from my hometown, Fort Worth. But Javier, he asked, how much more of an impact can the Congresswoman have in the Senate versus in the House? What would she do differently as a senator?
Yeah, so this is a great question. So Javier, I'm going to continue to still be a bold advocate for Texans, that's for sure. So new title, same fire, that's for sure. But right now, it's all about a numbers game. So for me, everything is numbers. For those of you that don't know, like, I was going to be an accountant. I was never going to be a lawyer, right? Like, so I graduated with a business degree thinking that I was going to go to grad school and become an accountant. I am a numbers person. And so right now, when I think about the fact that this is Trump's Supreme Court, that came down to the Senate itself. We know that all confirmations for a cabinet, as well as confirmations to the federal benches, they all go through the US Senate. That is something completely different from what happens in the House. We don't deal with any confirmations whatsoever. So that's one part of it. In the House, I was one of 435. And so you built a consensus. You got to get over 217 to be able to get something passed. In the Senate, it's 100. And so your voting strength is that much more important and impactful. And the numbers are tight in the House, right? Like, the numbers are tight. The numbers are somewhat tight in the Senate as well, but we have to change. Like, if we continue to say, oh, well, we'll have, you know, maybe this one battleground or that one battleground, and we may win one or whatever, we still will miss out on the things that we need. We run up against things such as the filibuster, which requires 60 a lot of times. So when I first went to DC as a state representative, we were going over voting rights. Nancy Pelosi passed the bills. Nothing happened in the Senate. We are living in the state in which Roe v. Wade was born out of. It was born out of my district in Dallas. Henry Wade was the elected prosecutor who was being sued in the Roe v. Wade case, right? Now it is that women don't have reproductive access. That's because Roe v. Wade was overturned. Well, we've got a bill for that in the House, but we don't have the numbers in the Senate. So every time I think about like the freedoms that we've lost, the things that we need to enshrine to make sure that we are protecting our democracy. We can have the numbers all day in the House. The House flip-flops a ton, but we've got to get this daggone Senate together. And that's where the real power lies. We've got a bill for everything you can think of. I don't know how many bills. I promise you, I am on, I think 2,000 bills. It's something like that. I'm on a lot of bills. And it's great. And they're great ideas. Like I got an idea for everything you can come up with, like any given day of the week. But if we don't flip what's happening in Texas, none of it matters because we just won't have the numbers. So this is more so about, am I going to keep up the same fight? Am I going to continue to push for the same types of legislation, things that I've already worked on, whether it's voting rights access, whether it's women's issues, whether it's educational issues, whether it's issues surrounding ICE and what's going on with them, whatever the small business issues, whatever the issues are that I've already been working on, I'll continue to work on those things. The difference is we may actually have an opportunity to pass them into law if we can actually get the numbers that we need on the Senate side.
Thanks, Congresswoman. Our next question comes from Deborah in Houston. She asks, what is your plan to reform the Supreme Court?
Oh, Miss Deborah. Woo! A woman after my heart. All right. So I currently serve on the Supreme Court Task Force in the House. Myself, Jamie Raskin, Hank Johnson, Madeline Dean, a number of us, we serve on this task force. And so there's like a group of 3 bills. And so the 3 bills are, number 1, to expand the court. Now, do I have any intentions of trying to expand the court while Trump is president? No. Resounding no. Sorry, y'all on the phone couldn't see my face. So that's a no. But I do think that we need to do that for sure. And we need to do it when we have somebody who may not be experiencing the mental issues that this current president is experiencing. I think we need to bring balance back to the court. In addition to that, like some people try to act like it's such a radical idea. Let me tell you, it's not radical to expand the court. We have expanded the court 7 times in this country. We currently have 13 circuit courts, which are our appellate courts. And so at a very minimum, we need that number of justices to match up with the number of appellate courts. Additionally, the last time we expanded the court was 150 years ago. We have a few more people in this country, which means we have a few more cases, and the level of complexity that our cases now have is next level. I mean, 150 years ago, they didn't have a cell phone, they didn't have Zoom, they didn't have IG, they didn't have any of this, right? Like, just think about, like, you don't even have to go 150 years, right? To know that, like, things have become more complicated when it comes to kind of litigation. So we do need to expand the court. There's absolute, like, precedence for doing it. And that's it. We also need to go ahead and put term limits on it so that, and I think that that's something that we should move forward with as soon as possible, and keep pushing. I don't know where Trump stands on term limits, but the term limits bill that we have is a reasonable amount of time. It's still a lot of time. It's 18 years. That means that we know that there will always be kind of like a continuous, like, change of the court, so that hopefully the court can keep up with who the people are at that time. And not have people that's been on the court forever and, you know, they still stuck in the 1920s, some of them. Okay. And then the last piece of legislation is around putting ethics on this court, which is something I talked about a little bit earlier. So those are my thoughts about the Supreme Court, but also because the Senate actually has oversight of the Supreme Court, I really want us in the majority, and I really want to bring them in. Y'all have seen me question and cross-examine, and as someone who has practiced both in state and federal courts, I'm not gonna play with y'all. Like, I don't just have a law degree. I'm someone who has practiced. I am someone who is licensed in multiple states, and so you can't just, like, pull the wool over my eyes. So I do want to bring them in, but when you're in the minority, you're limited in deciding, like, what's on the agenda and that kind of stuff. And so I really do kind of want to lean in a little bit on our oversight duties as it relates specifically to the Supreme Court, and see what all we can explore and see, maybe as it relates to some of these cases that potentially are coming up before them, and really get them on the record to try to get them off the cases, recused, because they have certain biases.
Thanks, Congresswoman. So these next few questions, we're running a little long time, so I'm
Okay.
gonna try to squeeze in as many as possible.
All right, I'm gonna go fast.
This question comes from Sharon in Colleyville. She asks, could Congress pass emergency funding for TSA and essential workers if there is another government shutdown?
Yes, theoretically. If there's a shutdown, that's because we don't have an agreement. So that's going to be, listen, let me explain it this way. So a continuing resolution is basically like a I don't want to say it's an IOU. A continuing resolution, the best way I can describe it is it's kind of a like put it on layaway. Maybe that's a way to describe it. I don't really know how to describe it. But anyway, long story short, we can craft a continuing resolution to say whatever we wanted to say. And so like what has gotten us through as like bridges are these continuing resolutions. So this budget was supposed to be passed September 30th of last year. It didn't happen. And so then we had, a continuing resolution. Then we shut down. So we were supposed to have our budget passed by 9:30. Then we ended up shutting down. And then by the time we reopened with a continuing resolution because we did not have the 12 appropriations bills done. And as of now, only 6 out of those 12 have actually passed both chambers. I need to check to see if there's been an update today and see if any more have actually passed from the Senate. I don't think the other 5 of 6 are that controversial for the Senate. So I honestly wouldn't really anticipate that they wouldn't pass. It just depends on if they try to put them all together. So one thing people don't understand sometimes is that like, they'll pile up like a bunch of bills together to try to like get them done. So, for instance, I know at least one of the recent appropriations we voted on, they put 2 of the bills together. So they may try to package all 6 so that they can get the support that they need on DHS, because then it's a matter of people saying, well, you're voting to shut down all these other divisions all over this one rogue like situation over here. So I don't know really how they're planning on addressing that currently on the Senate side. But technically in a continuing resolution, you can put anything you want to. So if they decided that they wanted to say propose an agreement that says, hey, TSA workers are going to get their money, they could. I mean, it just has to pass both chambers. They could do that if they wanted to. Say that they're going to continue that funding and just have a partial of the other. It's not outside the realm. Now, do I think that that's likely? I don't know. I mean, it could be. Again, I think it's important that we all participate. So I think it's important that you make phone calls and advocate, on behalf of our hardworking TSA workers. Like they are heroes. So it is important. So I would say call in and advocate, but I'm probably going to call a senator probably soon after we get off of this call so I can just be updated on what's going on because I've been traveling. For those of you that don't know, I'm headed to Dilley tomorrow, which is the detention facility that not only recently had a homicide, but it's also where the viral video of the children exists, that if you've seen it online. And it's also where our precious little 5-year-old was sent here recently. So I'm headed there. So I had to travel to San Antonio, which is closer to where Dilley is.
So Congresswoman, I'm going to try to do 3 more questions, but
Oh my
let's try
gosh.
to make the responses as brief as possible. Next question comes from Wayne in Richmond, Texas. Are there yard signs available?
All right, well, that was an easy question. So thank you, Wayne. Yes, there are yard signs available. And if you go to our website, you can request one. But since you are in, you say Richardson?
Richmond, Texas.
Oh, Richmond, Texas. You can also call our, just sign up. Just sign up for a sign, and we'll see who's closest to you to get them.
Perfect. Next question comes from Casey in Denton. Is there a better candidate, Paxton or Cornyn?
Better for who? I mean,
That part.
let me say this. Both of them are terrible for all of us. I really don't know what to say. I will tell you that I have worked with John Cornyn. We have a bill that was signed into law by President Biden, the Grant Transparency Act. I will tell you that, prior to Trump coming back, I mean, he was a decent enough partner, right? Like, we worked on some fentanyl legislation I started
Drop
working
some fruit
on
in
when I
the
was
chat.
State
Drop a couple
House.
gifts if you guys have a
And
couple crowns.
we came up with a federal kind of option for it. And he worked on that with me. We've worked on food security bills together. So I don't really feel like he's kind of fit that mode of, you're the devil because you're a Democrat. Like, because there are those that believe that that's what the D in Democrat stands for. I don't feel like he fits that mode. And it may be because at one point in time, he was a Democrat, right? He seemingly changed with the state to kind of stay in power. But he was elected as a Democrat before. So, I feel like
Because they be flip-flopping.
does not necessarily view Democrats as the devil. I don't really have much to say about Ken Paxton. I mean, he is a wannabe Trump, right? Like, this is a guy who had criminal charges that were pending forever, felony charges. And this is a guy who, is gonna probably talk about the Bible over and over and over. And
even though he getting a divorce,
he had a lot of drama to the extent that he was impeached by Republicans. Now, he didn't get a conviction. And his wife has left him, and he's just a slime ball, right? And he doesn't have a moral compass, nor do I believe he has any respect for the people that he serves. I do think that the problem that we have right now is that both of them are leaning in as hard as possible to their service to Donald Trump. They are ignoring the 30 million people in this state. And so it's so frustrating as our farmers and ranchers are struggling, and ultimately it's causing all of us to struggle, as our small businesses are closing because of the tariff policies. Like, I don't know what all it will take or how bad it will have to get before people kind of say, you know what, I grew up as a Republican and it was a part of my identity. But right now, that very party is gone, and it's been co-opted, and it is, precluding me from being able to provide the future that I always thought I would be able to provide for my children. Or it's precluding me from being able to understand how I'm going to survive another day because I can't afford to have insurance or my hospital bill. So hopefully we can get people just having real talk. It is my hope to get to the general election and just to call them to the carpet on this stuff. I mean, they're going to try to spend as much time as they can, with distractions and things that have nothing to do with whether or not somebody can put food on the table, a roof over their head, or gas in their car, or, be able to send their kids to school. Like, they're not going to want to talk about that. And it's going to be really important that we remind people when they start talking about things that ain't got nothing to do with nothing, that, like, we are struggling and hurting. And it is Republican policies because the Republicans control the House, the Senate,
just got it,
as well as the governor's mansion in Texas. They control the House, the Senate, as well as the White House in DC. If you are not happy with how things are going, the Republicans are the reason. Last question.
Perfect. And our last question, Congresswoman, comes from okay. So last question is around volunteer opportunities. Are there opportunities to volunteer with the campaign?
Yes. I love the easy questions. Please go sign up at jasmineforus.com. And, you know, nothing is too small and nothing is too big. And we've got opportunities for everything. We got to do events. You know, we got to have DJs. We've got to know what's going on in your community. So even if you just want to kind of keep us abreast of events that are going on that you feel like would be really impactful for us to attend, maybe even bring the bus out to. If you want to go and knock doors, if you want to sign up to make sure that you can get information out on social media, whatever it is that you feel like you can contribute, definitely go to jasmineforus.com. And Rachel, who is most likely listening in on this call, will be in touch with you and make sure that she gets you plugged in.
Perfect, and that concludes.
Oh my God! Come on, Itchy in the building. Itchy did
Yeah,
it.
so I just
Thank you for
wanted
the
to make sure that we
bonfire.
did this
Drop some crowns
teletown
for Itchy
hall,
in the
because if you
building.
don't live in my district, then you don't know that we do a quarterly teletown hall as me in my official capacity. I've always felt like it was important to consistently communicate and not come out and try to communicate with people only when you're trying to get their votes. And so we normally do a quarterly town hall, which is why we decided to go ahead and introduce those of you who are not Texas 30 to how we do things. So that is something that you could always look forward to in a Senator Crockett, is someone who will stay connected, keep you informed. And, you know, sometimes you just got to have a teletown hall just real quick because something happened. I do think that information and education is our superpower in these moments of disinformation and flat out lies that come out of this administration and the propaganda. So I just wanted to let you know that we are those folk that will always stay connected. So I'm so excited that y'all could join us for our first teletown hall as it relates to the campaign. Hopefully we will get a couple more of these in. Not sure if that will be before or after the primary. But please, please, please feel free to sign up and feel free to send other questions to us. As y'all know, I do some of my Crockett confessionals. And so, you know, depending on the question, it may be easy to incorporate your question into those. So thanks again. I appreciate you. Please stay safe. And especially those of you that have decided that it is imperative to make sure that you are fighting to show that our constitutional rights matter. Stay safe out there. As someone who was a civil rights lawyer that helped protesters to the extent that during George Floyd, we represented over 600 protesters pro bono. No one ended up with a conviction. Any harm that can come to anyone. So please, please, please go, resist, fight, show them that we know what the First Amendment is all about, but just make sure you're safe. God bless you all. Have a good night.
God bless you too, Jasmine.
Congresswoman, before we end, there's a couple of poll questions that we have for individuals on the call. So I'm just going to read them off. Individuals who are dialed in, you will have an opportunity to engage before you hang up. So the first question that we have for you all is, who needs more information on voter registration before the Monday, February 2nd deadline? Press 1 for yes on your phone. And we will follow up with you and provide you with a direct link of where to go and provide your information so that you can print out and mail your voter registration form in.
The comments,
So,
oh
again,
my
if you
God,
need
love
more
you, sis.
information
We support
regarding
you.
voter registration, again, that deadline is Monday, February the 2nd. You can
Jasmine
do
is
so by
queen.
tapping 1 on
Welcome
your
back, Queen. Thank you so
phone
much.
keypad. You can also beat the
Oh, maybe they stopped over here. I don't know. Let's just give it a second. Maybe he's just telling them the things that they can do. She's an amazing Black woman. Kentucky here and behind you. Thank you, Jasmine. Trump is out. Keep Texas. What? Bitch, get your ass out of here. Representative Jasmine, can you please help release Maher Tarabishi, who to just bury his son? All right, so We're gonna get back to the debate after this, but I do want to know everybody, welcome everybody on the panel. I do want to get your thoughts on Jasmine Crockett's latest live, and maybe I'm not on the Talarico side, and I love to, leave room for possibilities, right? He could be. And if anybody knows, let me know. Do you guys see Tyler Rico? Is he doing any type of lives, any type of phone, any type of this, any type of that? Definitely give me your input just in case I'm missing something. But I haven't seen it, but I'm also on Jasmine Talk. So Papa, you came in here first. Hold on? First of all, let me start with the people from Texas. Nichelle, I'm gonna start with you. Angel, I don't know if you guys want to comment on that. It's not mandatory. And then I'll go to everybody else who's not from Texas. So Nichelle, what are your thoughts on that particularly?
Repeat it again, sis. I was pulled out of a parking lot.
No worries.
What was the question?
I was just saying, like, what are your thoughts on just everything that she had to say, or anything, period?
Oh, yeah. Listen, I am incredibly encouraged by what I'm seeing coming from her team. I've been following her. I don't know if anybody caught the debate with Talarico that she had. I think KXAN, I believe, is the one that hosted it, and I thought she did really well. I'm so glad that she touched on like the Supreme Court expansion. I wish that and it's no big deal, but I don't know if people are aware of this or not, that Texas law schools have backed out of the ABA accreditation. That is huge. That is so incredibly big, because that means that you can privatize like schools. Like anybody who's gone to college or, gone to school for anything, you look at the certifications, right? It kind of gives you a standard for like what that school, what the curriculum is and things like that, right? For Texas to back out of that accreditation, which has been, I'll have to look and see how long that accreditation's been in place, but everybody respects it and accepts it. That means the law curriculum isn't standard. And that means also that attorneys who graduate from these law schools may not be able to practice in other states. And so that's another way, same thing what she was talking about reforming the Supreme Court, why it's so incredibly important. And I agree with her, and I'll land here because I'm a paralegal, and that's my thing. I'm into the legal stuff, right? With her talking about the expansion of the Supreme Court, we need it, y'all. And the last little thing that I'll say, notice how she said that she had all those great.
Hold on, you back? You cutting out? You cutting out? I know exactly where she was at when she said it too. Hey, Darren, EXO in the building, Mr. Chaos, Spicy Vanilla. Thank y'all so much for being here.
How close we could have been.
Oh yeah. You said, remember?
Go ahead. I'm done. I'm done.
No. You bet you cut out. You cut out. That's why I don't want to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just. Oh no. I was just. I'll say this because I'm super passionate about this, and thank you so much, Jess, for hosting this and putting this kind of on the forefront. Notice how she said that she had so many great ideas, and she went bill by bill by bill and talked about how this would affect you if you had SNAP, how this would affect you with education, how this would affect you. But she said, we don't have the votes in the House. Mm-hmm. So for people who say that my vote doesn't matter, why vote? Oh, the government doesn't do nothing for me. Listen to what she said. She went line by line by line, Jess. How many things they could have gotten pushed through. And she even works across the aisle, but couldn't get it done because they don't have the votes. And I'll land it there.
Yes, thank you so much. Really quick, give me a follow if you've not done so. Tap screen, share the live, post it to your story, share it with a friend who may be who is in Texas, who is for Talarico, who is for Jasmine Crockett, or who may be on the fence. We're talking Texas tonight. We're talking Jasmine Crockett versus James Talarico. We just watched Jasmine Crockett on live, answering questions as well. And then we're also going to get into the debate. We're going to break it down question by question and just have our commentary and our thoughts to some things that we may have missed and may not have clocked at first, and what this means for not only Texas, but for America as a whole. Okay. You just never know, Saji. You just never know. So thank you so much. Shout out to everybody that went over to Jasmine Crockett's live and just said, Jasmine's live. Oh my God, y'all. We talking about it. So thank y'all so much, because we are definitely an advocate for Representative Jasmine Crockett, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. Anna, did you have any thoughts just yet? It's not mandatory. Or any thoughts on what she just asked? And then if not, we'll go to Angel. And then if not, we'll go to Papa Saji. Go ahead.
Just like I said, you know, the past couple of days, like just her making her presence known and available to so many users on TikTok and everything is just, that's powerful in its own, you know. Like you asked if James, you know, is posting anything or anything. I haven't seen anything. The only thing was that maybe he endorsed another person, but that's about it. Otherwise, you know, I think he's going to be depending a lot on the Christian conservative vote and trying to, you know, pull them this way. But other than that, he's not doing as much work as she is. And that's clear.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Angel, do you want to make a comment?
Well, it's obvious who works harder. Jasmine, she's always doing the work. Talarico's all talk. He talks about how he was a teacher, and I just don't see work for us. That's just what I want to say.
Thank you. And I agree to that, us as a whole. And also, too, if you guys request up, I will drop down my backup. If we have somebody who is from Texas that wants to come up, I'll make room for you for sure. Papa, any quick comments you want to make on, you know, Jasmine Crockett's live or about her period?
Yes. She highlighted something that I had been contemplating, and by putting facts together and different sets of acknowledgments together, right? And she hit it right there. I was so proud to hear her here. Remember when she talked about private schools? How the Republicans, what they do is for their friends and stuff like that. So I'm one of them that I'm anti this bashing of public schools, what we've been seeing under this administration, because it's all about the Benjamins. Let me tell you why, real quick. You said make it quick, right? In the first Trump administration, one of his biggest donors, he made her Secretary of Education, Nancy. The
WWE lady.
Yes. No, not her. The other one.
I'm thinking about the Department of Education.
No, in his first administration.
Oh, okay. My bad. Oh, look at Papa.
Nancy. Her name was Nancy DeVoe. If I'm selling it right. Well, she happened to own the largest company in the United States for public schools, right? So it would be in her favor to condemn public schools to boost up her industry, right? And so
Betsy
she,
DeVoe.
That's her name. That's right. So she, what do you call that test the kids take every year? You know, to check their achievements. What the
SATs or not?
Okay, yes.
Not even the SATs.
Yeah,
What's that when y'all take it?
She sends them off.
Okay.
When she becomes Secretary of State, she sends that off to a professor at Harvard University to upgrade it, right? And it came back like this. Can you imagine giving a nurse a test to be a doctor? They're not going to do well, right? So that was the new testing that she put in, so they can really make public schools look bad, right? To boost up their industry. If y'all look her up, she owns the largest private school industry in America. So
what's the name of it?
It's out of Michigan. Dang it. Well, you got me there, but
Don't worry, I can
her
look it up.
her name should be yeah. She's the owner, and remember, she's the Secretary of Education in his first administration. So what she does is does all of this, right? So they can really make public schools look bad. Okay. This is all for monetary reasons. Believe me. And Jasmine hit on it too, right tonight. Jasmine says they'll do that. That was the Republicans, you know what they'll do for them. Y'all remember when she said that. That's exactly what I'm talking about. So I'm so anti of this bashing of schools is look at us, Jessica. Look how our women are doing, graduating out of college. Okay,
Yeah.
we're ahead of the pack, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, don't forget a lot of our men are getting out of college and you know with degrees too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, 95% of them came from public schools. So it can't be all. So public schools can't be all that bad.
Can't be that bad. Is what I get what you're
Right.
saying.
But if we leave it up to the Trump people, who's all about the dollar, so that's how we're in this position today, where I try to tell people, don't condemn public schools. They are brainwashing us because it's all for monetary reasons. I land with that.
Thank you so much, Papa. I appreciate you. All right. Saji. Well, let me give her a second because I want to. Okay, go ahead. No, she back. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say I love Jasmine Crockett.
Me too.
Like,
She was over there looking all good, no makeup on, sweatpants, hair tie, chilling with no makeup on. This one, you the prettiest. I hate to quote Drake, but whatever. But my bad. Go ahead.
oh my
Well, it's
gosh.
not really Drake. Somebody else wrote it, but that's a whole nother story. Anyways, go ahead.
There you go. You didn't really quote him.
Mhm.
I just love, I think it was Angel who mentioned it. I love listen, it takes a lot of time to do what she does.
Mhm.
I don't know how she finds enough hours to do what she does. And yet she does it. Okay.
Mhm.
That is the power of women, and that is the power of Black women.
Mhm.
Like this, and the show, we watched the debate that happened between them. That man put no effort, no thought, nothing towards the debate. He said, I don't really want to talk about it here. Oh, I don't know her. Who is that? Oh, yeah, I guess when I get the paperwork, I will figure out whether or not it's enough to impeach him. And I saw this video of a lady today saying, like my mama said, stay ready so you don't have to get ready.
That part.
And she stays ready. And I love the way that she doesn't talk down to her constituents in like a way where they don't feel like they can connect with her. They don't feel like they are not understanding
Mhm.
how the system works. She'll explain it in a very intelligent way, in a very politically correct way, but then she'll say, okay, let me explain it to you. This is essentially what's taking place behind these meetings, or this is exactly how the Supreme Court works. So she doesn't make people feel like, oh, if you don't get it, then you don't get it.
Yeah.
Now, I've been doing my research into Tallarico because, girl, I'm trying to see. Not only has Trump never really mentioned him by name, but I went to his page. I went to his website, and it is me. He mentions 100 times that he was a former middle school teacher. You just don't have what it takes. This is what we talk about. This is the true DEIA, right? Once again, another white man who thinks that because he's passionate and wants more funding to school, that he has a right to hold a seat that he's running for.
Mhm.
He does not have what it takes. Jasmine has already been serving in public office. She already was part of the congressional of the Congress, right?
Mhm.
He just thinks, oh, I'm I used to be a school teacher. Now I want to be a senator. Like this is crazy.
Mhm.
This is crazy. And the fact that, because I got a lot to say, but the fact that he thought he could just show up, not give answers to the public, treat us like we're stupid and we can't do our own research and find out that he was lying.
Mhm.
And yet we have Jasmine Crockett traveling and traveling and traveling, going and meeting her constituents, going on live answering questions. And she's done this how many times now? Plenty of times we've seen people on there. She's attended and she's been part of lives with Latino content creators to let them ask her questions. She's held YouTube, interviews where she was being asked. And I think that is what it really is about. It's about connecting with the people that are voting for you. It's about listening to their demands and their needs, and not just putting a picture of you, Mr. Tallarico, in the fucking hospital as your mission statement and say that the reason why you feel passionate about the healthcare in Texas is because you almost unalived in a hospital. Not even mentioning that inside of Texas, they have the county that has the highest maternity mortality rate for women of color.
Mhm.
Forget about women. Forget about women in your state that you're running for unaliving because of racist fucking medical systems. Talk to us about how you fucking got a fever and almost unalived. Like nobody gives a shit about his illness that he had. Anyways, it's just very me.
You see, Niecy said, Saj, I'd be afraid of you if I was a politician. You would read me for motherfucking film. I'll never forget when you was cooking bears the other night. You said, I'm just a fucking bitch on TikTok. If you can't fucking convince me, how you gonna run for Congress and convince others? So W Saj, I'm gonna
Yes, that was annoying as hell. I don't know if Michelle was here when that happened, but somebody that was running for Congress came up on the panel and they said that they were for James Tallarico and that he just had the right vibes, that they just got a good feeling about him and that they had a bad feeling about Jasmine Crockett. They couldn't tell me why they had a good feeling about James or why they had a bad feeling about Jasmine Crockett. None of that shit was making sense. And he said he didn't really want to talk about it. He gave me a James Tallarico answer. I just don't want to talk about it. And I said, how are you not going to talk to me about it? I'm just a bitch on TikTok. Like, what are you going to do when you have to be up on, national TV debating people that are billionaires that are against you? You can't even fight me, a bitch on TikTok. But it is what it is. Typical. It's just the typical same shit, Jess. I'm going to keep doing my digging.
Okay.
On this Tallarico.
Erica, any
Elf
of
on the
your
shelf.
no worries thoughts on what Jasmine just said, all the questions she asked, or Jasmine period, and then I'll go to that girl Lisa. If you guys can make it quick, and then we'll get into the debate.
Okay, so I will be
Nisi said,
quick.
sorry,
I
Nisi said I plead the Tallarico. Go
No,
ahead,
you're
Erica.
good, Sajidia. No, what I was gonna say was, bless the blue and green app for Jess. She's still at 189. Do your job. Her time ain't free. I'm just saying. Also continue to tap the screen. But yes, my quick thoughts. I was in between your live because I came to yours first and then I went over there because I was on the next of those trolling Crockett. I saw one of those single issue voters, which was pissing me off because I'm like, you're part of the problem. Like, you are the reason why the orange troll is in office. You can clearly tell that Texas education system, or just the U.S. in general, they don't know how the government works. If we don't have the numbers, Crockett is not, this is not an anarchy. This is not where we got one person in charge of everything. So the fact that they were like, so are you going to acknowledge that you took money from AIPAC? It was already stated during the debate that, like, she stated what she does with her donations, who was involved.
And they know she didn't
and-
because they would have said that. They would have said, "Oh, a lot of people are critical of you taking money from AIPAC." They said you took
Like
money
they
from
did with
PACs
Tallarico.
and corporations, but they didn't. say-
Correct.
Yeah.
Nothing
exactly.
about AIPAC.
Mhm.
Exactly. And like I said, it's just really frustrating. That's why I went over there, because I really don't want what happened to Harris to happen to her. And yeah, Like time is time. We need to be on their necks because this whole misinformation shit is pissing me off. This is literally I don't want to repeat at all. Texas needs to go blue completely. Otherwise there's going to be a lot more black and brown bodies unaliving. And yeah, Tallarico is a plant. That's why I was putting the hashtags. Tallarico is a plant. I don't care what anybody says. He's a motherfucking plant.
Allegedly
And
on
like
Minecraft.
exactly. Yep.
About that too.
But
And
yeah,
outside
that's
opinions. Yes.
exactly.
And we're definitely down to hear him. Thank you so much, Erica. That girl, Lisa, welcome in. How are you? And what are your thoughts on just the live that she held or just period before we even get into the debate?
Sure. Yeah, and I got like notes and shit on the debate. Stacey and I played it last night on our live, and went over it. And I like wrote down, so I got a lot of good stuff for you on that one because I wrote down stuff people were saying in the chat during it, like what they were thinking of Tallarico, what they were thinking of Jasmine, like along the way. So can't wait to get into that. But I thought Stacey was annoyed. She was texting me as soon as it went on that the reflection in her glasses. Stacey, she was like, her people don't know how to set up a light so the reflection won't be in her glasses. So yeah, that was like one little thing that annoyed Stacey, I can tell you that. But I thought it was good. I thought it was, you can tell she plans on doing this like frequently, right? This is not the first one. They had a promo thing, live town hall. It's a way for her to connect directly with the people. I thought, she took really good questions, things that people really have front of mind, economics, healthcare, education, things that we are really worried about and that are really in jeopardy right now. And I thought the way she answered, I agree with some of the other people on the panel that said like she's always ready, right? She doesn't have those canned answers. And so it comes across as very genuine. Like you could tell she had prepared the answers ahead of time, had the questions ahead of time. Of course she does. That's what they do at a town hall. But like her answers were very genuine and she answered them, right? She didn't like skirt them. And I thought it was brilliant. And just before we get into the debate, Jasmine definitely won. Hands down, she definitely won that debate. And I actually have a different take on Tallarico, so I can't wait to get into it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Also, too, Crystal, if you're not registered to vote, you can go to vote.org. I just went to, damn, it's on here. I can't. Or you can go to Texas. Just type in Texas registration and make sure that you are registered to vote, Chris. Every vote counts. We're trying to get Jasmine Crockett as a senator. The last day to register to vote is February 2nd. So the sooner the better. That is coming up this Monday. So please make sure that you are ready to vote. If you need a ride, honey, I will come pick you up and take you myself. So you just let me know. But make sure you are registered. You can go do it online. You can do it online today, tonight, while you're in here, or tonight when you get home, or in the morning. Just reach out to me if you need any type of help. And let me know, okay? Because our country is in a state of emergency, allegedly in Minecraft, but literally a state of emergency. And you can still vote early, and we can vote early, February 17th through the 27th. We can get it out the way so we don't have to really just worry about too much of the riffraff. There are less restrictions in voting locations when you vote early, and I encourage everybody to vote early because they get to act in a motherfucking fool on voting day. But if the worst case scenario, all you have is that, make sure you show up and you fight the fight. Drop some crowds in the chat for Texas Butterfly. Not only has Texas Butterfly lit up our gift goal for tonight as well, but she is also showing love to the panel. So I just want to say thank you, Texas Butterfly. I appreciate you. Now we are about to get into the debate. We're going to be breaking it down question by question. Yesterday we did the latter half. Today we're going to start from the very beginning, you guys. So thank you all for being here. If you got questions, each after one, we will break it down. But before we get into that, I just want to address a couple of things that she said. She said that Republicans flipped, and I also want to just talk about how Jasmine Crockett has been through a lot, and they've tried to pressure her and probably tried to, I'm not going to say that they tried to bribe her in any type of way or say, I'm going to say this and I'm going to say that. She has always stayed 10 toes down. And what we have historically witnessed is that usually a lot of one demographic, when the pressure is on, they tend to flip and save their own ass, regardless of who's going to be in jeopardy. And we don't know how Mr. Tallarico, when put under real pressure, that he is going to, react to it. More crowns for Texas Butterfly, because she really just started tearing a hole into the live daily gift goal. Okay, so we only got 10 more left, you guys. Go ahead and help her out. Thank you so much, Texas.
I am manifesting that Jasmine Crockett comes into the live because I sent it to her. I didn't even know I could send it to her, but I sent it to her.
You're like, now that I know, I will. And I want to shout out to everybody too over on YouTube. Shout out to Wizard, Candy, Lashonda, and all the rest of the people that are over on YouTube also showing their love. I see you guys. I hear you guys, and I'm going to be checking in. And if you don't mind, when you guys make good points and good highlights, I will highlight them on the screen on YouTube. So when we have the playback, people could be able to see the inputs that you guys have had, albeit, for or against or whatever, but good points or just some of the statements or the comments, I will highlight them if you guys don't mind. And she talked about a couple of somebody who ran as a Democratic senator before. So I just wanted to keep in mind that just because they think that we vote blue no matter who, and we know that's not the truth, because when that black lady ran in Virginia, no, they said we only vote for black people. When that black lady ran in Virginia, she didn't get in there. We didn't.
Winston Murrells.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, Sears. We didn't.
Yeah,
vote.
that's her.
What's her
It
name?
wasn't her name Winston Murrells Sears or something like that. She was one. Yeah.
Yeah, win some. Yeah, because they said win some, lose some after she lost.
Stop thinking that we are uneducated. We are voting for the best candidate for not only America, for our communities, for the people. Because if we were just voting black, even though we would like to vote black, Sears would have been in there. But we got more goddamn discernment and sense than that. So I just want you to everybody to keep it in mind that just because they're blue, they still need to be vetted. There still are plants, because if I forgot who she said it is, I think he's in Texas. I can't remember the name she said, who was also running against her as a Republican, used to be a Democrat. A lot of the things she said that won't take effect till after the midterms. That way, if the Democrats do become the majority, we can blame the Democrats for that. And they set up things in the future for just in case. Just like when Trump had left, he gave the TPS, he extended the TPS status, or really like DED, for a lot of Venezuelans, to put the decision on Biden to make him look bad if he denied it and make him look bad if he extended it. So they like to set you up for failure for the worst case scenario. So always just think about those things. And imagine paying taxes, right? And it all goes to private school, and then have to pay for your child to go to that private school. And like she said, the taxes for public schools should stay for public schools. And Secretary of WWE was wild, and I wrote down ABA certification because I did want Michelle to touch on that, and which she did. I appreciate that. And I got a couple other things, but we can get into them afterwards. All right, we got Ken Paxton on the panel. All right, but here we go. We're about to get into the debate, you guys. We're going to break it down in question. I'm going to start with the opening statements. It's not mandatory that you guys comment on every question, but if you do have something to say, you're more than welcome to. I will stop it after every question, and I'm going to start it all over with the opening statements again. We had started it before I found out. So shout out to Bill too for letting us know that Jasmine Crockett was live so we could watch that. And we had started the debate, so I'm just going to run it back from the beginning. Doc, thank you for those crowns, Doc. I appreciate you as well. Thank you, Lisa. And let's go ahead and get into it. Here we go. Also, too, you guys, we need about 700 hours to monetize on the tube, you guys. So if you have a second device, could you please just put it in the tube, Jessica Simone, while we're live over there as well? so we can accumulate hours in case anything really goes to shit over here. We will have a easy transition over to the tube. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Here we go. All right.
I hate politics, but I stand before you because I started my life off as an actual CSR. I worked phones at Western Union. I then went on to work phones for MCI WorldCom. And I know that it was the CWA that actually fought against those systems. You see, we're living in a time in which systems are clearly rigged against us. And I am here to tell you that while the system has been fighting me, I have been fighting them back. So whether we are talking about as a public defender, as a state representative, or as a U.S. Congresswoman, I am here to fight the system that is holding so many of us down. So when I was a public defender, it came down to those indigent folk, because it seems like some people get a get out of jail free card, while other people who need that card can't seem to find any type of cards. When it came down to being a state representative, I was one of the co-leads to make sure that we fled the state over voting rights. And ultimately, Governor Abbott decided to respond by sending me a warrant for my arrest, which I currently have framed. And finally, as a U.S. Congresswoman, I have fought so diligently, and so many of you are very well aware of those fights. But more importantly, we know that the President of the United States decided that he would then come after our voices, an authentic, unbought, and unbossed voice in D.C. And that's why they started with the redistricting in Texas. Thank you so much.
Mr. Tallarico, we now go to your opening statement. You have 60 seconds.
Well, first, thank you to the AFL-CIO for hosting us. As a proud union member, it's an honor to be here with so many of my union brothers and sisters. I also want to thank Congressman Crockett for being here. Before I was a legislator, I was a public school teacher on the west side of San Antonio, one of the poorest zip codes in the entire state of Texas. On the west side, I learned that the real fight in this country is not left versus right, it's top versus bottom. We will not win this race in November with the same old politics of division. Billionaires want us looking left and right at each other, so we're not looking up at them. We are building a people-powered movement to beat them in November. We've recruited more than 13,000 volunteers. We have traveled to every corner of Texas because we're not writing off any voter or any community, and we have shattered grassroots fundraising records without taking a dime of corporate PAC money. That is how we take power back for working people. And today, I'm asking you to join us.
Thank you both. And I'm sure you've heard this before. A Democrat has not won a statewide.
It's not pausing, Jess.
I know. I'm like, damn, I keep pushing the goddamn
I was
button.
like, wait, it's still going.
Okay, any thoughts on the opening statements from the chat to the panel? It's not mandatory, but if you do have some, well, you're open.
My thoughts is he's a player.
Oh, well, hold on, because you know you can't just say that and don't tell us what part of his resume is better than Jasmine Crockett. Because I know now after last time, I know you went to go do your research. So, and that's why I always keep this open, because I'm not on Tallarico, whatever. I did my, baby research on him, but I didn't find those things. So if people are actually for Tallarico and you do know his resume, I'm open to hear it, because this is the thing. We're talking, it's not a fight, because we're talking with our own party. So I just want to talk about it. So go ahead, Erica, and then I'll go to Nichelle.
All I've found is like his reference with regards to like education, which although it pulls out your heartstrings, that's why I said I feel like he's a plant. It's by design. Like even I'm gonna review. Well, I can't say it because I saw the video with you and then I rewatched it again outside of you. So I know what he says later on. So I don't want to get into that yet until we get to that point. But yeah, just the only resume I see as far as experience is just his expertise as being in the education system, being involved with kids. I don't see a lot of knowledge when it comes to with regards to legislation, knowing the laws, things that we need. I think that would be stronger, like the way Crockett does, like being able to articulate, this is the policy violation. This is what it references. This is how I'm going about it to achieve it. I think it's just very fluff, very PR appropriate, all of that.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, Nichelle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so thank you again, just for doing this, and thank you kind of for reminding too. And I'm going to echo this, that we've got two good candidates, and we're hopefully today we're kind of talking and comparing both of them, because at the end of the day, if James Tallarico wins the primary, of course my support, based on my research, what I've seen, the deep dives that I've done, I'm supporting Jasmine Crockett. But if James Tallarico wins, I will be supporting him. And so those people that are in Texas, and even people who are outside of Texas, I would respectfully ask, as a Texan, to please just be careful with how we frame these conversations, because I'm telling you, the number one issue we have, I have been phone banking, we are on the ground here. I'm telling you, the number one issue we have in Texas is voter apathy. We have more registered Democrats in the state of Texas than we do Republicans, and yet Texas has been red for 30 years. Why is that, people ask? Okay, they are dumping millions of dollars, Jess, millions of dollars into voter suppression, specifically in Houston, right? So I have to preface that when we kind of have these conversations, that for me, I will speak for me personally, I'm looking, okay, who would fit Texas better? In my opinion, even with her opening statement, when you ask average people here in Texas, in Dallas, in Tarrant County, Travis County, Hayes County, James Tallarico doesn't have the name recognition that Jasmine Crockett does. Love her or hate her here in Texas, but he doesn't have the name recognition. And so I think in his opening statement, as we have seen, he goes to that whole education thing. He also goes to the fact, that his father was a preacher and that tickles the ears of, we're dead smack in the middle of the Bible Belt, right? So, you know what I mean? So that's my opening for their opening. I think Jasmine, what is great about her is that she's got name recognition. So
I would have to agree.
That's how I feel about that.
And I agree. That's why I said it's just not a fight. We're talking within our own party, and we're talking about what's best for the Democratic Party, not only to flip this seat, to make sure that we are making a difference in not in the House, in the Senate, right? And I think if we want to beat the Republicans when it comes to the primaries and it comes to November, we need to have the best foot forward, because when they pull the polling and against who would go against these Democrats, Jasmine has the better chance of beating a Republican than he does too. So that is like, we have to keep in mind. You could be like, oh, I like James, and that's totally okay, because again, like I said, worst case scenario, he becomes that I would too. But I'm definitely advocating for Jasmine, because now I'm not only just advocating for Jasmine for the primaries, I'm because whoop. I'm advocating for her because we need a change. We need somebody with, dare I say it, the balls to stand up to Donald Trump. And I'm just not seeing that for him. It's not just a regular election. It's not just a regular administration. Like, things are blowing out of, it's chaotic. And we need someone who's not afraid to tackle the chaos, and who is, I don't feel like will be palatable, pushed over, or pressured, and someone I don't feel like would flip on me at the drop of a dime, at the first hint of pressure. And I think that's what's most important. So I think if we're all talking about what's better, and we really are serious about what's happening here in America on the ground and trying to make a change, we need more power in the Senate. We need more power to change votes there. And we need people who are not going to get a phone call in the White House and start flipping their vote. And I think Jasmine Crockett would be the one for it. Anybody else? Oh no, Kay, I see you had your hand up, and then after you, if nobody else want to say anything, we'll go to the first question. Go ahead, Kay.
I'd like to add something too, Jess.
Okay, I got you.
So hello everybody, how y'all doing?
Yeah, how are you?
we've been having this conversation all day about James Tallarico and Jasmine Crockett. I would like to add in James Tallarico. If you look at his background, he has authored and co-authored a lot of bills when it comes to juvenile justice, mental health, education. He is a school teacher. So when it comes to arguing policy, he does not have that as a strong suit as Jasmine Crockett would, because she is a lawyer. She has worked on the federal level. Now, I'm not saying that to advocate for him, because he lost my support earlier today. But I'm saying this into regard of when we ask about his background. That is his background. I don't want to really get too much into it because it's people on here that still supports him, and I want y'all to vote whoever y'all want to vote for. But I cannot stand with anybody that does not have the best for Black women or use Black women for their own political gain. And I've heard that too many times today, and I heard people within his own camp that used to work with him when he was back in San Antonio and Austin say the exact same thing. So he might sound great to most people, but to me, he's not that great.
If you don't mind, I don't know how long you have, but like when we're in the debate, I would love to know. So that gives everybody the full scope of the debate, and then how you feel, because I think it's important for everybody to say how they feel. And like I said too, again, worst case scenario, whoever becomes the Democratic primary, it's going to be better than a Ken Paxton or a Cornyn or whatever the fuck his name is. It's gonna be
John Cornyn. And no. I'm honestly, truthfully, you definitely don't want Ken Paxton.
Right? Yeah, he's been
not
under
the
investigation
DWI, not the
Attorney
not the fraud, not the DWI, not the adulterer. You definitely do not want that man up there doing things that he's doing. Just like on MLK Day, he put a political opinion out there about DWI. No, but today a lot has came out. I don't know if anybody was on Threads, but it was a young lady that came out. She used to work. She's the Black Democrats in Austin, and it was some things about him being connected to a certain political strategist that he keeps saying that he's not connected to, which it came out that he is connected to her. And it's also a lawyer out there that's in Austin that he keeps saying that he's not connected to, that is funding his campaign. He's saying that he's not taking big corporation dollars, but he's taking dollars from people within those corporations to kind of like navigate it.
Miriam Adelson.
Black Girls Who Brunch, Courthouse Couture.
I
We
saw
talked
that
about
too, Kay. I saw that
all
too.
that this morning.
I saw it.
But I
Oh,
have
my goodness.
also, it's a lady that I talked to this lady off of Threads, and she's not a Black woman, she's a white woman, and she told me the exact same things about him. He will use Black women to get to where he needs to go. And then once he gets there, when we're asking for support, when he's asking for, if they have things going on, he will not side with them. The young lady who was talking about him earlier said that he is purposefully not going into the areas that he represents because he knows that he is doing as a candidate. And that right there, I'm pro Black woman. Even when Black women are wrong, I can go in their DMs and say, "Hey, sister, that's not it."
Yeah.
But and I hope y'all can do me the same exact way. But hearing that, seeing that, no.
I hope you have time.
I can't.
Are you in Texas too, Kay?
Oh yeah, I'm in Missouri City now.
Okay. Are you voting in Missouri? Or you voting in Texas?
No, Missouri City isn't in Texas. So Missouri City is like So Missouri City, Texas is like 2 minutes. I'm in Houston right now at my best friend's house.
Gotcha.
Go over the line. I'm at my house.
So I hope you have time because I want to keep you up here as we go through the debate as well, if that's okay. But if anytime you need to drop, just let me know and I'll drop you down.
Yeah. And also in the debate, if y'all pay attention, if you have not watched it, this is your first time, you need to pay attention to how he's answering the questions. A lot of the stuff that he is saying, you have heard it on his political ads, you have seen it on his social media. He's not answering the questions up front. He is going around the questions. And then again, he does not have the federal knowledge to say or to answer those questions, right? But at the same time, at some point, you should know that if somebody say, are you going to impeach the president? Yes or no should be an answer, not go around it. If someone wants to ask you, how do you feel about ICE? How do you feel about this? How you feel about that? You should be able to say, I feel X, Y, and Z about it. And yes, I would abolish. No, I would not.
Nichelle, I know, hold on really quick before I go to you, Nichelle. Anna wanted to say something, and then Nichelle, I'm gonna let you add on to that, and then we'll get into the first question. Hey, Kalita, how you doing, boo? Go ahead, Anna.
Reset your gift goal.
Oh, thank you. Thank y'all for closing that out too. Thank y'all so much. Go ahead, Anna.
Okay, so I wanted to add to like Michelle's point, like we have to look at the demographic in Texas, and unfortunately, it is a very, gerrymander state, and like he is going to pull on those heartstrings of, the Christians. So my fear is that what's going to happen is we're going to push, the voters that are undecided or anything like that so far left that they're going to go right, just as they did with Harris. And not that I'm saying I'm for Tallarico, because I'm definitely not, especially with all the past 2 days listening to everybody talk and everything about him. I'm like, dang, is my discernment off about this man? Like, what's going on? Is there something I'm missing?
But that's their thing, though.
Yeah. Exactly. And I definitely agree as well with Kay when she said that he's pretty much like middle of the aisle type of guy, and that's just not what we need here in Texas at this moment in time. So, and one thing I know, this is the last thing I'll say, and I actually have to drop, Jess, but
no problem.
One thing I've learned, over the year and a half watching your lives and everything is that I'm going to listen to the Black women. Like when they say jump, I'm going to say how high.
She said, because they be on it. They be clocking every little piece of it. Okay?
Exactly. And we are not about to fail the 92% again. So, Jasmine all the way, and I love you guys.
I love you
Can I
too.
say something, Jess?
Anna, wait, before she drops,
give me one.
Anna, are you in Texas?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay, so please listen to this Black woman. Real quick.
Sure.
Listen to me. As we have this discussion, and if you're listening, and this is to everybody in Texas, as we're having this very intelligent kind of breakdown between these two candidates, if James Tallarico wins the primary, which I am voting 1000% for Jasmine Crockett, if he does, to your point, and I hope Jess we're going to talk about this, and you're going to see what his play is. He's playing to the moderates, and he's pulling that on the Christian heartstrings, just like Anna said. You nailed it on the head, okay? Which is a failed strategy. We saw that happen kind of a little bit with how Harris's campaigns, political strategy just tried to move her a little bit, right? As we kind of dissect what happened with that. So I am still, we still have to vote for James Tallarico if he wins the primary. I think Jasmine's going to take it, but you are absolutely right. And especially for people who are outside of Texas, Lord help me, please. Y'all, voter apathy is our number one issue. I'm going to keep saying it tonight as we listen to this debate. Yes, his strategy is to move more moderate, and he's doing that, but he thinks he's going to win that with the less name recognition by tapping into the Christian thing. That's why every podcast that you see him on, what is he talking about all the time? When he talks about ICE,
his faith, yeah.
When he talks about funding for SNAP and benefits and education, what is he talking about? Oh, well, Jesus wouldn't do that. He's trying to tap in to that moderate center-right candidate who's frustrated with Trump, but wants someplace to land. So at the end of the day, please, if James Tallarico does win, don't disengage. Make sure you encourage people to vote anyway, because the alternative is devastating.
Because even when Jasmine Crockett, which I love, is she's always listening to the constituents and trying to do what's right for the people. But when I will say though that if he's palatable and you're a pushover, then you're more likely to listen. But we see what they do when they get around each other. That's a whole other story.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, he didn't do it so much in the debate, but from the videos I've seen of him, he does a really, really good job of not spinning, I shouldn't say that, but using Bible verses against the Republican Party and, you know, the things that they stand for. So, you know, he has essentially a lot of viral moments. And what's crazy is, like, nobody's asked Jasmine her faith, you know, and I'm sure I don't even know, but I'm sure she has her own faith and stuff like that. But she's not going to run on that.
Right.
And nor does she need to, you know, she's so amazing the way she talks. So,
and
yeah.
knows that church and state should be separate. So I'm not even going to bring
Yeah.
it in here.
Exactly.
And then immediately it starts to also to ostracize other faiths as well. But thank you so much, Anna. I'll drop you down to the comments. Thank you so much. Papa, you said you had something to say before we get into the first one, and then I'll go to Lisa. And then if nobody else has any comments, we'll go to the first question.
Just the fact that our country is in a crisis, right? Everybody can agree with that.
Yeah.
And, you know, she doesn't dodge questions like he does, right? You know, for example, first I'll say sometimes you can't let the same dog bite you twice, right? You know, Featherman was the same way, right? And look what happened. You see, so we're such at a crisis. We cannot roll the dice. You know what I mean? Because that carbon copy trait of, you know, dodging questions. If y'all look at the campaigning of Featherman, he was the same way.
Yeah.
Okay. And look what we ended up with. Okay. I ain't got to say no more, right? We know what we ended up with. So the fact that we're such in a crisis, point blank, America is in a crisis. I mean, we know that she would never get up there and flip on us, you know? But since he behaves or has carbon copy traits of other politicians who have went up there and flipped, why take the chance, Texans? Why take the chance?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's too crucial. She is the fire candidate, and that's what we need.
I would have to agree.
Alan.
Thank you so much, Papa. That girl, Lisa. Then we'll go to Erica, and then we'll go to the next question. I mean, the first question.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Michelle was saying, right? So it's easy for us to get in an adversarial posture, you know, and especially a lot of us are still traumatized by the 2024 election, right? And we see a lot of parallels, right? So it kind of puts us in a posture where we're like, you know, back off our Black women, right? Like that kind of thing, right? Like, you know, like this is who we want, right? And I'm in New Jersey, but I've been watching Tallarico for, I would say 6-7 months now since he came on the scene and really started going viral. And he is doing a failed method. Michelle is right, but it's a method that will mean he will not win the primary, and I believe he knows that now. I think once Jasmine entered the contest, once she entered the race, he knew that his mission was no longer to win, but to lean into that John Boy Walton Christian lane, where he can then stump for her and go after those moderates, those center-right people, those Christians that don't feel good, can't look themselves in the mirror anymore, and keep supporting this administration and this party. And I do feel like we also need to keep in mind for both of them something that I told my live last night. Remember, in a primary, when they're answering questions, they have to be progressive and left enough to win the primary, but not so far left that the Republicans will be able to use what they say in the general election to call them a left-wing lunatic or whatever, right? And so we gotta like understand that and understand the context when we're listening to both of them. So I felt like they did a really good job, especially Jasmine. Like Jasmine to me was debating it the way she should have. Tallarico, to me, he's preparing to go in and talk to those Christians, to go in and talk in those red counties and get those people out to vote for her, out to vote for the Democratic Party. And that's why when I said I see it from a different perspective, I don't think Tallarico is actually trying to win this primary anymore. I just think he's trying to win the trust of those people that look at him and see in him their son or their grandson, and they trust him. And he's been having a lot of town halls in these red areas. And I think that he's prepping for the general and to be her advocate out there with those people.
Yeah, we'll bring all the motherfuckers on, right? Bring them out.
I know. Well, this is and this is case in point, right? As soon as the it was like the first questions asked, Stacy texted me. She was like, "Why is Tallarico?" She says, "It me or is Tallarico acting like he's her campaign manager?"
But he hasn't been to black churches or black spaces, and I want to get into that. I don't know when's appropriate time because of the questions, but I do want to get into that as I look down on all of their stuff and the things that he said about black people. So go ahead, Erica, and then we'll get into the first question, and then we'll come back around to commentary. Go ahead, Erica.
Okay, so there was a lot said. I'll try to be as efficient as possible. I did put a link. It's trace.org or transparency.org on Tallarico's like his contributors are. You see on there just on page 1 that he did get funding from like a Texas PAC. It was like an attorney's PAC or whatever. So, and he's not even being truthful with that. I wanted to bring up also with regards to the whole, well, we have to recognize that, he's trying to placate towards the Christian nationalists and MAGA. That's part of the fucking problem. Yeah. Consistently in America, part of the reason why like we never actually resolve immigration, how we could actually resolve it, right, is if our citizenship process was a bit more efficient and we stopped being every other country's business and working on our own fucking issues, right? And I get frustrated and I'm starting to get, I guess it's called white fatigue. And this isn't necessarily directed at you, Lisa, because I never asked you what your race is, but I'm just saying like there's this whole, and it pisses me off where they'll fucking go, oh, we love Crockett when she's making fun of Marjorie Green Taylor, but then now it's, oh, well, we need somebody a little bit more palatable. Like we need somebody more purple in the middle. We don't need anybody more purple. That's part of the problem. You can't state that you want transparency and then you have somebody literally tiptoeing around and refusing to acknowledge and answer questions directly. And he lied multiple times. How are you going to lie about taking AIPAC money? And we can see that you did. Or PAC money in general. How are you going to lie about your donors, but then go, oh, but we agree on casinos, right? And then the playing at the strings using children as a token. And I put it in the comments too. This man didn't think that insulin medication, the cost of it needed to be lowered until he got diagnosed with type 1 in 2018. Then it became a priority for him. Then he was like, oh, the cost of insulin is too much. I already knew that working in the pharmacy. So that tells me that it only, unless it affects him directly, then he does not give a fuck, and that's a problem. I even looked and verified that he only won one of the districts that he did because he was like, well, I lost in my own district. I lost to someone red. I'm just going to go to my neighbor who tends to vote blue. That means he's just doing something that's easy. He's not willing to have and be in those spaces that might make him a little bit uncomfortable, that might, give him a bit of anxiety. And it's the fact, like Nichelle stated and Kay touched on, why aren't you addressing Black issues? Why are you tokenizing Black women? And he does it in the damn interview with Crockett. Oh, we're good friends. If you're such good friends, then drop out the motherfucking race. Right? Like, it's just like what Biden did. It's what I call that what do I call it? Like the fake white abolitionists, right? Oh, don't worry, I support Black people. If you supported them, then why didn't you drop out in the beginning? All you're doing is being like a Jill Stein. You're taking away votes. You could be a stronger forefront. Is it that hard for a man to invest in a Black woman? Like, is it really that hard? You cannot placate, and Texas is the wrong place to placate, because when you play moderation, look at what happened. What's going on in Texas with regards to reproductive rights? Because somebody wanted to cater and be palatable to Christian nationalists. I'm sorry, to me, that's giving plant behavior. And every time I look up more research, I get more pissed off. And my question, because I know Nichelle already answered it, Kay, I don't know about you. We know that if Crockett doesn't win, and I pray that she does, if she doesn't win, you guys are going to, you guys would still support Tallarico, right? Because the other option is worse. How do you think we can get him to stop being, and by we, I mean you guys, because he's not in my district. How do you think you could get him to move to where he can finally start being more transparent, start advocating for the people that he's clearly shown a habit of not acknowledging and not advocating for? And then I'll land there.
Before she get into it, Naquan's gonna make a quick mod announcement. Kay says she wanted to back that up, and then we'll go into the first question, and then we could, address all of it afterwards. So please, again, like I say, get your notepad, get your pen, because sometimes you may have to write it down to remember exactly what you want to say, just so we can give everybody a chance to speak. And if you are for James Tallarico, or if you are in Texas, you do have priority here on the panel. I will make some room for you, so just let me know. Go ahead, Naquan.
Yeah, I had to get my binoculars because that gold is still looking the same to me, and I don't see nobody missing fingers, so that means you should still be able to tap. I'm gonna need y'all to do all the good things. If we start a $2 train, we can literally knock this gold out in no time. Don't make me go back to being a mean mod where I gotta turn off the comments and y'all just sit in the comment. I don't want to be that mod anymore. I'm trying to be nice.
I'm trying to be a
So I'm gonna need y'all. That same way y'all hop up and press that X on that PlayStation or Xbox controller, I'm gonna need y'all to do that same thing. Ladies, when it's that time and you need some self-loving, I'm gonna need y'all to act like it's that time. I need y'all to do all the good things. Let's get this starting. I'm going to start off the $2 goal, and I would like to. I would like y'all to follow suit. If you can't give, that is understandable. We are in a hard time. But if you can, tell them, mind your business. Don't make me block Boom from here forever. I'm gonna need y'all to do all the good things. Act like you flicking that bean. Men, act like you paying 2K5. Hit that button. Love y'all. I'll be back in the comments.
Love you too. I'm be waiting on you to start it. He said he about to start it. Somebody dropped Naquan from. I'll drop him. I got it. Shout out to motherfucking Saji. Said, here's your $2. I'm gonna start the train because we have 84 people in here. Everybody send two. We can knock out that gift go like it's nobody's business. All of these funds are going to help get us a Live Fest, of course, because we didn't get number one. They don't pay for it, but we're still going, so we still have to take care of our travel per diem and accommodations in our hotels. So you guys, please help your girl get to. Y'all already helped me get to Live Fest. All right. Now we got to get to Live Fest. You know what I mean? So thank you guys so much. Saji said somebody double her. She said she got 2. Who got 4? Who got 4? Who got 8? Who got 8? Who got 16? Who got 16? Who got 32? Who got 32? Who got 64? Okay. All righty then. So I'm gonna get into the first question. And I'd only seen Taylor and Erica drop some crowns for Saji. I need to see more than that. Let me tell you something. Every dollar counts, okay? I don't give a
Let
fuck.
me add my little thing, and then you can drop me down.
Okay.
To Erica's point, back in 2021, I know we may not remember this, but the Texas Democrat did their first quorum break. He was a part of that first quorum break because Jasmine Crockett was a part of that first quorum break. John Whitmire, who is the mayor over Houston right now, was the first Democrat that came back to the state of Austin to break the quorum. the reason why that James Tallarico also came back to help with efforts, we're gonna say that, is because what she said was that first time in his district, he was not going to get the numbers back. So he went to the Republicans and asked them, hey, can you do something to where I can get another district and I can win? So he actually gerrymandered that district that he's in as a part of a deal.
So to make sure that he could get another spot?
So that make sure he can get another spot.
See? And that's what I just looked up. That's why I'm saying. That is what I'm saying.
Erica, put that on your notes because I want to get into that at the whenever we get to the end.
So put in my notes. I got
and put a star.
You also, Jess, you can also put in that Tallarico attended an APEC event in 2019.
Oh yeah, we're definitely getting into that one for sure. When we get to the Mary Adelson stuff, bring that one up too again. Kay,
actually, one more time and then drop me down. The person that he was in the picture with, that's the lawyer that's funding his campaign, and he's been funding his campaign up until this year.
Are you talking about the Texas? Like I saw that on the contribution website. The Texas.
Yes, that's the lawyer.
It's
That's
from
the
2019.
lawyer.
I'm going to say this again, ladies. I'm going to say this again, ladies. With all the critique and smoke that we are rightfully bringing, Kay, you're in Texas. Will you still vote for him?
You know, I'm blue no matter who, because I would rather not have Ken Paxton.
I'm not taking it out.
But
we are
best believe I'm going to side eye him. I'm side-eyeing each and every day.
Major side-eye. Major. You have nothing. And I'm with you, Kay. The stuff that we found out, the stuff that came out, I literally busted out laughing. I was on mute when you brought up the information that came out yesterday. I was like, oh, we are on the same wavelength. I saw it too. I saw that picture. We can get into his teaching. He's associated with FTA. Like we can talk about all that. But again, you know how this app is. People be scrolling through and listening. So I apologize ahead of time if I sound like a broken record. Even if I'm 1000% behind Jasmine Crockett, but for the love of God, we are not about to have another 2024 where people go, well, but this, and APAC from 3 years ago, and she did this, and we're not about.
That's not my hill to die on. That's not my hill.
Yeah, well, it's not Texans. I'm sorry.
It's not my hill to die on either.
Yeah, I just want
we
for those
got to
who
get into it,
do
Jeff.
advocate for that. And Palestine was your hill to die on for the presidential election. I want to bring y'all to the forefront and really pay attention to what the fuck is going on. That's one. And two, America first, like y'all said, right? You now your mask, you ain't got your mask on and you gasping for air. Now you see what we say when we put your mask on. That's what I want to say. And two, I am gonna vote blue no matter who, because what the fuck are we doing right now? But one, we're bringing all of this to light because at the end of the day, if you really are fed up with the shit, you should be voting for Jasmine Crockett. We should be voting for the best candidate for this position and what we need right now in America at this point. And we don't need anybody palatable. We don't need anybody that, because palatable means push over. Palatable means you get pushed, is succumbing to pressure. And we're not in the mood for that right now. That is why we're having these discussions, because we shouldn't have to come to the point that where we're like, damn, I gotta vote for James Tallarico. You say y'all only got two options in November, Republican and Democrat. Where we're talking before the primaries, we're getting into it because a lot of people didn't even know about the primaries. Now you get an opportunity to choose before you get to November. And I want you guys to choose right so you don't feel like you're left with just nothing when it comes to November. So that is why we're having these conversations. And I'm advocating for Jasmine all the way. Of course, I'm not going to do what others have done to throw the whole country at risk. But what I am going to do is advocate for what we need right now. And this is the first step to making that happen. Kay,
that's 100%. Yeah.
Without further ado, guys, put it in your notes. We cannot get through the first question.
Okay, I'm going. Thank you.
Listen, everybody's gonna.
Here.
Okay, I got
thank you.
But please stay in the comments, and if you need to come up, just as you're from Texas, I'm prioritizing the people that are actually in Texas on the panel, so I'll make room for you whenever you need to come up. And before you go, real quick, Saji, I want to say, first of all, y'all just keep dropping crowns in the chat while I talk about this choo-choo train right now. Taylor said, baby, let me get in here early. Thank you for the $4. I appreciate you. Kimberly said, let me get in here as well. Choo choo. Let's get on this train. Thank you so much for the 4 as well. Nah Williams, thank you for the $2. Naquan, thank you for the $2. Angelita. Oh shit. You know who you are. I ain't gonna. Yeah, but thank you so much for the 222 because you know we love some angel numbers around here. And also, speaking of angel numbers, thank you so for the 1111 that said miracles are unfolding, and I truly believe that. And as we continue to stay on that same consciousness, you'll be amazed at what we can awaken together. And Boricuas for Kraken! Boricuas for Kraken. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for the $40 on the Green app. Thank you all so much. You guys are the reason why I'm able to continue to come here and have these conversations, bring all of this truth to light, be here for hours at a time to make sure that we get the information that we need. Because I think the most important thing is that we are informed voters. Vote for who you fuck you want to vote for, but I think it's important that you have all the information. There's so much misinformation, disinformation going around. And the last thing you want to do is like, damn, I didn't know that. No, you're going to know, because guess what? We're going to talk about it in here. And we have so many intelligent, beautiful people on the panel, as well in the chat and in the Discord, that provide so many sources that we make sure that we are as informed as we could be. Sash, welcome to the panel. Give me a second. I'm going to play the first question here because we we haven't gotten to it yet, and then we can take
Time is time.
Oh yeah, but Saji, go first so I can go ahead and add this up and change it.
No, I was saying time is time.
No.
I know this is like
say something a minute ago. I did want to let you go.
No. My thing. What I was gonna say is that we should get through the first question and then we can say more, because I know we're all very passionate about this. If you see me here for the last 2 days, this debate got me riled the fuck up. But I think we should get through at least the first question and then do more input. That way, we can. I know Jess is on is trying to play the question for an hour.
So
that's it.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And here we go.
Racing 32 years. So electability is important. In the context of electability, style matters. And the next question aims at outlining each of your styles.
And we'll start with Ms. Crockett. You have referred to your authenticity as your political superpower. You went viral for your clash with Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, and you've called Governor Greg Abbott Governor.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have a video and I said your authenticity is your superpower. We got a Lisa, we got an Angel, we got to just be a you. You don't have to be like anybody else. Be authentic to who you are. The people that are for you will be attracted to, will be attracted to you. And I'm not saying like in a sexual way, but just like your friends, your family, your circle, your community. Be a you. You don't have to be like anybody else. Yes, we have things in common. Yes, we have things that are similar, but just please be you. That is your superpower, as we have watched with not only VP Kamala Harris, but also Jasmine Crockett. So I'll run it back just a little bit and I'll start over. I'm so sorry. Thank you. I just think that's very important.
You have referred to your authenticity as your political superpower. You went viral for your clash with Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, and you've called Governor Greg Abbott Governor Hot Wheels. In 60 seconds, explain why that is the right style to win a U.S. Senate seat.
Listen, we are not looking at politics as usual. Just today, we just had another person gunned down in the streets in Minneapolis. And so for anyone that believes that we are going to be able to respond to this in a normal way, I think that they've got it wrong. But more importantly, when we talk about electability, how many of you have heard things like we are the party of the educational elites? We've heard that over and over. We've heard things like we are losing African-American men. We are losing Latinos. We have heard these things. Right now, we know when we look at our polling, when it comes to working class people, I am leading by 20 points. We know that I am leading when it comes to African-American men. We know that overall women are going to play a really big role in deciding who gets elected, and I am leading amongst women. So at the end of the day, when we look at the numbers are there. This is about whether or not we have the will. And right now, people are not happy with the Democratic Party. I've seen the polling. What they want is someone who is going to be unafraid in the face of what we are facing right now which is someone who believes he's a king.
Mr. Tallarico, before we get to your style, we do want to get your reaction to what Ms. Crockett just said. You'll have 30 seconds for this.
Well, I think the Congresswoman and I both agree that we have a moral imperative to win this election in November. If we don't win, we can't help people. I have seen the consequences in the trenches of the Texas legislature of losing elections. I've seen my constituents get hurt. I've seen rights that we took for granted rolled back. I've seen schools close. I've seen people not be able to access basic healthcare. So we have to win in November. I think she and I are committed to that. I hope all of us in this room are committed to that singular goal.
Mr. Tallarico, you said that your campaign is.
Alrighty then, that is the first question. They asked about Hot Wheels and they asked about this being, she's responded that this is not a regular campaign. He said we both got to win. Not we both, because who is we? But in order to make a difference, basically this party has to win. Olondra, ¿cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Anybody want to comment on that before we go to the next question?
Just real quick, I think it's interesting that they asked that question. And if you're a black woman,
question?
No.
Oh, okay.
If you are a black woman, think about that for a second. Oh, how she talks, how she reacted, right? How she talks and how she reacted. I don't know. That struck me as a weird question. And I also
Like a
think
style question?
Yeah.
no. The angry black woman, right?
Oh, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
It's the same narrative, right? Like, oh, she's not. James is palatable. He's palatable. And then to have to ask, why is the follow-up question to James Tallarico? What do you think about how she talks about? Come on now. I don't
What
want to
about like how
I don't want
he
to spend too much
dresses
time
and
on it.
stuff?
Right. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but I as a black woman, the whole trope of the angry black woman, I think that was a weird question out of all the questions to ask. Why, especially the way that Trump tweets and talks about people, why did he direct that question to the black woman? That's all I'm saying.
I will have to
100%.
And in the show yesterday, I pointed out that I've noticed how many times Tallarico refers to Jasmine Crockett as my friend, right? Or my colleague, and refuses to call her what she is, right? The candidate for senator, right? It's all like, if people are not paying attention, they're not gonna catch it. But goddamn, in 2026, so many fucking microaggressions. If you really were an ally, and again, I also said this yesterday, if you really were an ally, you would have stepped the fuck down. You wouldn't say, well, if she wins, then I will endorse her. You would have given her the damn mic. You would have given her your support, and you would have gone into all of the churches and all the people and the connections that you had and said, I, a Christian white man, support and endorse Jasmine Crockett in her run for Senate. That's what you would have done. But that's like me saying, that's like me running the mile or a marathon and then losing and then being like, man, I didn't want to run anyway. I was just doing it for fun. But I always wanted Angel to win. Like, shut the fuck up. You really thought you were going to win. You thought you didn't have to have any experience that was comparable to her, but yet you thought you could compete. And we know why that is.
Also, too, you guys continue to show love to our panel. Info S'mores, welcome in. I just want to
Hold on a sec. Sorry, I was unmuting.
No.
Yeah, I'm from New York. I'm going to be down in Texas for either candidate. I don't really have a horse in the race at this moment. I was leading Tallarico earlier. I watched the debate last night. I just want to win. I think Texas is going to be the key Senate seat if we're going to take control of the Senate. So whatever the data tells me, as we get into the primaries, is going to determine who I support. So I'm following the polls. The reason I was really leaning Tallarico is because the Emerson poll from a couple of weeks ago that showed him had a slight advantage. I thought he was resonating more with the independents. I think that's going to be a critical thing. I don't really look at the lens. I did have a different lens from you guys. I'm a white male, so these microaggression things, I don't pick. Honestly, I have a blind spot to that. I didn't hear that in the question. I think really they align on so many issues. I think it's really gonna come down to style and like who, is really connecting with the Texas audience of the voters. So style is really the big differentiator, I think. So whichever style is winning is the one I'm going to support. So we're going to find. The good thing is, this is kind of the situation we want. We want a competitive primary because we want just the MAGA people to be voting for Paxton. We want Paxton because he's, I think, more more polarizing. I think he's got the Trump. He's more Trumpy, which I think is going to be a big element of the election. So having a competitive Democratic primary draws more of the independents to our race and the issues that we want to focus on in our candidates. So the ideal setup is for Paxton to win the Republican side and to have a competitive primary on our side that's not based on negative parts, tear down politics or candidates tearing each other down, but like really just focusing on which style will resonate the most with the broadest section of Texans.
Thank you.
May I respond?
Oh yeah, I got you, Sasha. Shauna, thank you for the 5 that says choo choo, and also to thank you, Lisa, as well. Thank you for the love. I appreciate you. You have the cutest little parrot for the choo choo as well. So drop some crowns in the chat for Lisa. Drop some crowns in the chat for Shauna as well, and also drop some crowns in the chat for Andrew. Thank you for the 2. I appreciate you. I told you, you know what I'm saying, we could choo this bitch all the way out. Teamwork makes the dream work. So thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Go ahead, Sasha. You're definitely welcome to respond.
Okay, thank you. So I first of all, I think it's interesting that you want Ken Paxton to win the Republican primary. You know that he is the more corrupt of the 2 front runners, right?
Oh yeah, I think that's going to make him easier to beat. I want to win, so I want Paxton to be the Republican nominee because I want to win on the Democratic side.
But you understand that because he's the more corrupt of the 2, because he's actually helped to forge other past elections. That's why he was impeached before. So that's one thing why I find interesting that you want him to win the Republican Party.
I think Cornyn's also kind of
second, well, they're both pieces of garbage, but I just think it's interesting that you want the more corrupt one to be the front runner. Secondly, that poll that you're referencing is a biased poll, and it's biased because they only surveyed like the more right leaning voters. That's why he's favored in that one. And then thirdly, Jasmine Crockett is favored over the Republican primary, and that was before when Tallarico actually had months ahead of her in this race. She only had a month in. She was actually favored over the Republican candidates because she has name recognition where Tallarico doesn't.
Yeah, she has like 100% name recognition in Texas.
This is where
probably like 85%.
Hold on, I'm still speaking, sir. I'm still speaking. This is where like I share frustration with Nichelle, and I know Nichelle, like we get so frustrated when we hear people from outside of Texas that don't understand what's going on, and they speak like they understand what's going on down here, and they want to put in their 2 cents with the politics when they don't understand what's going on, and it's frustrating. It's frustrating. So you're like, I'm just gonna follow the polls when you don't understand the nuance of what's happening.
Well, no, there's going to be a primary, and the people will turn out.
Do you think that is it the
whoever
polls that sway
wins,
you?
I'm going to be down there supporting.
Is it the polls that sway you? Is that like your only thing? Like you lean towards him if the polls say him, or you lean towards her if the polls say her?
I mean, I do put some weight into polls and even some of the betting markets. So because the people putting money down kind of is a signal that they believe in a candidate. So I look at that data, and the key thing is I think we have to stop from falling into this kind of divisiveness and like tear down politics where like if it's not my candidate, then I'm not going to vote or I'm not going to support them. Or
Right.
I think it's so crucial that we win this race and
I
take the
agree.
seat, take the Senate. So, regardless of what happens, I'm going to be down there canvassing in October. So
Mhm.
I've been pretty active in politics, for a while, and I've supported candidates. And I was in New York. I didn't travel for Kamala. I made some phone calls, and phone banked and things and donated. But I wish I could have done more. But it's
Hey, Info.
We
we
can't
need
hear
to win
you.
this race. That's
Yeah,
what
I
I'm
agree.
saying. So
I-
it's
I-
we need to win this race. So whoever is the candidate is the one I'm going to support.
Yeah, real quick. So since he brought up the poll, just for everybody in the chat. So that Emerson poll, I saw that is an outlier. And just for everybody, when we're looking at polls, because listen, a lot of people do look at polls, and Josh and I have been sounding the alarm about being very careful about influencers and understanding like the demographics here. But just to give everybody some information, that poll only sampled non-melanated people. It was 1,165 people that were sampled. And so that matters when you're looking at data. You want to make sure you look at the sample size. Was it diverse and things of that nature? So all of us can learn here tonight about sampling and polls. So James Talarico and that one, Jess, has a 47% lead in that poll. Jasmine Crockett, 38%. Ahmad Hassan, who was running, 1%. And then here's a big one right here, undecided, 15%. So I just wanted to jump in and say that polls are, and they're important, but you have to pay attention to the sample size, who was the poll and who did the poll. So I just wanted to throw that in there.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much. I think that's important
just
too. Go ahead,
as
Lisa.
yeah, as a statistician, everything Michelle said, I was going to say the same thing, and I said to her in the chat, it is an outlier. You do have to look at who was polled. You do have to look at the sample size, and the candidates' internal polling is usually much more accurate because they know what they're looking at. They take a very good sample because they don't just want to push a certain narrative. They want to know what's going on the ground, so they know where to go, where their strong spot is, where their weak spots are. So Jasmine's internal polling, and that's why she was so confident, and she was rattling off those numbers like, I got these, I got this, I got everybody, because she knows her numbers. She's seen it. Her internal polling has her up 13 points.
Okay. You talking about the HIT poll?
No, it's her. It's her own internal polling. Like Jasmine Crockett's, like the internal candidate polling that they do.
Yeah, I saw that she contracted HIT.
Oh
to
yeah,
do
I don't
poll
know.
for-
I didn't look at the contractor. I was
you
I
can
was
find
looking
it
at
online.
the data.
They
I was
publish
looking at
it.
the raw data. So
Um,
yeah, I was
so-
looking at the raw data. A colleague.
I was involved in the Obama campaign, and so when you commission a poll and you're paying for the poll, what you generally do, what the contractor will generally do for you is they'll get a broad sample and they'll divide it into two polls, and they'll kind of skew one that they know you're going to come out ahead on, so that you have it like at the ready should your opponent be out polling you at any time. You can just release this. So generally you'll see like there's smaller sample sizes when it's a candidate funded poll that they release. It's a smaller sample size. When I looked at the HIT polling results, what I saw a lot, well, one, it said that 38% of the respondents didn't know who Talarico was, which is not in line with what any prior poll had shown. Like, he's still got room to grow as far as name recognition, but it's not 38%. So that was a trigger for me to tell me that this poll was kind of a subsample of the larger data that they're collecting. So when you look at that HIT poll, look at that particular data point.
Okay, cool. No problem. Also, I want to shout out to the people over at YouTube. Thank you guys for being here. Shout out to Karma, who said, in 2026, I don't even believe that there are any independents, especially in Texas.
Right.
I think there are just on one side or the other. But we're gonna go over to the next question. Thank you guys so much for being here. Give me a follow if you not do so. Post a lot to your story. Continue to engage. We have 8 more heart hands. These heart hands, not these heart hands. Just in case because there are 2 different ones, but I'll pin it so you guys can know which one they are. And our goal right now, and we're about to go to the next question, and then we'll open it up for afterwards for discussion. Here we go.
Shaped by 2 commandments: love God, love your neighbor.
I'm gonna bring it back.
But a lot of Democrats want a fighter is shaped by 2
Healthcare. So we have to win in November. I think she and I are committed to that. I hope all of us in this room are committed to that singular goal.
Mr. Tallarico, you said that your campaign is shaped by 2 commandments: love God, love your neighbor. But a lot of Democrats want a fighter. So why do you think that your approach is the right one to get you to Washington? And you have 60 seconds for this.
I don't think you should believe anything a politician says. I think you should look at what a politician has done. The best indicator of future behavior is past behavior. And the people in this room know that I have fought tooth and nail for our values in the Texas House of Representatives. I have gone toe-to-toe with the billionaires who are trying to dismantle public education in this state. Tim Dunn, Ferris Wilks, Betsy DeVos, Jeff Yass. Those same billionaires are now trying to dismantle public education at the federal level. I led the fight against Greg Abbott's private school voucher scam that would have taken money out of our underfunded schools and given it to wealthy parents who already have their kids in private school. Now those billionaires are introducing that same voucher scam at the federal level, and they're gutting the Department of Education. So we need a proven fighter for our schools, for our values, for our constituents in the halls of power in Washington, D.C. I think we need a teacher in the United States Senate.
Nigga. Oh,
Ms.
my bad,
Crockett,
my apologies.
your reaction to Mr. Tallarico's comments, you have 30 seconds for this.
I agree that we absolutely need a fighter. And when I look at my track record, the track record is in this moment. It's about the fierce urgency of now. We are living in a time that many of us have never seen in this country and honestly never thought that we would see. And so I think that as we see a record number of retirements on the federal level from both the Democrats and Republicans, that boils down to people not being able to fight in this particular environment. I think that I've evidenced that. In fact, James and I served in the state house together. He's actually been elected longer than I have been elected, yet he's not as known right now because I have engaged in these fights and they have been right there on the front lines where people could see me out front. I think that because of, I didn't get my
She said, baby, I didn't get my, hold on, first of all, let me comment first. Ha! She said, we worked together in the state house, bitch. You was elected longer. You was in there just passing by, like, who was that? Jim Jordan, like somebody said on YouTube. Jim Jordan been in office for 18 years and ain't never brought legislation to the front. You've been coasting by, not giving a fuck about what's going on. But you know why they know me? And they don't know you because I've been out there fighting. I've been getting out in the forefront, putting myself on the line for what's right to make sure that shit gets done. And she talked about being incorporated in over like 1,000 different bills that are ready to go to the House at this moment, but they don't have the numbers to even get it passed, so they don't even waste everybody's time with it. But yes, everything she has an idea for and how to be able to make that happen. But that's how they know me, because I'm really at her fight. I ain't talking about fighting. I'm doing the fight. And like Info just said, a lot of people don't know who Tallarico is, but we know who the bleach blonde, bad built, butch body bitch is because of Jasmine Crockett. So if anybody wants to comment on that, let me know. Go ahead and start it off if you have go ahead. All right, we'll go on to the second comment, but those are my thoughts on that. And yeah, here we go. Now we're going into the third, what's that called? The third question. Here we go. And hold on, I want to take timestamps too about these because we're going to be talking about Jasmine Crockett and this over the next couple of weeks until, up into the primaries. So I'm going to put like 5 times 5 minutes, and that is about like being a fighter.
Sorry, so when you walk in, I just had to mute myself for a second before, but I wanted to make the point that Talarico also pays for polls too, and I think when they show him a little skewed higher. So it's not like I was accusing her of like doing something shady with polling, but it's just the
Oh, no, I
nature
didn't
of
think that. I don't think we think
it's just
that.
the
I
nature of
think that
like
it was a small poll.
candidate paid for polls versus like public polls they're different animals. So just I just wanted to make that point. But
Got you, no problem. Thank you so much. Again, keep sharing the live, keep tapping. We are at 214K, so let's work our way up to 300K. Helps push out the line, continue to have these conversations because this is a big deal. This is going to make a difference not only in Texas, but in America, especially with Texas being the litmus test. So you guys, these conversations need to be had. So if you guys could please gift, share, tap everything that TikTok likes so that the algorithm, it could be pushed out to the For You page so that more people can hear and see and hear the breakdown and hear the points that are being made tonight too as well. Thank you guys so much because we shouldn't have to get to a point where, damn, I got to vote for him when we have the opportunity now to vote for who we know would be great for the job. All right. Third question.
Moving on, we're going to stick with
Okay,
you,
just
Ms.
wanna make
Crockett.
sure
I have a follow-up question when it comes to electability. What's the political risk that you are willing to take that you feel like your opponent would not take in order to win the U.S. Senate seat?
I think that I will do the edgy things, the things that the political consultants will never tell you to do. Because right now, people are hurting. This isn't about games. It's not about politics as usual. It's not about who sounds as clean as possible. It is about tapping into the rawness of this moment. I have been to Minneapolis and heard the stories of the people on the ground as they are being accosted. And obviously, we've got killings that are going on. And now we have the DOJ that has decided that they want to prosecute the wife of Renee Good. I have been there in California after David Huerta of SEIU had been incarcerated by ICE. And I listened to his story and met with him because we went there. I have been to Chicago. I am here to tell you that I am not just sitting in DC, I am getting out into the streets. And right now, to be perfectly honest, if we're gonna win and keep our country, we're gonna need somebody who can file bills, but also knows how to be a street fighter. And so that is my response.
Mr. Talarico, same question, 30 seconds. What's the political risk that you are willing to take that you feel your opponent would not?
Here's the risk I'm willing to take. Congresswoman Crockett and I are on the same team. I think we've already seen in this debate that there's going to be a temptation by the media to pit us against each other. But we are all focused on the same goal, which is winning in November and stopping a Senator Ken Paxton. And so I'm thinking just in this debate, you're going to see that Congresswoman Crockett and I agree on a whole lot more than we disagree on. And that unity is a threat to the billionaires who want to pit us all against each other and who right now are running this country, running this economy. And we need someone who has stood up to those billionaires in our nation's capital.
We want to move to the topic of—
That's not a risk, sir. That's not a risk. I'm gonna let y'all go. Let me know who want to go first. Just let me know in the chat. That's I'm assuming it's Saji. Hold on. That's not a risk.
Saji's got her hand up.
That's not a fucking risk. She asked, she was asked, what are the risks that you are willing to take? And I'm taking notes over here too. I have been to Minneapolis, knowing how crazy it is. I've been to California to talk to the people who have been detained. I've been to Chicago where ICE is also acting up. And then in the live that we watched beforehand, she said she's going down to a detention center to, I don't even know if it's to not only speak to the people to see the conditions of it, probably report on it and be transparent with us and let us know exactly what's going on. And she said that, and they ask her,
yeah, y'all can drop you can drop me if you need like I don't mind, I'm used to being rotated. But if there's somebody in the queue and you want Ivy to come back, come up because she's in Texas. I think
Ivy,
she is.
if you want to come up, I will make some room for you. I'm gonna drop Papa. He's not in what's that called?
No, I was gonna say you could drop me too.
Okay,
because I don't know if Pop-Up's still there. So yeah, you can always rotate me.
I almost hit a James. I'll say, yo, worst. Hold on. Okay. No, you got but she was asked, what is a risk that you would take? And those are the things she said, these are the risks that I'm taking that a lot of congressmen and senators do not take. I have not seen any of these senators or these congressmen and women in these areas. Not a lot. I'm put it like that. I always leave room for variables where they are. And they asked him, what is a risk that you're willing to take that she's not? And he didn't give us not one risk. He said, bitch, I'm not taking no risk. You think I'm going out there motherfucking streets? I'm not going. But we're on the same team, and we're trying to come at these billionaires. They're not going to pit us against each other. She didn't say that I'm going to do this and he not. She's telling you what I'm willing to do. And I did not hear at that moment what he was willing to do. And all I heard was we're on the same team. So Ivy, are you available? We can let you up.
She says she's at the gym.
Okay.
But
I don't want you to drop
come up
nothing
when
on
you're
your
done.
feet, girl. So let me know when you're ready. I will make room for you. Because I am prioritizing people that are in Texas for the panel. So we can definitely make room. So I just want to say, when they're answering these questions, it's easy to get like, yeah, we're not going to be pit against each other. But you'd also notice he did not answer the question. And the question was, what are the risks are you willing to take? And there were no risks that he was willing to take that we heard of. Saji, go ahead.
Man, listen, I will state I'm not from Texas. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just tired of the BS. I'm tired of he's doing, like, if you guys remember in school when you had to do a project and it was always that dude that would stand there and just nod his head while you were the one that put together the research, wrote the paper, drew the poster board, and presented it to the class. You had the dude that was part of the team that just nodded. He's going every question that he gets asked. Well, he said she and I, right? Which I think it's also, once again, he's not even referring to her by her name. And yeah, maybe we're looking at it too close, but it's too many. How many coincidences can you have? You don't have an answer. She answered, even in her question before, she is a fighter. She's not just sitting down in DC. She said it, and I love the shade. She's not just pushing out policy. She's out there not just promising that she's going to stand up against the billionaires, but she's talking shit to their face. She's telling them things how it is. And then she's also visiting people who have been affected by what this administration has done and going boots on the ground to see it for herself and talk to them, to see what the needs of the people are. Because when you don't, like Erica said earlier, then it's just about you and what you've experienced and what you can grasp, things that affect you and that you can even see for yourself. You're not listening to the people that don't look like you or that are not around you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, Saji. Go ahead, Nichelle.
I just want to say, I'm going to look up the numbers too, just to see how many people watched the debate live.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm real curious about the audience, right? So when you look at, and I think it's a failed strategy in my opinion, but again, I think, so if you guys remember, right when Jasmine stepped into the race, right? We were all on this app. If you're on this app, you saw all the backlash and all the anti-blackness and all the misogynoir. We saw it, right? And then I think a day after that, Jess, he posted and said, made this long, big thing about how he was not going to be attacking, Jasmine Crockett. He was not going to come for her. Y'all were not going to bait him into being, mean or hateful or spiteful. With the underwritten thing of, she's a Black woman, we're friends. And so I think it's interesting from a strategy point, and especially who his political strategist is. I think it's real interesting that he is like tiptoeing on this line of making sure that he doesn't offend. Now, why does that matter? He is struggling with the Black demographic, right? So if he comes across too aggressive to her, right? Or making it appear that way, right? And this is the same thing we saw when Hillary Clinton ran, right? There was a whole thing about strategy, about should Trump go easy on her because she's a quote unquote woman? We saw it with Harris. I just think it's interesting that when he had the opportunity to say, what risk are you willing to take for Texas and for America? He chose a very moderate, hey, we agree, we're friends. I'm not going to attack my female Black opponent here in this primary. I just want to point that out because I think that's real interesting. I think you're going to see that more and more because, again, he is struggling with his numbers within the Black community. So I wonder if he was advised on how to respond to her, because we're kind of seeing a weak, kind of mealy response from him, and I don't like that.
I can offer my lens on it a little bit as like more of a, like I said, I'm a white male, and I think there's a section of the Texas voting demographic that I kind of
Good morning. After checking,
understand. I think. So it's a 30-second is it a 30-second response? I think it was the 30-second one.
They had 60 seconds.
That was 60 seconds. Okay. It's tough. I think what he was trying to get at was it's a risk in the current political environment to not take the big money. Our current political system is set up for big donors. And I think both Crockett and him are as much as they can possibly get away with not taking the big money, not taking the PAC money. So they both have really strong records. The organizations that look at their campaign financing, the organizations that are focused on campaign finance reform, both give them good grades. So I think the point he was trying to make there was not taking the big money is a risk in any political race, and that they were both aligned on that. And to Michelle's point, he is really sensitive to not wanting to make this a negative race, and I think a lot of what you're reading is like patronizing is more just like, I think both candidates were doing it. Both were kind of complimentary of each other. None of them were really saying anything directly negative about each other. So I think ideally this is the race we want. I think we want a positive issue-focused race, focus on the style differences, focus on electability and differences around the edges, but the core principles of being for the working people, for better health care, anti-Trump, anti-fascism, all those things are in both candidates, and so that's my lens on it.
Just real quick, I'm glad that you're here, Info, as a white male, and I hear what you're saying. And I'm strictly talking from strategy. I'm talking about strategy. This is not me as a Black woman going, a Black female Texan who's looking at this. I'm saying from a strategic point of view, he did this when Jasmine announced. He saw what was happening on social media and kind of the response and all the anti-Blackness and stuff that happened. His strategic team surrounded him and said, hey, and advised him, hey, go out here and make this post. He did. So all I'm pointing out is it's not about us like picking stuff apart about style. Listen, you would be naive. I'm not saying you, I'm saying people would be very naive to sit here and try to take the fact that she's a very strong fighting, Black woman out of the analysis here, right? We can't separate the two.
For sure.
Because people are talking about it. They've been talking about it long before she even entered the race. So I sorry, I don't mean to like digress on all this, but I think it's an important point to make. I'm talking, even his team is aware of this and they advised him. And I'm saying in that question and that answer right there, and I think we're going to continue to see it. He is very strategic on how he responds to her. That's all I was saying.
I'm so sorry.
Hold on really quick. I want to add to that. It doesn't have to, when we're talking about a debate, it doesn't have to, and it's not. As you can see, I know you saw the debate. It's not like coming at each other negatively. I'm highlighting what I do. And the question was, what will you do that he won't do? And it's like, she didn't say he ain't gonna do shit. She said, this is what I'm do. Or this is what I am going to do. And this is what I am doing that I don't see a lot of people doing. And she highlighted her going to these cities where people are being unalived in broad daylight. There have been U.S. citizens are being detained, as well as undocumented immigrants being unlawfully detained as well. The detention center, she's talking about the things that she did. and obviously it wasn't like a negative, like I'm shitting on you. That is his opportunity as someone who is running for Senate to be able to say, this is what I'm willing to do, or this is what I have done, and this is what separates me from the rest. So when you say, oh, we're both willing to go to billionaires, that puts me on the same level. I'm not asking you to be on the same level because we have to choose one. What separates you from her? And she stated what separated her from him. And I didn't get anything from him that separated her from him. If they're both the same in his eyes, and she's doing something more that could be more impactful and be able to help the people, not only of Texas but America, then that is a choice that I want to go with. And it has nothing to do about being negative. You can still highlight your accolades and the things that you're willing to do without shitting on anybody else, and that is just exactly what she did. I
She
think,
won that question. I think she won that question for sure.
yeah.
I agree with you on that.
I think somebody else had something to say, and then if anybody else do, you can go, and then if not, we'll go to the next question.
I just wanted to say,
yeah, go ahead.
oh, I just wanted to say, like, there is no need to quote unquote be delicate. If you are someone who knows what they're talking about and who has deconstructed, right? Like if this man has deconstructed and he's not a racist and he's worked on all these things and he's talked to his campaign managers, then he could just fight and say what the hell exactly he's going to do that is different. If you have to be walking around eggshells, then you're trying to conceal something. That's what it seems like. Because why can't you just say what exactly you're going to do to fight? And even when it comes down to like how you're going to be different. Okay, his whole stance is billionaires, billionaires, billionaires. Why didn't he use that time to say, the thing that I will do differently is, for example, I'm going to tax the billionaires 20% when they spend money here in Texas. I don't know, so whatever it is, he could have proposed something. But what it comes across, even if I had never heard from either candidate, it comes off as he has nothing to say. There are no plans. It's just a bunch of, yep, I agree, me too. He just, yeah, anyways.
Thank you so much. And I think somebody else wanted to go next. Was it you, Lisa?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
go ahead.
So a couple things. Early on after Trump won, AOC said what we really need are some working class brawlers. And I think that Jasmine demonstrates always that she is that. That's what she is. She's the OG, right? She said, I'm a street fighter. And I thought her answer was really, really good, right? She broke it down. Like you said, I was in Minnesota. I do this. I do this. I do the thing nobody else is willing to do because I am here to fight for the people of this country. And unlike Tallarico, she has been doing this on the national stage already. She has been doing the thing already, right? It's not that far. That's not that far a step to go from Congress to Senate, right? Like there's more power because there's less of them, only 100, but she's already been pretty much doing the job, right? Is what she's saying. Again, I have to question whether Tallarico at this point is even trying to win, or is he just trying to not do anything too bad so that he can be her advocate. To me, that like if he was really trying to win a debate, like wouldn't you do more than that?
Right.
Like, and I've seen him, he was on Jubilee. I've seen him do town halls. I've seen him in interviews, and he's like really good, right? It's like the shell person that he was in that debate. I don't know if maybe he was nervous because he is inexperienced, right? He's young. But I'm just left with the idea. And that's the question where Stacey's like, why does he sound like her campaign manager? Right? Like, because he does. He's like, yeah, she's great. We're friends. She's awesome, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, I don't know what I'm looking at. I'm having a hard time when he answers these questions. Like he doesn't really want to get pinned down anywhere. And doesn't want to like really, go 10 toes down on anything, so he doesn't get pinned down. And like Nichelle said, it is a failed it's a failed strategy, and there's no way he's going to win the primary like that.
Yeah.
There's no way. And then I'm left with, well, are you really trying to win?
I think really-
Can I just
think
add something
regardless-
before we go? He's not young though. I feel like we tend to infantilize white people, especially white men. He's 36 years old. He's not that young.
Is he?
That's
Is
pretty
he,
young for
only, is he
politicians.
36?
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
he's
average age
36.
of the Senate's like 70 or something like that because so there are so
Okay.
many old people.
I think him and Jasmine both look, young to me. But Jasmine, because she's done so much more, like she has that maturity to her. And I don't know, he just looks little. He looks like John Boy Walton to me. Every time I look at him, that's all it's John Boy Walton, right? It's just, yeah.
I think if Tallarico loses, he's going to be like the first choice for like HHS secretary in the next administration.
He's going to be the Pete Buttigieg of the next administration, I feel like. Yeah.
Yeah. So he regardless, he's positioning himself well to take on a higher profile in the Democratic Party.
And to my point, if he is just young and if he's just inexperienced and if he's just nervous and if he's just not quite ready, then he should drop.
Because he's
Drop.
not ready.
To my
Drop,
point,
sit,
we want a
drop.
competitive primary. We want independence because in Texas you can only vote in one or the other. So I think it benefits everybody if the Democrats are competitive and positive and get more people to vote in a Democratic primary. Historically, when you get people to vote for a candidate in a primary, they'll vote for you in the general. So when we're trying to attract independents, if the Republican primary is totally uncompetitive, and it ends up being all MAGA, all and Paxton runs away with it, that's good for everybody.
Yeah, I just want to add too, really quick, Saji, something that maybe we're not thinking about, but you remember what they did to Kamala, right? And said she didn't really win a primary and all that stuff. If he drops out and there's no real competition for her, they will say the same thing about her. We know that that's what they'll do. So it's actually kind of good if he stays in.
I don't give a fuck
and-
what they say.
yeah.
We trying to win. So I do need
No,
him to
I know
drop
we're
it.
trying to
Yeah,
win, but yeah.
No,
it's
they
one
said
more
that
thing
Kamala
they
didn't
will
win
say.
a primary, but she dropped
She
out.
did. But she did win a primary.
No, what I'm saying is every election that she went for, she won. So which means she had to
She
win
won,
a primary.
yeah.
When it comes to the presidential election, before they even voted, she had already dropped out and decided on. And this is just my opinion. This is not true. I don't have any factual information, but I think they said, "Hey, I still like what you said. If you go ahead and drop out, I will consider you for this." And like, okay, fuck it. I don't have the money at the moment. I'll go for that because that's an even better position anyway. That is almost guaranteed because you're probably most likely going to win. And then she ended up being vice president. So dropping out as a primary and end up becoming the vice president still turned out great for her. But when we talk about every election that she's been in, she has won. And then obviously she couldn't have won the presidency in that time because she ended up dropping out.
Yeah, I'm talking about the 2024. Remember, they kept saying she didn't win a primary, but she did because her and Joe ran in a primary
exactly
against JFK, and they won.
Yeah.
Right. So,
So-
but I'm
and-
just saying it does strengthen her position, right?
Yeah.
Having beat the other candidate in the primary, it does strengthen her position going into the general, right? So it does just a little bit.
And I want to say, over on YouTube, Karma, thank you so much, said, and Jasmine has been tested. She has gone up against the administration head on and survived. We have not seen how he acts or how he will respond to the pressure of this administration, and which we have seen multiple different Democrats, considering the fact that these last 7 Democrats that voted to fund ICE more money who have folded. The Democrats, I think it was 8 of them that folded to open up the government when we were in the middle of government shutdown. It was the only leverage that we had. And then they said that they would do something in which they lied again. So why would you ever even believe the Republican Party when they keep breaking everything that they say that they're going to do? So, Saji, I want you to finish what you were saying. And then Pedro, are you in Texas? And also too, if so, I am going to make a little bit of room after Saji. I'm going to get a word from Papa, and Papa, I'm going to drop you down so I can bring up someone else as well. Go ahead, Saji.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep my one comment to myself, but you saw it in the chat. All
Which
I'm
one?
saying, the one where I
just
said
let
the
her
white
finish, just
man
let her
cut me
finish.
off, okay? But no, what I'm saying is like, listen, if he's trying to play on an even field, if he's trying to run up against her right now, if he's competing with her, then he should be held to the same standards that she is, the exact ones. And I'm just tired of the double standards. Like everybody, you know, for example, everybody talking about Jasmine and the ICE state. But then as soon as James Tallarico posts that he's against October the 7th and the H group is a T group, all of a sudden everybody's like, well, he's just a politician. It's what he has to say. If he's not able to answer or articulate any answers during this debate, it's like, oh, he's young, he's inexperienced, she has more experience. Okay, so if we can all recognize that he's young and he has less experience and he hasn't been facing, you know, politicians face to face on national camera, and that he hasn't pushed through as much policy as she have, or that he's only speaking about issues that directly affect them or he feels a connection to, then what was the point of him running? Let him campaign for her. I'm gonna keep saying, let him campaign for her, learn from her. Okay, sit down, watch what she does, have her back 100%. I think if that was the strategy, right, if his campaign was telling him, oh, well, go easy or like be polite, I think that him dropping out would have been a far stronger strategy than him sitting there giving half-assed answers, because it is a double fucking standard. It is a double standard. Now everybody don't care about that anymore. And how is he? I'm sorry, Jess. How?
No,
And
go
this
ahead.
is a question, sorry, for Nichelle and Sash and Angel, who are in Texas, and you as well. How are these staunch Christians looking at him right now? I was reading an article that they wrote. It was a Christian type of website publisher, and they were saying that there's nothing worse than a woke politician who claims to be Christian, and they were questioning why he's supporting LGBTQ, why he is pro-choice. Like, do they believe him that he's Christian? And is he even going to appeal to their vote, or is he too progressive? Go ahead, Sash. That was my question.
Hold on, really quick. Boomber, let me get your last words really quick. If you have any, please make it quick. And I want to bring up someone from
Not
Texas.
Bloomberg, it's Papa.
No, I'm so sorry, Papa. They both got that. He got that.
Oh yeah, I
Bloomberg
was
got
like,
a
well, where?
pawpaw.
I don't see a Bloomberg. I was
Bloomberg
like,
got
where's
a
the name Bloomberg?
pawpaw voice. Okay. for him to
Yeah,
just be
you
fine.
know,
I'm sorry, Papa.
you know, I've been watching politics for 50 years, let's just say. And you know this label they have, typical politician, right? But every blue moon, you get one out that comes out and, you know, defies being the typical politician. And Jasmine was one, Barack Obama was one, you know, that, you know, they delivered the answers, you know. And so in this case, this man is being your typical politicians with his soft answers, you know, like the last question that, you know, that we seen where he went to embrace her instead of saying that what he would do different, you know. That is the traits of a typical politician, right? So like I say, every blue moon we get them where they're not typical politicians, and Jasmine is not a typical politician. That woman is fire. Good night.
Good night, Dave. Try some motherfucking crowns in the chat for King Pawpaw and this bitch. Thank you. And did I see King Wesley in here? Drop some crowns for King Wesley as well. Always continue to send him love and prayers and support as well. let me get Ivy up here, and I'll get her thoughts before we even go back to Saji's question, and then we'll go to the next question. Ivy, did you have any thoughts right off the rip, or did you want to wait? What are your thoughts?
I don't know. I feel like y'all have been waiting for my thoughts. It's not enough for me. Like, their answers were not enough for me. And I know that sucks because for some people they were enough, but they just were not. I have a position that I'm running for. I'm honestly, I'm waiting for the question because we sent out interview questions to both of them. I'm waiting for it to get them back. We gave them more than enough time to answer the questions. We didn't give them time limits. And when I say we, I mean myself and the El Paso Young Democrats. And I'm waiting on those answers. I'm waiting to see who sends out those answers first. We're gonna get answers that none of y'all are never gonna get to hear. Unfortunately, and I wish I could share those, but that's something that we keep very close to our chest before we endorse anybody. And I'm a lot of my questions I hope are answered in those interview questions, because I'm running for a position too, and I need to do what's best for my community and my people. And I don't need her to just go visit. I don't need James to just defund billionaires. I don't need her to be like, oh, support whatever abolishing the Free people looks like. Like, no, like, I need plans of action. I need strategy. I need, when I get in office, day 14, day, a month in or whatever, this is what we're doing first. Because I felt like they, one, were time constricted. And so when you're up there, when you're on a debate stage like that, you have notes that you're going to talk about. But when you're up there, your notes go out the fucking door. And I get it. And so I'm hoping with these interview questions that she is going to give back to us, I get more from her and from him, because I like both of them. I'll be honest. I like both of them. Do I want representation in office? Hell yeah. I want a woman to fucking, I'm going to be sitting across from her when I go meet with her. Like, but I also can see James in that seat too. I can see both of them. Do I think James has what it takes if Ken Paxton wins? To be honest, no. Do I think he has what it takes if John Cornyn wins? Yes. Do I think Jasmine has what it takes to take on Ken Paxton? Absolutely. Do I think she has the same for John Cornyn? I don't know. Because Texas is weird, and we're you have your conservative Dems, you have your progressive Dems, you have your libs that are kind of in the middle, and then you have your older Democrats who tend to vote legacy votes, who vote for the same people time and time again. And it's hard to get people to vote in who are younger because of these older Dems that are so stuck in their ways. And so that's my input. Like I said, I love both of them. I think they're both great. It's just fucking hard. It's hard for me to choose right now.
Do you think that it's worth, would say the answers you get and say, I don't know if it's about who gets it first. Do you think it's worth it? Say you guys endorse James, and do you think it's worth risking him possibly losing against the Republican because either he responded first or you like it, and regardless of what he provides for you, do you think it will get done? Oh, she got bars, so give her a second. Tada! What up, T? I'm also too.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, we got you. Did you hear what I said?
I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
No problem.
Nope.
Were you able to
kept
hear
breaking
me?
up, and then this fucking asshole MAGA voter kept walking real close to me, so I was like, I kept fucking looking back at him, so he backed the fuck up.
Like, get your ass back. Okay. Well, my question was, do you think it? So regardless, I don't know if it's based on who answers first, who answers best. My question is it worth it? Say you guys want to endorse Tallarico, knowing that a lot of people really don't know, either who he is or whatever. And so is it worth risking the weight or the seat in Texas, knowing that he possibly can't win against a few of these Republicans, by endorsing him? And two, do you feel like whatever he provides, do you feel like he can get it done? Even with the pushback this administration might give him or the pressure? Okay, she might not be able to answer.
That's rough. I heard like
Oh.
half of what you said, but I think
Okay.
I got the gist. Yo, I don't know why the Wi-Fi hates me today. I'm literally just here.
Yeah, your Wi-Fi is acting like Boost Mobile Network right now.
Where you at? It's okay. I'll give her a moment. If anybody want to add anything, if not, we'll go on to the next question.
See, they
I wanted to answer my question, just.
Oh yeah. Go ahead, Saj. Can you repeat the question just for the people in the chat and for myself and the people who may not know?
Yeah, I said if the whole point of Talarico is to appeal to those moderate conservatives, whatever Christians that are in Texas, and to get their vote to come to the blue side, how are these Christians viewing James Talarico, seeing the fact that he supports the LGBTQ community? He says he's part of one of the members of the LGBTQ caucus, as well as him being pro-choice. Do they see him as a viable Christian candidate, or do they agree with one of the articles that I saw were claiming he was worse than even woke politicians because he was woke, but also trying to play off as conservative? Like how is the Christian population in Texas who's usually viewing him?
Yeah, so I don't think so when people ask about Talarico and the way he uses like his Christian, I don't know what you want to call it, a strategy or whatever, if you want to call it a strategy. I don't think he's using that to appeal to the Christian right in Texas. I think because if you actually watch when he's on the state floor arguing legislation, he uses it against them, because the Christians that are in Texas are evangelical Christians, right? They're MAGA Christians. So when there's legislation on the floor regarding Christianity, for example, the 10 Commandments in schools, and things of that nature, when he argues against legislation, or when he argued against legislation like that, he put it to their face, and he was like, this is not what the scripture had called for. This is not what it says in the Bible. Things like that. So those kinds of people, I don't think he's going after. I don't think he's looking for their approval, and I don't think that they approve of him. I think that they look at him as not Christian enough in their eyes. I think that they look at him as not the type of Christian that they want to be or follow. So I think he leans too far on the left for them. So when people are like, oh, but he's trying to get the Christian vote in Texas. No, I disagree with that. I think that they think that he's not Christian enough for them.
Can I add to that? Because I agree with Sash. So this, by the way, that's actually one of the things I actually like about him. And that's something that Texans who know about him, he's been consistent with that long before he got in the race. This is who he is. That's what kind of got him national attention, by the way, is who is this young guy who wholeheartedly, and I answered Vance in the comments, he said, my beef with him is about separation of church and state. Actually, he supports it wholeheartedly. He was one of the first people to come out when they were trying to push the whole 10 Commandments in schools. He said, as a Christian, this is wrong. So that's part of his personality. Now, whether or not from a strategy point of view, like Sasha was saying, they're using that. I mean, yes, no, maybe, I don't know. But it's definitely what got him national kind of attention, because it's like Sash said, he uses that against them. I've seen speeches of him on the floor, and in the House of Representatives, like in Texas and Austin, of him putting that kind of in their faces when they're talking about policy, when these people claim to be Christians. Now, whether or not that, enrages the white Christian nationalists, I mean, I'd have to look on data for that. But yeah, that's just who he is politically.
Yeah, calling out the hypocrisy. I think it's not a monolith. I think there is a tiny segment of the Christian right in Texas that's starting to see like the hypocrisy of what they've been told sort of last 3 decades about not caring for the poor and idolizing wealth and all that stuff. So I think there is a segment that can be peeled off, and I think he's trying to appeal to that, like really focus on what the teachings of Jesus and the Sermon on the Mount and how Jesus really felt about wealth inequality and caring for the poor and social, the role of government and things. So, I think it's not a monolith. I think he's not going to get the whole evangelical base to come to him, but he's going to peel off maybe 3-4% of them that may be able to turn the election.
I want to go to Lisa next, but I just want to say that is also too where I learned of James Tallarico before he ever entered into the race. And I do like the fact that he is calling them out. Like, where does it say that? Or them implementing certain things into the bill. The thing when we talk about, and I like the advocation for separating church and state. And I know, like Ivy said, they're limited to time, but I did not hear the separation between church and state during this debate. And in fact, I heard, different Bible scriptures and theologians and stuff, and how he uses, his faith to influence his policy. But Jasmine Crockett, who is also a Christian, didn't have to implement any type of Bible verses, scriptures, or her faith, and able to say that, hey, not only am I a good person, but I fight for the good of all people. And I think that's what's most important. So that is my my take on that. Lisa, I'm going to go to you, and then we're going to go to the next question.
Sure. Yeah, just quickly. So I did not grow up in a religious household or go to church, but Stacy very much did. And her take on this, and the way she's explained it to me, is that the MAGA people, the Christian nationalists, they embrace their racism and their hatred and their bigotry, and then they use their faith to excuse that. But there are people in that are Christians that like their racism, bigotry a little bit more covert. They like their dog whistles. It makes them feel very uncomfortable, and it makes them they can't really look at themselves in the mirror and think of themselves as good people when you got Donald Trump and his ilk out there front and center doing this stuff that doesn't quite feel good. It makes them feel ashamed. It makes them not feel good about themselves. And then Tallarico is coming along and he's offering them an olive branch, right? He's saying, look, your faith was never meant to be this way. You've been lied to. You've been led astray. This is what Jesus actually taught. This is, and then he like kind of gives them a lifeline, and he's trying to pull them out and will, allow them to come over to this side. Well, that's, I think his thinking is, to this side and be able to look at themselves in the mirror again. That's the way Stacy sees it, as somebody who grew up in the Christian church like her entire life.
Mm-hmm.
If that adds anything to the conversation.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Ivy, I hear that you're good now. You got bars. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Did you hear anything that I said? That I was asking?
I heard Saji, I heard Sash, and I heard everybody else.
No, well, I just had a question.
Dude, I'm sorry. I feel like such a fucked up, like, I don't know what. But we're good now. We're good now.
Stop in. I was saying, like, I know you guys are waiting on answers for questions that you had. I don't know if it's depending on who answers first or who you like first. I have 2 questions. One, is it worth endorsing Tallarico when you know that he can possibly don't have a chance to get the Republican candidate? And two, whatever he even presents to you, do you feel like he would be able, and what you want to hear, do you feel like he would be able to get that done against this administration? Do you think that he would stand up, 10 toes down and making that happen with this administration?
I just feel like he's a little pushover, to be honest. And I think that's one of the reasons as to why I'm kind of like 50, because I can see where and I don't want to get her username wrong, that she's in the little cornerback to the bottom, where he attacks the whole Christian nationalist thing, and I like that, but I do think he's a little pushover, and I don't know if he'll stand 10 toes down and be like, no, like you're wrong, like blah blah blah. I think he'll try to be very passive in the way he addresses things, which for some Republicans can be very like, oh, like he's a little lapdog, like he's just a little yapper, like he's not going to do anything. And it's scary because people like Republican Texans like Ken Paxton. They like John Cornyn. I think they're a little disappointed with John Cornyn, and I think they're leaning more to Ken Paxton, if I'm being quite honest with you. Which is scary because at that point we got two white team men going at it. Which one is gonna win? I mean, like versus with Jasmine, if she were to get my endorsement, I think my biggest fear is that her approach to certain things and the way she talks, which I talk like that too. I don't give a fuck. But I've had conversations with people in my community who are more of a conservative Democrat, where they go to church every Sunday, but they still vote blue. But they don't like the way that Jasmine Crockett speaks. They don't like that she is overly aggressive, that she throws insults, that she does this and that. I don't care. I like it. I think she needs to raw dog some of them, to be honest. But some of these people don't like that, and they don't like her approach. They don't like her attitude to certain things. And I think that's where it scares me the most, because if she were to win and she goes up against Ken Paxton, I think people will vote for Ken Paxton out of spite for Jasmine, just to be assholes.
So
because they don't like the way she speaks.
Two things. One, how is she, speaks? I'm assuming these people voted for Kamala Harris already, correct?
Sí.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I understand a little Spanish. I don't. How quote unquote how she speaks different from the way our current president is speaking, and how somebody who supports our current president is speaking? And why would you vote? Voting out of spite is what got us where we are today. Voting out of spite is what's going to put your family in danger, because you don't like that. And I know a lot of people that go to church every Sunday, but yet they're still cursing. Yet they still say, and I don't get the aggressive part, because we have to be aggressive in this current administration who is aggressive towards the American people. Why would we want someone passive to do so? So I think that in a place where they may not be bold enough or courageous enough to be as aggressive, that you would want somebody to speak for you and be aggressive to somebody, because it's just like a bully. You may not want to fight the bully, but you would want somebody to step in and protect you from that bully. And she is willing to do so. So I think that in this current administration, that is exactly what we need. And the only thing that kind of icks me and stuff about the churchgoers and not necessarily people is because they commit some of these same sins that they talk about just behind doors. And I love that she is who she is, and I hope that she continues to do so, because like you said, being palatable and being a pushover, no matter what policies and what answers he provides you, we got to understand that we can't get caught up in what we want to hear and the vibes, because that's where it got us where we are today. It's like a man keeps cheating on you. He said, I love you. You're the only one for me. Yeah, you want to hear it and it feels good. But what is the reality of what's going on? And spite will get you spanked. Spite will get you spanked each time, because there's no way I am going. You do stuff out of spite, and when you move off emotion, remember this, you guys, when you move off emotion, you're guaranteed to lose something. That's why it's important to take a rest. vent, to your friend, to yourself, or whatever, yell, scream, whatever, cry, whatever you need to do before you make a decision. Make sure that you've gotten your emotions out of the way, because when you move on emotions, you're guaranteed to lose something. And there's no way I'm going to vote for, even if I was a conservative Democrat, a criminal. Ken Paxton has been impeached, and he's also been under investigation since the moment that he has become the attorney general. Not only that, his wife is divorcing him, for the church people, for biblical reasons. And I don't know if they have. I know there was a motion to unseal the divorce documents. I don't know if they have been unsealed, but we should probably look at that too. So why? Because you don't like, and then this is where I check people. I want people to reflect with themselves, because we've all been propagandized, right? We all got to deconstruct something. Sometimes you don't see your anti-Blackness. Because I don't like how you say it, considering the fact that our president has been calling people incompetent, has cursed, to talk about grandma to pussy, he was a 34-count felon, an adjudicated sexual abuser, and then okay with them unaliving people in the fucking street in broad daylight and demonizing them at the same time, and the way they're using children as bait for parents and in detention centers, and not giving a fuck in the way they have pardoned so many of these fucking criminals. Because you don't like the way somebody else maybe cursed or stood up for themselves. And sometimes some people are not being able to stand up for themselves. They hate that other people can do it. But the beautiful part about Jasmine Crockett is she's not only standing up, she's standing up for all of us. She's standing up for us. And that is what this administration needs. When we talk about politics, it's not traditional politics. We don't need a typical politician who's just going to sit up there and be polished like he is. We need somebody that's going to stand 10 toes down, because people are losing their lives. People are being deported to countries that they have never even seen before. People are losing their lives not only on the street, in cop cars, in detention centers, in countries they've never been to, on flights. Bodies are washing up on the shores. What are we talking about? So please, please, please get out of your feelings. I don't know how you can stress this to them, but spite will get you spanked. And maybe sometimes not in the best way, but there's no way a woman can be too aggressive. And I may not like the way she said that'll make me vote for a criminal, and if I'm so religious or if I'm so conservative, somebody who's got divorced. So I think that's just something that they probably should sit with, because a lot of people don't know, have not really checked their anti-Blackness. Go ahead, Saji, and then Pedro, thank you so much for your patience. I'm going to come to you next. Go ahead, Saji.
You can wait for Pedro if you want. He's been waiting patiently.
Muchas
No,
gracias.
corazón, go ahead. No, you guys are good. Go ahead. I'm taking notes and letting y'all fill my cup. So please continue, please.
Go ahead, Saji.
Okay, thank you, Pedro. No, what I was gonna say is, I think a lot of the people that are thinking these things that, like, I don't like the word aggressive because we know that's a microaggression, but people that think that she's too bold are looking at these 10-second clips, 30-second clips that are coming out where she was insulted, where she was threatened, where she was diminished, right? Bitch, you don't want to hear my 30-second clips. If I was freaking going up against Trump, I'd probably go at his fucking nussy, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, but the thing that a lot of people don't understand is that we are not one fucking sided humans. We are multi fucking faceted people. She has so many different videos of her where she is articulating in a way that clearly we can see from this debate, James Tallarico cannot articulate. She not only knows the legal terminology and the political terminology, but she's able to also break it down in bite sizes for people. She's educating the community. She's spending time with them. She is going to these places that are being affected today and doing the work. And I think that the fact that we're not hearing that Gavin Newsom is aggressive, that we're not hearing that Marjorie Taylor Greene is aggressive, just points to the fact that it is anti-Blackness. And a lot of the older generation, I don't know, right? I don't know, Ivy, who you spoke to, but a lot of the generation, the older generation of Latinos, they tend to think like, they talk about the protests and they say, well, we need to not go riot outside. We need to be peaceful about our protest. And we will tell these older people, like, Nobody is being aggressive in these protests. Nobody is rioting, screaming and marching down the street, and not, you know, just turning around and going home when they start pew-pewing, you know, the things that they pew-pew, because I don't know if I can even say those things. That's not attacking, that's not rioting. And I think that for us women, especially progressive women, we gotta put it in their faces. This is who I am. I've always been the odd one out in my family. I popped out with tattoos. I got divorced twice. I did not finish college. I had my own business. You know, I've done everything my family didn't disapproved of, but I did it, and I did it with confidence. And a lot of this passive method of just keeping our head down and being, you know, very soft-spoken and thank you for the question, Your Honor.
Hey, Hillary.
It's stupid. It's not getting us anywhere. People are being pew-pewed in the face right now. They are lucky we're not aggressive like they say that we are. They're lucky that we're not, you know, criminals like they have painted us out to be. Because we should all be screaming. We should all be cursing. We should all be calling these people bad build, bleach blonde, you
Butch
know,
body, okay?
butch body ass bitches. Like they deserve a lot more than that. So I don't know.
And then
Even people, not everybody likes pizza, and pizza is pretty fucking delicious. Sometimes
is
people
good.
are not gonna like you. Oof.
Also too, I'm gonna get Pedro, but Ivy, I have a question from YouTube. My question is, those people who don't like her tone, do they also would they support Gavin Newsom?
To be honest, I don't even think they're like looking into that. I think they're focused on here. I don't think that they would support Gavin Newsom, to be quite honest with you. I think they see him kind of like as like a show toy, like something that the Democrats would just put like, oh look, we have him, here you go. When I've had these talks, right, because I've been doing a lot of block walking for myself, and you know, I have to be kind of like, I need to give them both an opinion on both James and Jasmine. They ask, well, then what's the plan for Democrats? Like, what are you guys doing? Like, who are you guys endorsing for president? Like, what is it? And I'm like, I have nothing to say to them because we don't have anybody that we are actively, like, not in the Texas Young Democrats, not in the Young Democrats of America. Like, we don't have anybody that we're hardcore fighting for. We're not fighting for Gavin. We're not fighting for AOC. We have absolutely nobody that we are even thinking about, like, at all. And it's fucking frustrating because I'm like, I get asked by my people like, hey, like, la, and I'm like, well, I don't know. Like, I don't know who we're endorsing. I don't know who. Me personally, I would be fucking down with an AOC, like 100%. I like Gavin, but I think he's put himself in certain situations where his answers were kind of fucked up. But I want to address some things Saji said, right, of the microaggressions, and I think a lot of people do see like the short clips, and that's why they use terms like aggressive or loud or this and that, because they're not looking at the full context. When she posts something or I see something, I look at the whole clip. Because it's important too, and I think they don't have enough time to look at the whole thing, so they see the snippet where like they're like, oh, she's being loud and she's being aggressive and she es una malvada, like she doesn't know how to talk or whatever. And I think that's the part where we as a collective have to, if we're gonna support her, we have to be able to have conversations with people and show them, but continue watching and look at what she's trying to actually say. And I think if she's going to be that person for us, I really hope she door knocks in everywhere she goes. I want her to be boots on the ground. I don't want her to forget about us like a lot of our representatives have, where they look at us for an election and then they're like, bling, you know, nowhere to be found. And I think she's been pretty good about not kind of disappearing in thin air. But I want to see her boots on the ground. I want to see her in her little sneakers and her little jeans, because she's really small, like she's really, really tiny. And I want to see her talking to people and having these important conversations, because I'm sure people have questions for her as well. But I love her. I think she's great. I like James. And so I'm really torn, and I hate that I feel that way. I hate that I feel that way.
Well, and I
Yeah,
think, Ivy, if I can say,
I was just
sorry, go
gonna
ahead,
say
just
that she has. I just want to let everybody know she's made 17 stops in 2 days, going to all of the places that people don't go in the restaurants, and she's even went to the Lebediqua, bars to talk to the people and just meeting people where they're at the same time while going back to DC and working for the Texans at the same time. That's just in the last 2 days, not considering the fact that all the other things. But I feel like she's been boots on the ground, which I appreciate about her. But I think when you have a track record or something, it's not something you just stop. It's like second nature to you, to the pro bono cases that you take for people who are wrongfully accused, to donating money to the food banks that when the government was shut down, to getting out there in the streets and getting people excited about voting, to just going to everywhere and people being able to see her everywhere. And I think I don't know if it was a festival, South by South. It wasn't South by Southwest, but I seen her at a festival, just even reminding the people who are listening to music. And I think that's important because everyday people are not already involved in politics, but meeting those people where they are. Let me go to Pedro really quick, and then Saji, if you had something, DRC, I'm gonna come to you. I'm gonna play one more because DIC is also in Texas, so I'm glad to have you up here, Queen. Get Pedro. Saji, if you have something to say after that, I'm gonna play the next question, and then we'll have commentary after that one too.
First, I want to give everybody their flowers because I'm always the type to keep my cup half full. If I can, I want to actually reference a book that's called "When at Times the Mob Swayed: A Citizen's Guide to Defending Our Republic" by Burt Newborn. He's a constitutional scholar who takes a legal analytic view and reads the Constitution as a set of breaks that is designed to prevent an authoritarian drift. And he uses 4 pillars, particularly talking about the light of contemporary politics during the Trump era. And there's 4 pillars he talks about, which is representative democracy and electoral mechanisms, judicial protections of constitutional rights, the separation of powers, and the federalism and states' rights. And I kind of wanted to apply it to this conversation, looking at the Crockett-Tallarico contest, because this is a test of how well Democratic voters in deep red states engage with the electoral process and broaden that turnout, right? So Crockett's, can't fucking speak today, sorry. Crockett's campaign strategy, hers is explicitly focused on activating disaffected voters. Respectfully, we have to put purity politics away for now, and I'm not sorry. The point is activating disaffected voters, particularly Black voters, and those that are less likely to show up at the polls. So that tactic in itself is to expand the electorate rather than you merely motivate the usual base. And that's what she does constantly, right? She's not just someone who's been boots on the ground. This is someone that not only graduated from law school, but went through each federal level of state and federal elections to get the position that she's in, right? And so in the book, he talks about how this is how democracy functions best when marginalized or disengaged citizens participate meaningfully rather than being spectators. And so first, when we look at James's question, James's answer versus Crockett's answer, you can see very clearly he doesn't engage the question. He does not say, exactly what is the risk that he's going to take, right? That right there should tell you everything that you need to know. Because in him, he emphasizes broader coalition building, right? His thing is that it appeals to electability in a general election. You guys were talking about how he is approaching a soft, well manner so that it doesn't look like he's coming at Jasmine Crockett and, shitting on her, right? And so in that case, right, one of the things that I think, and I asked ChatGPT to help me to put my thoughts together. One of the questions that would come out is, Are voters engaging because they believe their participation matters, or are they being motivated by the fear of losing? Respectfully, this is about humanity and morality at this point. It's no longer about what you can and cannot do for us. I need someone with a humanistic perspective that understands that our communities are unaliving at the hands of a government-sanctioned theist organization, right? And that is something that, with her out saying it out loud, she's made it very, very clear about how that works, right? And then when you look at the democratic norms and the electoral strategy, there's a warning he gives about relying purely on short-term electoral calculations at the expense of broader democratic health, right? So for Crockett's approach, she is a fighter and a base mobilizer, right? There's an enthusiasm and there's identity politics that re-energize the electorate. It makes people not only look at themselves, but when a Black woman looks at Jasmine Crockett, it means I can do that too, right? And for me, who's watching Juliana Stratton here, who is the Lieutenant Governor of Illinois, I'm definitely looking at backing her, right? Because that's who she is, right? We can see ourselves in Juliana. You know, there obviously, and you guys were talking about the critics and there's polarizing rhetoric and whatnot. And it speaks to a broader problem that one, sometimes even we see it in the community lives, right? Like this, or in power lives, where people will shit on each other because they want to be the loudest voice in the room. And even with that, even like when we look at it from this perspective, there is not only a, you know, controversial comparisons or sharp critiques of the voters, but there's this idea where it may potentially alienate allies, right? Even within the Democratic coalition. And that's what we saw, I think, in this question. And there's a chance it may limit broader Democratic engagement, right? And then for supporters, for example, the strategy is confronts civic complacency and pushes the party to address structural inequalities. Respectfully, James Tallarico, you don't represent shit about me being a Latino, and I'm not sorry. I cannot see myself in you, right? And not only that, Jessica, you educated us the other day about the fucking APEC thing he was at by showing us Two Raw's Real Very, right? And I'm not bringing separate tea into this live, but I was having a conversation, I mod for someone else and we were having our mod chat. And one of the moderators said, I'm going to get shit for not supporting Crockett though. And I just feel like he's so much better. And so it was a conversation about the APEC, right? And there's a specific letter from her desk that makes it very, very clear about supporting the need for what's happening in North Africa. I don't use the term Middle East because it's colonial, but what's happening in North Africa, like, yes, we do need to defend and support our allies, but we also not disenfranchise anyone else. And that's one of the things that is not only happening right now between this contest of Tallarico and Crockett, but it's also giving how both of them are engaging with their voters, right? And to summarize all this, and forgive me, y'all, for example, if we think about activating disengaged voters, Crockett has a very high charisma for doing that, right? Tallarico's a little bit more moderate. And these you can read in KSAT and Texas Politics articles, right? The broad coalition appeal, right? We can say Crockett is moderate and Tallarico's is higher. The biggest thing that I think is important is the emphasis on electability, right? Crockett's is strong-based, while Tallarico's has a strong general election focus. Respectfully, the mobilization of Black and Brown and Indigenous communities behind Crockett would probably be the most smarter, because we've already seen someone that's boots on the ground. When we have this idea that, you know, and it's, again, you know, when the question came up about John Cornyn, can't even see relating myself to that motherfucker either, right?
Yeah.
But all of these people have different ideas about what this should be and how we should do it. Coalitions are beautiful. Don't get me wrong. Respectfully, though, and we've seen this in the lives that we've been a part of, some of these motherfuckers are willing to leave us behind. Our own kind is willing to leave us behind to sit there and engage with YT supremacy. And so I land my plane there. Yeah, that's my thoughts and what I think about this conversation when it comes to who's the better candidate, Crockett or Tallarico. For me, if I lived in Texas, it's very clear. Like, I'm not, you know, this is not back and forth. I've seen her at Senate hearings, judiciary hearings. I can pull up a C-SPAN interview right now, and I can clearly see her not only pinpointing and holding these motherfuckers accountable, but you can literally watch her colleagues frail in their little fucking seats because she's speaking to the power system itself. Granted, James wants to do a coalition building. James is literally telling the motherfuckers in power, I am going to bring you to your knees one way or another. And there's that.
Y'all drop some crowns in the chat for Pedro, but as well as Hillary, thank you for the money, guys. Thank you for being my shooter. And yeah, if you got one more, you'll take the title gift in the gift gallery, and then we'll change the gift goal to something else. I just put 5 just in case it was a little, it got split. But we just need 3 from one person for the gift gallery.
Oh my
She said,
God.
baby, that ain't nothing but a word. That ain't nothing but a word. Okay, so we can delete that. All righty then. Drop some crowns for Hillary. Thank you. And drop some crowns for Pedro because he just came up here and cooked. And cooked.
He's just brilliant.
I know it's kind of taking us a long time to get to get to the next question. I think this is like the second question, maybe the third, I want to say, but we're about to get into it. Thank you all for being here. Continue to tap screen, share the live. We're I think, are we close to 300K? We're roughly almost halfway to 300K. So y'all, thank y'all so much for being here. Yes, and also too, we have 95 left, and oh, it went dead. I'm like, what the fuck is that, girl? I thought the shit was going crazy around here. Anyways, we have 95 left in today's daily goal. And if you guys want to add a message, you got a question for the panel or a question period about the election or about anything, please feel free to do so. If you guys got a second device, put it in our YouTube. Jessica Simone, we are live on the YouTube right now, but we got to get hours so we can monetize. So thank you so much for everybody that is supporting there as well. I see you guys in the chat, and I am highlighting some of you guys' comments, and I will read them out as well. So let's get on to the next question. Here we go.
Of immigration enforcement now. As many of you know, there was a deadly shooting involving federal immigration officers today in Minneapolis.
The House this week approved a spending bill that included funding for ICE. Ms. Crockett, you voted against the bill Thursday. Can you explain your opposition and tell us whether you support the idea of defunding or abolishing ICE? You have 60 seconds.
I absolutely voted against this bill. There was no way I was going to continue to pump a historic amount of money into this rogue organization that is going out and is violating people's rights every single day on American cities. I was just not going to do it. At the end of the day, right now, I think that we need to clean house from top to bottom. I ended up signing on to impeachment of Kristi Noem, as well as I call her Cruel Kristi. I signed on to that. But I don't even know. Here's my big issue. Right now, we have an administration all throughout that is deciding, yes, these are the laws, but we're just going to ignore them. They are not following the law. So why are we rewarding bad behavior? And that's basically what it is. This is the 5th highest funded military force in the entire world. And what are they doing? They're killing people in the middle of the street. They decided to execute a mother of 3 in broad daylight. I don't understand how we are sitting here and acting like this is normal. The only reason Yep. Trying to be respectful of the time.
I do want to ask you though, would you support abolishing or defunding ICE?
We absolutely have to clean house. Whatever that looks like, I am willing to do it. Because if there are truly Proud Boys that are currently in ICE, that's a problem.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Tallarico, how would you vote on ICE funding measures? And do you believe ICE should be abolished or defunded? You have 60 seconds.
ICE shot a mother in the face. ICE kidnapped a 5-year-old boy. ICE executed a man in broad daylight on our streets just this morning. It's time to tear down this secret police force and replace it with an agency that actually is going to focus on public safety. We need to impeach Kristi Noem. We need to prosecute agents who've abused their power. We have to haul these masked men before Congress so the world can see their faces. We should be cracking down on the cartels, not our communities. We should be prosecuting gang members, not small business owners. We should be hunting down human traffickers, not moms and babies. We need comprehensive immigration reform in this country. We need to remake this broken immigration system in our own image. And once we win a Senate majority, we will do exactly that.
Just to be clear though, would you, in 10 seconds, abolish or defund ICE?
We have seen this historic increase
That's
in funding
Obama
for
shit
ICE.
right there.
That money
That's
has come
Obama,
out of our
bitch.
healthcare. So what I would say is that we should take that money back and put it in our communities where it belongs.
Don't. Outside of y'all. Hold on, because I needed it to come back. I'm tired of y'all stealing nigga shit and not giving nigga credit. I'm tired of y'all stealing black people shit and stop giving black people credit. Ananya, what I got from their answer is defunding. I want to take some of that money. They got a lot of money that taken from our healthcare. Let's take that money back and put it back in our healthcare. That's defunding. She said clean house. Whatever the fuck that looks like. If it's abolishing, clean the house. Because why the fuck do we have Proud Boys? And why are they protecting against protesters? I mean, like when we have peaceful protests, doesn't the police be out there trying to make sure that everything's good? Why are they out there being the ones? Why are y'all coming against? It's drifting away from what their initial job was to do back in 2003, I think is when they were implemented, not too long ago, to becoming his own private military, allegedly in Minecraft, just for TikTok. All right, so I'm going to start with DRC because I know you were waiting, and then anybody that wants to go next, just let me know or chime in. But go ahead, D.
Hey y'all, what's up? Hey panel, I'm so glad you didn't make me go after Pedro, because good God.
You needed some time
Pedro.
in between that, right?
Yes, but absolutely. I'm gonna try to watch what I say because I'm very passionate about this. And as you mentioned, I'm in Texas and I am rooting for Jasmine. And I don't want somebody who's gonna stand on the fence when it comes to ICE. I want someone who understands that right now they are engines of recklessness. They don't have accountability and they're inciting violence and other things of that nature. And yeah, absolutely. Abolish. Absolutely. And this is one of the reasons why Jasmine is what Texas needs, because geographically speaking, we're one of the most diverse states in the nation, yet our offices are very rigid and old school. And Jasmine represents a Texas that basically is already here, but it's not represented in office. And it's I don't know, she has this fight and this spirit about her that we definitely need. But the bigger issue that we're having right now is political gatekeeping. She's someone that will hold these institutions to account. She will hold their feet to the fire, and that therefore makes her very dangerous. But that is something that Texas desperately needs. I just hope that other people can recognize that.
You made a really good point about how we're the majority. I think we're majority of
We're very
Black and
diverse.
brown. Yeah, Black and brown holds a majority in Texas, but we don't hold the majority in representation of what Texas needs, and I think that's really important too. Anybody wants to go next before we go to the next question? Go ahead,
Yeah,
Michelle.
just real quick.
Yeah, of course.
Real quick. I'm trying to find stats on how many people actually watched that debate. I'm struggling trying to find that because of where it was streamed. But again, when we're watching this, I would encourage everybody, like, step out of your demographic and view it as so I'm Black, I'm a female. So I'm trying to watch this as like a white male, like how this is all about strategy. It's very interesting. And Jess, you nailed it when you said, where did he get that language from? Right? And Obama, right?
This right here?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The
I caught it too, sis. The mannerisms, right. Look at so they basically kind of said the same thing. I mean, I saw some people on the chat kind of what I didn't like. No. They both said it, but like somebody said in the chat, different font. It's so interesting to me. She didn't stutter, y'all. She did not stutter. She came right off the rip and said, absolutely, boom, 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 boom. But I guarantee you, it kind of going to what Ivy Texas was talking about earlier about people looking at her tone and things like that. He mentioned Renee Good. He mentioned Alex Preddy. He mentioned all the things. He talked about the funding. but in a different font. And so how is that going to land on people who again have this baked in kind of bias toward how Black women speak, right? And so I just think that's fascinating to watch. You know, he trust me when I tell you, his political strategists and people around him, you know, kind of prepped him on how he should answer that. Especially in a huge 2A state here, don't tread on me. That's Texas all day long, right? And how they're going to view that. So I just want to point that out. Pay attention to because I think when we were talking about like how Jasmine, quote unquote, talks, right? And she's a master code switcher, Jess, and Black women, we all know what that is. A lot of Latino people know what that means, right?
And period.
Right? I think just as much as what she's saying, and you know, because they run this whole, but they're kind of the same. Yeah, but how they say it, how they present it. And just, I think that was brilliant of you to point out the mannerisms, how he's doing the whole Obama. Yeah, that, trust me when I tell you, y'all, they pay big money to have people, you know,
media training
and media training and all that stuff, because people are paying attention to that. People who are like what we call lower level, lower engaged voters, they're picking up on those signs. So as we watch this, pay attention to just not what they're saying, but how they're presenting themselves. And I think just a big part of the strategy is the contrast. I'm noticing that more and more, because if you say, okay, come on now, we're all going to be friends now. You know, we want to beat the big bad Republicans. Like, we're going to be nice to each other. That's my colleague. That's my friend.
That's
okay,
how
then how do you, right, exactly. How do you separate that then? How do you make him or her different from each other? And here it is right here. It's the contrast. I guarantee you somebody's going to look at what Jasmine said, and everything she said was on point. Abolish ICE, get rid of it, clean house. But they're going to go, I don't know. That's a bit too, I don't, you know, you see what I'm saying, Jess? I don't know. I'm just pointing that out there.
And I'm, you know, respectfully, I don't even think it's a different font. They were saying two different things. She said, clean house, however that looks like. If there are Proud Boys in there, that's a problem. We got to clean house. You know, you clean house, you get rid of the shit. I think when he said take the money from there and put it back in healthcare, it's a form of defunding. Prosecute those ones, and I do believe in prosecuting those ones who have been committing heinous crimes. But it's just like when your child keep fucking up, you know, you take away the privileges. You take it away. You need to take away and start over. Clean the fucking house all out. Clean it all out, and we'll start again. We'll redo it however we see fit. Call it back something different, whatever the case. But what it is right now is not what it is. So I heard abolish and I heard defunding. So I would say that it not only was a different font, it was a different book. So I see Saj, then Sash, and then Ivy. Go ahead, Sash. I mean Saji, Sash, because they both sound the same. And then Ivy. And then if anybody else want to go after that too, let me know. And then DRC.
Yeah, I think that what I see, and I understand, Nichelle, and I think it's a good thing to step out of your of your own mindset and try to see what the other side could be thinking. But at the same time, everybody has their own bias and their own life experience, and they're not going to judge outside of theirs. What I'll say is he's not living in his truth. He is lying. He is holding back. Jasmine did not need to address anything in regards to CTELs, human trafficking, criminals, because we can all see with our own two eyes that it is not G members that are being targeted. What he did was try to placate to his YT audience, because I do believe he's trying to win the votes from some of the MAGA that are disappointed in Trump. He's trying to say, oh, don't worry, we're going to continue to prosecute CTEL members and human traffickers and criminals. When that wasn't even that tells me right then and there, he doesn't actually understand what is happening. He doesn't see the fact that they approved racial profiling. He doesn't see the fact that they are building these detention centers for free labor. He doesn't see the fact that they are canceling status from people from Black and brown countries. He thinks, oh, we just need to get rid of the few agents who pew-pewed somebody, and we're just going to keep going. Let's just continue what's been going on. When Jasmine is saying, also clearly, she's saying this is a rogue organization. They might have proud members in there, and these are the people that got affected. She didn't need to do the same thing that he did with this prior Palestine answer, where he tried to play both sides. People like that get caught up. Say what the fuck you mean, and just stand by that.
And
You're either pro-immigration and against what's happening, or you still believe in the rhetoric that MAGA is feeding you, that, oh, well, we're going after the criminals, and you just see these incidents as, what do you call it? These are just random incidents that got out of control, as opposed to the organization being rotten from the inside.
Because where are they getting their training from? Thank you so much, Saji. Drop some crowns in the chat, MLM. Thank you also for the 25 that says that yes, this is for Representative Jasmine Crockett, who backs PR self-determination. Like, she is making making moves and advocating not only just for Texans, but like I said, people all across America. So y'all, more crowns in the chat. Thank you, Pedro, for putting those crowns in the chat. More crowns in the chat. Thank you so much. We are down to 70 for our daily goal. So if you guys could please support the live, our daily goal is we have 70 left in our daily goal. I'm about to change it, and we have 9 more Sunday scoops. I did see you send one. It's probably taking a minute to update, but thank you so much, Lisa, as well. Thank y'all. Drop massive crowns in the chat. I appreciate all the love, support. Again, it allows me to be here every day and have these conversations and do the thing I love, which is spreading truth, building community, and uplifting one another. Sash, go ahead, Lo.
Sorry, I'm washing dishes over
No
here.
worries.
Because my day never ends,
Come on,
But yeah. So when James made his stop in El Paso, and I went to go see him, I remember this question on immigration. It disappointed me. Like, it really upset me, because it wasn't hardly anything. He didn't really say anything, and I remember him saying, because somebody had asked him about how he felt about amnesty, and like that's like one of my big things. I'm like, I think what I personally think what would help a lot is another amnesty, like another pathway for people that have been here for years and years and years and have no pathway to citizenship, right? I think amnesty would help, and he says that he's not for amnesty. He doesn't think that that's a good pathway. He says that he wants a pathway to citizenship, but he doesn't think amnesty is the answer. Basically, somewhere along those lines.
Then what is the answer?
And I was like, okay, but exactly, right? He didn't have an answer. He didn't have a way. He didn't have a pathway. He just said, I want a pathway to citizenship, but not amnesty. So that was I remember that's what he said when he came to El Paso. So when they asked him this question, I was hoping that he would say something, but he didn't. He didn't say anything. He didn't answer. He didn't have an answer. It was very much like, I agree with what Sachi said, that it was very placating. And but I will push back a little bit. I don't think necessarily he's trying to placate, even maybe to MAGA, even though like he tells a lot that he had flipped a MAGA seat. I think he's trying to placate to the Latinos for Trump. I think he's still trying to keep them on his side. I think he's still saying like, no, I'm gonna still have a tight border. I'm still gonna have a strong border. We're still gonna have law enforcement. It's just gonna be different somehow. I think that's what he did with that answer. And that's where I was. No.
And I wanted to add, just if I can, because I forgot, he said on that answer, right, that he was gonna support impeaching Kristi Noem.
Not on this answer,
right? Because was it on the answer before?
No, we haven't gotten to it yet.
Oh, I heard it. I swear
No,
I heard
he
it.
mentioned it.
He
He
did on
mentioned
this
it.
particular one.
Yes. Yeah.
Let me play it
But
back.
he said that he would support it. And Jasmine said, I already signed. Again, you don't gotta get ready if you already stay ready. She already signed. And I just went and Googled as we reheard these answers. And he has yet to sign the petition to impeach, the articles of impeachment for Kristi Noem. So he hasn't done it yet.
Oh, and can I
Just a
say
side fact.
one more thing? I'll make it fast. I'll make it
Okay.
fast. I won't be long. So I just want to remind everybody again how important this seat is. I know me and Nichelle keep saying, but if we have a Democrat in this seat, so right now Texas is dealing with SB 8 that just passed and the 287G agreements that just passed. That all the sheriffs in counties with over 100,000 residents had to sign, which mandates all the sheriffs to work with immigration and ICE and everybody like that, right? So, but if we had a Democrat in the Senate, they could have pushed back on that. They could have pushed back on that. They could have sued them. They could have done anything to not get that legislation passed. But because we have a completely Republican-controlled legislation right now, completely Republican-controlled. What's the word I'm looking for? You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so it was easily passed through. So now all of our upper law enforcement, the sheriff's office, are mandated to work with ICE. So that's why everybody, everything that's going on with ICE in Texas right now, nobody is seeing. It's being pushed through very quietly and easily because Abbott made it that way.
Damn, I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that they were mandated to work with ICE now. Ivy, DRC, then Pedro. Let's try to make it quick so we can go to the next question.
Yeah, I'll go super quick. And I think this whole portion where I wanted more from both. And I know for some of you guys feel like Jasmine gave you everything, and that's great. But for me, like me and Sash live this every day. Like we live at the border. We live this every day. We've seen that we've had Democrats in office who have allowed a Republican governor to use us as guinea pigs, to use our border like it's a play toy. And I when they asked her the question, right, of like, would you abolish or defund? Both of them gave a whole little spiel versus saying, I would abolish it and this is how I would do it. Or I would defund and this is how I would do it. That is what I want to hear. I want to hear plans of action. I want to know how you're going to do this so that I know how to support you in doing this. Versus telling me a story and telling me that, oh, whatever it looks like. And I'm like, okay, so then we have no plan. We don't know what it looks like because we don't have a plan. Like, I need to know what we're doing so I can get behind you. And I can be like, we're doing this, this, and this, and this is how I'm going to help. Versus just being like, oh, that whatever it looks like. And that to me was not enough. And I wish that they would have started with that and been like, this is what I'm going to do. Boom, 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 boom. Instead of giving the story of things that we have already known that are happening, that we see every day. But that's just me. And I wish that we were given a straightforward answer of this is how I would do it. And this is what I would do.
How are you for abolishing ICE or defunding it?
I would get rid of it. I would start from redoing the policies within DHS and then trickling down. Because at this point, the president can say we're changing X, Y, and Z policy in ORR. And then DHS is like, all right, cool, we're signing it off. And then it trickles down to everybody else. So I would start at DHS, hold everybody accountable and make sure that they serve prison time. And then I would change the policies and procedures, make sure that our agents we're going to completely fire everybody. Start from fucking scratch. Make sure you have a clean background check. Make sure you have at least 7 months of training like the Texas State Troopers do, which I don't even think is enough. And I would rebrand and rename everything. And I would start from scratch.
Like clean house.
Yeah, but that's how I would do it. That's what I wanted to hear from her. I wanted specific points from her telling me this is what I would do and this is how I would do it, so that I know how to support her in that way.
And I don't know if there are any politicians. Would I give my plan? I would say what I want to do, but would I give my plan to the other politicians? or I know that in one, I get why you say, you can't get that in 30 seconds or 60 seconds, because I don't see why you, and a lot of people, I know you want to plan, but a lot of people want to hear what they want to hear. And a lot of people do want to, you know, or don't, I may not know exactly what this is and that is. So some people want to hear like, hey, I would abolish it. Sometimes that's good enough for them when we're talking about the mass of people. So I'm glad that you're able to ask them questions, directly. But when we're talking about the mass in the 30, 60 seconds, they're not going to either give a fuck or know exactly what that plan is going to do, but they want to know if you're going to abolish or defund. Go ahead. I think it's DRC and then Pedro. I wrote it down.
You can go to Pedro because I think what I got, I think it might take us in a different direction. I'll wait till after the clip.
Okay, go ahead, Pedro.
I just want to say, and then forgive me if it sounds redundant. I think and I'm not sure if this has explained in this live, Jess, or in other lives that we've been in, but I think for the sake of the immigration argument, the Constitution makes absolute border control impossible.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that goes over everyone's head sometimes, right? The Constitution is designed to slow power down when it's doing too fucking much, right? When there's too much executive overreach and things like that. It's not something that makes it efficient. The immigration enforcement law runs into that kind of design, right? Because due process applies at and inside the border. So if we read a Supreme Court doctrine, right, non-citizens physically present in the U.S. have that Fifth Amendment due process right. The next is that asylum seekers invoking statutory protections must receive individualized hearings, which is what we're not seeing.
Mm-hmm.
And that would mean that the government cannot summarily expel everyone en masse, detain indefinitely without review, which is what we're fucking seeing in the detention centers for the for-profit prison style, right? And eliminate access to the courts. So enforcement hits that constitutional brick wall the moment a person sets foot on the soil of the United States. And the stress would be that at least our framers expected that inefficiency, and it's how liberty survives the pressure. But the problem with that is when you have a Congress that is imbalanced because neither party either wants to work together or each side wants to have its own power struggle, that's where you see that issue come in at. Respectfully, in this lifetime, immigration will never be solved.
Mm-hmm. Thank you
I
so
think
much.
go ahead,
No,
Milo, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Pedro.
I do think I should be abolished and nothing should be rebranded. Because on stolen land, it's very difficult to sit here and say that there should be border control when there were no borders on this land to begin with. And it's very hard that not only did the framers, who were fucking racist, write this shit out, but it's also difficult when it provides different structural advances for the United States, right? Because, I mean, not only is there a stronger economy in doing so, but there's a balance that is given to all, there's a balance that's given to each side of the aisle, not just in terms of boosting economic revenue, boosting GDP, but also in terms of not only just labor, but in, I guess, more of the financial part of it too. And so, I don't know, oh God, when I hear the immigration argument, it's the most frustrating thing because I don't think neither side of the aisle that sits in fucking Congress really analyzes the Constitution to understand that it prevents that kind of limitation.
Mm-hmm.
But I land my plane there.
Thank you so much. And then Lisa, I did see your hand up. I thought it was from last time, but go ahead, and then we'll go to the. Go ahead.
Yeah. So so just like a couple things, I heard what Jess heard. I heard Jasmine say abolish, and I heard James say defund, but without saying the trigger words, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that they were purposely doing that because they don't want the Republican Party in the general to be able to make an ad with their face on it, right? To scare people, because that's what the Republican Party does. You just fear. And it's like they're going to defund, like they did with defund the police, right? Which really didn't mean get rid of the police, but that's how they branded it, and they were able to scare people with that propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
And also politicians, I understand it, especially when you have this one issue, and I feel like the ICE mass deportations, the mass detention industrial complex, right, where they're actually making money you know, keeping our fellow Americans, and I don't care, documents, undocumented, they are our fellow Americans in these prison camps, right? And making money off of them. Like when we start talking about defunding, we need to start talking about that too, in concert with them, you know, picking people up and deporting them too, because they are doing that in a big way. And I do think that there is a way for us to talk about it and maybe use some other language that they cannot then go and use against us when it comes to the general election. And politicians do tend to do what Ivy said, and that's they just say what's wrong, and we already know what's wrong. We don't need them to repeat it, but they do that, and it fills up too much of the time where we would really like for them to be telling us what their solution is, because we already know what the problem is, right? We're paying attention. I would like to throw something out there. From what I have read, part of Jasmine Crockett's strategy is to get at least some of the 2.2 million registered voters of color that did not vote in 2024. And I just, for the ladies who are in Texas, I just wanted to know, have you guys heard anything about what the strategy is for that?
Okay, everybody hold on to the answer. I'm gonna, not only am I gonna play the next question, I'm gonna run it back a quick, because I didn't hear the Kristi Noem thing, and I do want to hear that. And then I'm gonna play it into the. Let me tell you something. Big motherfucking King West is not playing with you, motherfuckers, y'all. All of the men in the chat, take some notes from a real OG. Shout out to Big West clearing the goal for tonight. I mean, you can still donate. We still got to go to Vegas, so I would greatly appreciate it. But thank you, King motherfucking West. Not playing. West not playing. Everybody say W Wesley in the chat right now and drop massive crowns. I want to see massive crowns. Spam that shit like Pedro just did, okay? For the next 60 seconds for sure. I want to see like 100 of them hoes. Thank you, King West. Mr. West. Okay, so I'm going to run it back a little bit. And then I'm also too going to play it into the next question. And everybody hold on to that question that Lisa said, and we'll run right into it.
Staying on the topic of ICE with a follow-up question.
Immigration system in our own image, shooting gang members, police force, and this morning.
How would you vote on ICE funding measures? And do you believe ICE should be abolished or defunded? You have 60 seconds.
ICE shot a mother in the face. ICE kidnapped a 5-year-old boy. ICE executed a man in broad daylight on our streets just this morning. It's time to tear down this secret police force and replace it with an agency that actually is going to focus on public safety. We need to impeach Kristi Noem. We need to prosecute agents who've abused their power. We have to haul these masked men before Congress so the world can see their faces. We should be cracking down on the cartels, not our communities. We should be prosecuting gang members, not small business owners. We should be hunting down human traffickers, not moms and babies. We need comprehensive immigration reform in this country. We need to remake this broken immigration system in our own image. And once we win a Senate majority, we will do exactly that.
Just to be clear, though, would you, in 10 seconds, abolish or defund ICE?
We have seen this historic increase in funding for ICE. That money has come out of our healthcare. So what I would say is that we should take that money back and put it in our communities where it belongs.
Staying on the topic of ICE with a follow-up question, Mr. Tallarico, you'll have 30 seconds for this. One comment that you have made is that ICE should crack down on cartels. So what does cracking down on cartels look like to you?
So we have a law enforcement agency that is going after American citizens, that's going after our neighbors, including our undocumented neighbors. There was a mom and dad up in DFW, the Vargases. They own a dry cleaners. They've had it for 20 years. They're beloved by their customers.
Or defund
I'm
ICE.
sorry, I didn't hear the
We
question.
have seen this historic increase in funding for ICE. That money has come out of our healthcare. So what I would say is that we should take that money back and put it in our communities where it belongs.
Staying on the topic of ICE with a follow-up question, Mr. Tallarico, you'll have 30 seconds for this. One comment that you have made is that ICE should crack down on cartels. So what does cracking down on cartels look like to you?
So we have a law enforcement agency that is going after American citizens, that's going after our neighbors, including our undocumented neighbors. There was a mom and dad up in DFW, the Vargases. They own a dry cleaners. They've had it for 20 years. They're beloved by their customers, by their community members. They raised a daughter who is now attending Texas Tech University. On their way back from Tech, after dropping her off, they were detained by ICE. If our law enforcement officials are going after the Vargases, that means they're not going after the cartels or rapists or murderers. And so I think whatever we think on this issue, we should have law enforcement focused on public safety.
Ms. Crockett, a follow-up question for you. This week, you proposed the Track ICE Act, which would require immigration-related flight
So she's proposing bills. Okay.
data be released within 72 hours. Explain how this transparency
Did we
would
hear the
affect
answer though,
way
Jess?
And what his question was, what I keep, because they're dancing around the question so much, I don't even remember what the fucking question was.
The
He did
question
not
was,
answer.
how
He
do
didn't
you?
answer, Corazon. He didn't answer. He didn't answer the question.
What was the
That's
question?
what I thought. The question was, you have made a claim that you want to crack down on the CTELs. How are you going to do that? And he didn't answer that
And
question.
he told us about how they're targeting U.S. citizens, and we should be targeting cartel. And like
Correct.
Ivy would say, I
oh, sorry,
want to
Myrtle,
know
go.
how you plan to crack down on cartel if you want to keep them there, basically. Okay,
Correct. And he mentioned the Texas Tech story of the daughter's parents getting detained when they dropped her off.
gotcha. Here we go. And her follow-up question is she was introduced a new bill. I'll bring it back a little bit.
You proposed the Track ICE Act, which would require immigration-related flight data be released within 72 hours. Explain how this transparency would affect the way ICE operates. You have 30 seconds.
I've had too many people call my office and not know where their loved ones are. I have too many people that don't know whether or not they are safe. And to be perfectly honest, I don't know that we can ever say that you're going to be right here in Texas at the Dilley facility. We know that they just found that there was a detainee that had been killed. They ruled that it was a homicide. That is the same facility that they took that precious 5-year-old to. I plan to go and conduct oversight at on Wednesday with one of my colleagues. The sad part is that if I conduct oversight, I have to look at somebody like my colleague, LaMonica McIver, who is now facing 17 years in prison because she.
All right, this follow-up is for both
Damn,
of you.
I got that.
If
So, hold
elected,
on. So that's a pause. They said that I'm assuming that she said, what is the Transparency Act? Hold on, let me ask it again. I'm sorry, y'all.
Related flight data be released within 72 hours. Explain how this transparency would affect the way ICE operates. You have 30 seconds.
I've had too many people call.
So in that question, she said she's explaining why she has implemented it instead of not exactly how would it affect them. But I think the transparency is very much needed because after that Renee Good, they sued. I don't know if you guys saw the clip, but they also subpoenaed the records for body cam footage for the officers that were involved. And the Republicans, one Republican acted like she was going to vote with it, but then when it came to it, she changed her mind because it said murdered and not killed. So she changed her mind and they were not able to get the subpoena. And then also to being able to propose this bill doesn't give them time to be able to, I'm not saying that they do, but corrupt the footage that has been happening, and also to all of the information about where these people are going. Like she said, too many families calling me and don't know where their family members are. So if we have this transparency, this bill track, this ICE track act or bill, then we should be able to track these people and find them. But go ahead, Ivy. I think you said, I see your hand. I just looked down, saw your hand, but go ahead.
Yeah. So I did research, right? Because I think she meant to say El Paso, not Dilley, and I wanted to make sure.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't been able to find anything on a detainee and living in the Dilley detention center. because I think we've seen that a lot of them have happened in El Paso. So I just because I don't want it to be flagged for misinformation. Because we played that clip. Because that happened in El Paso. I just want to flag that because you know how TikTok is super crazy now.
I get that, and we appreciate that. Who was that left those part to Pedro? More join me, please. Okay, no problem. Thank you so much, Pedro. I appreciate you.
Down in the chat, POV Media is in Texas. He's like a political commentator down in Texas.
POV, if you would like to come up, you're more than welcome. I'll send you an invite. It's not mandatory. Some people like to say in the chat, but you're definitely more than welcome. Did anybody want to go next? And if not, I'll go to Ask POV for his input on that particular question. Go ahead, Angel.
So that unaliving happened in the East Montana Detention Center, not the Dilley. That's where the little boy is at, the 5-year-old.
And she said Dilley, right?
Yes.
Got you.
Yeah, so that's in El Paso. We've actually had three unalivings within the last 2 months. So there's an investigation being launched into Camp East Montana. And was it yesterday, Ivy, or the day before where everybody went to the judge to protest because there's new detention centers that they want to build here.
It was yesterday at Commissioner's Court. Yeah, Commissioner's Court. I'm very disappointed with her answer that she gave when they got interviewed.
Yeah, so they're trying to build new detention centers on top of Camp East Montana, which Camp East Montana so far has the largest capacity, and they're trying to build more on top of it. But I think the 5-year-old that they brought from Minneapolis, he's in San Antonio. He's not in El Paso.
Got you.
They moved to the Dilley Center. Is East Montana on the Fort Bliss?
Yes.
And that's where that doctor had that case of like 1 million women that he violated.
Yes.
Definitely send me that. POV, welcome in. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing amazing. I don't know what part of Texas you're in. You don't have to say online. Some people don't want to say, and that's totally fine.
I'm from Houston, proud Houston, so it's a big area.
H-Town.
Y'all can't find me. Yes, ma'am.
What are your thoughts?
No, I actually just want to kind of, honestly, I just kind of wanted. I've been kind of paying attention to the chat, kind of seeing what people were saying, and there's a lot of people who are kind of have very differentiating opinions on this whole race between Tallarico and Jasmine Crockett. I honestly think that I actually am a fan of both of them. I think that they both bring a lot of great qualities to the party. I think that Jasmine Crockett is the accountability warrior, the person that goes to bat for people, the person that's gonna hold down the line. And I look at James Tallarico as a persuader, a person that can bring people along, a person that can reach to specific groups that Democrats are very kind of weak with, and talk to them, especially because of the fact that he brings this. I don't want to say evangelical, but this religious component that is very comfortable talking about, very comfortable, kind of playing in that pool and very believable. That is specifically in Texas works really well. I'm just kind of wanting to kind of see if anyone else was in Texas. I see a couple people named Ivy, Texas, and people in Texas. Like,
everybody up here is in Texas except for Saji.
Okay. Okay. Cool. So, what did? Oh, okay. Jersey.
Who's in Jersey? Oh, Lisa's in Jersey. Okay.
I think, is it Lisa? Yeah, Lisa said that.
Yeah. I'm just curious, what is everyone's take on this race? Because these videos the debates are cool, but everyone kind of has what they want to hear, and regardless of what that person says, they're kind of already locked in the camp that they're going to be in, and that's kind of how I see it. So, anyone else that's in Texas? What are you seeing as a vibe? What are you guys feeling out there?
What camp are you
out here?
Into?
I'm on the camp that's going to win.
I'm talking about in the primaries. Like, are you voting in the primaries?
Yeah, I'm locked in the camp that's going to win. That's.
How do you know?
I know
who's going to win. Unless you vote.
Because I live in Texas.
I'm in Texas. So when you go to the primaries, how do you know? Okay, this one's going to win. I'm going to vote for them.
Well, I believe. Oh, I actually thought that Jasmine Crockett had the upper edge in this race initially. But I do think that things are different. I do think that the vibe has shifted a little bit.
Right. What do
And
you
for
think
me,
shifted the vibe?
I think the fact that, first of all, you kind of have to look at it in the context of, the elections, right? Like, we just a few weeks ago, we had months ago, the off-year elections. We had a New Jersey governor's race. The governor's race in Virginia, governor's race in the Mamdani race. We also had that race in Tennessee, right? And one of the things that the Republicans are really good at doing is creating boogeymen, people that they get their base really focused on hating, really focused on creating caricatures of, like Hillary Clinton, like like AOC, like a lot of these people. And even in years when the momentum was going against them, they were able to turn out their base to go after specific people, like the woman in Tennessee who said that she didn't like country music and that she wanted to defund the police, that she wanted to do all this stuff. Even in the year last year where Democrats were overperforming all across the board, they were able to rally their people enough to get that specific girl out, right? So what I'm feeling is that when it comes to Jasmine Crockett, they are turning her into that caricature, into that boogeyman. Like, you're hearing people out here. I actually heard from a Latino person that she said that he wouldn't support her because she said that Latino men who voted for Trump were essentially have a slave mentality. And that is something I heard personally from a Hispanic person that I know. And I thought to myself, wow, that's pretty insane. That's pretty crazy. And it is just a political gamemanship that happens. I'm on the side that wins. I'm on the side that promotes progressive and democratic views. I'm on the side that creates a better country for a better state, a better country. And I'm on the side that gets rid of all this MAGA nonsense. So,
and then I'm gonna answer it because I hear Sasha. Everybody wants to answer. 2 questions. Why do you think they would attack her and not him? Why do you think they're not afraid of him?
Well, first of all, they attack her because she's a Black woman. They attack her because she speaks in a way like Stephen A. Smith's stupid self would say. You speak with too much bass in your voice. You speak with too much attitude, but you got no problem with other men who talk the way they talk. But the fact of the matter is that at the end of the day, that is the reality of the situation. There's a reason why Barack Obama spoke the way he did. There's a reason why Michelle Obama spoke the way she did. Because when you live in this country where you are judged implicitly so much differently than other people are, they are essentially creating a narrative, creating an environment that hinders you as a political person. Like me personally, I love Jasmine Crockett. I love her energy. I love her intensity. I love the fact that she's smart as hell and she don't back down.
Yeah,
but damn it, man, I'm tired of yeah.
But
It's what we need. I agree with that.
I was just saying that to say, like, they come at the people, of course, because she's a Black woman, but like, even if they come at Hillary, you come at the people that you think have a really good chance of beating you, or that if they're in this position, I'm going to have a hard time getting what I want done, which makes me feel like you don't target him, not only because he's probably a white male, but also too, I can push him over when he get here, and that's not what we need at the moment. And if they want to put her into a boogeyman, wouldn't we need a boogeyman to go up against this current administration, which is something that we've never seen before? You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you gotta pop out a certified boogeyman. I'm the one to show it.
Okay, Kendrick. Oh, Kendrick. They're not like us. No,
I'm
for real.
just saying, like,
For
that,
real.
and that's why I say that's what we need. And
100%.
instead of just thinking, going by the false polls and not thinking that we're enough and we can't do it. If we get that mentality out and we all vote for her, regardless of what they say, regardless of what they do, and knowing that what we need for not only Texas, but America as a whole, especially against this current regime, then we don't have to worry about only having to vote blue no matter who, but actually input somebody that we know can make a difference.
No, 100%. I'm bone for her. I'm bone for Jasmine. I just got too much. I got PTSD from 2024. I went out here, did the same thing with Common Paris, and these cats came back and did me. I was sitting in my chair like, like, what the hell?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So like, it's just like it makes you like rethink a lot of things, because it's like, are we really moving forward as a country? Are we still stuck with this? Are we still dealing with this bullshit? You know what I'm saying? Like just because someone talk different, that's a hindrance. Because someone move different, that's a hindrance. But you got MTG talking all types of bullshit, and oh
And
my
it's
gosh, she's a
okay.
patriot.
And it's okay.
It's right.
See, when a white
It's
woman
right.
does it, she's passionate. She's a mama bear. When a black woman does, she's ghetto and she's loud and an angry black woman. But my thing, and then I'm gonna let Tosh and everybody else from Texas answer your question. But I'm gonna land it with this. My thing is what I've seen with VP Kamala Harris, who had all this experience. You know, again, articulate very well, very smart, being in all of these different levels of positions of government. And the only thing you can come out with is her laugh. No matter how good you are, they're going to find something to demonize you about it. So you might as well just be yourself. So if it's loud, if I curse, if
100%.
however I do it, you're going to demonize me anyway. So I don't need to be the perfect Negro for you. I just need to be the perfect candidate for my state and my country. Sash, go ahead.
Nice to meet you, POV.
And you
I wanted
next Chanel,
to,
then DRC. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, you're good, Mama. I wanted to speak real quick to that point that you brought up, about Latinos, and they got upset with Jasmine saying that Latino men have a slave mentality, because it was a talking point, right? That a lot of people got upset with her about, but she didn't lie. She didn't lie. it was the truth, right? It was the truth. And if people got upset about it, then they need to take a cold hard look at themselves in the mirror, right? Because like we call in the Latino community, and like we call the people that find themselves to be white, like we call them coconuts, right? Because they want that proximity to whiteness, right?
Yeah.
But then they forget that they're still very much brown.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
And like they forget about the people that came before us, you know, our parents, our grandparents, and everything that it took, you know, to get here in the first place. And then they pull up the ladder behind them. And like there was Representative Wally. I don't know if you remember, it was a couple of years ago, when they were trying to pass, I believe it was SB4. And he's from San Antonio, I believe. But correct me if I'm wrong, anybody in the chat. I believe he's Armando Wally. I believe he's from San Antonio. And he was on the state floor, and they were arguing SB4. I don't know if you remember, but it's the racial profiling law. And when his quote unquote friends all voted for it, and he was the only vote voting against it, and he's looking at his friends and he's like, I can't believe you guys would do this to me. He's like, I can't even take my mother to the doctor. I can't go to a quinceañera. I can't do this and that. And very, very surprised, right, that these white men would vote against him like that, you know? So she told no lies, absolutely no lies. And like the people that are upset with her about it, they need to look in the mirror. Hello. But yeah.
And I also think that she's not targeting Latinos for Trump or any type of MAGA. You be where you want to be. There's no changing her mind, but there's so many voters that did not come out. And I think she's trying to get them engaged and motivated to come out and vote, because that is where it can make a difference. They're going to be who they want to vote. And I've talked to them since last July, since Kamala Harris stepped into the race. Like you said, you're kind of already on the side you want to be, and there's nothing you could really say to do it. I think it's more so about getting those people who are not motivated to vote to come out in some type of way. I think it was Nichelle, and then DRC. Go ahead.
Oh my. Okay, POV. All right, let's do this. Okay, let's do this. So it's interesting. So I think my first impression of what you're saying, I kind of had a visceral reaction, then I kind of calmed down, because you're saying that people are locked in, but then, you know, you mentioned you're not locked in. You want to go with who's going to win. I echo that. I'm Central Texas, and what I think most people don't understand that are outside of Texas is how incredibly different Texas is, right? The Panhandle is not the same as Central Texas. DFW is not the same as Hell, DFW
Houston.
is not the same way as Houston. Houston's not the
Right.
same as Austin. Austin's not
Right.
the same as San. I mean, I could go on and on, right? I think, and I feel what you're saying really, truly about the PTSD of 2024. I think a lot of us who live here, especially if you are Black, right? We're really feeling the PTSD, right? And we're seeing a lot of these same themes, right? The single issue voters, right? How she talks. That's why it's so triggering to have these conversations.
Right.
And so I'm with you about who's going to win. I think messaging here internally from Texas matters, but I'm going to speak now broadly to everybody else. And I'm saying this with all the disrespect in my heart, right? If you don't know Texas politics, stay the F out of our business. And the reason I'm saying that is, POV, you brought up some excellent points. I'm with you. I want someone to win. Right now, we can have, like Jess has provided us today, the more nuanced conversations about the differences between Tallarico and Jasmine, and I love that for us, right? But I'm seeing too many outside, influencers saying, I literally saw a post where somebody was like, "Oh my gosh," and Jasmine said this, and Texans, you guys can't do this. Listen. Our number one thing, I'm going to keep saying this over and over and over again. Our number one issue in Texas is voter apathy. We have more registered Democrats in this state than Republicans.
And that's only because they register when they get their ID.
Right. Isn't that true? That's true.
It's still facts, though. It's still facts.
Come on, POV.
So
Come
you
on,
already
POV.
halfway
I'm gonna ride on this too. I'm gonna ride on it.
I'm with you.
It's a stat I can ride on, baby. But listen. Flex on it, Jess. Flex. I gotta say something. I'm just so traumatized.
For sure.
But we have more registered Democrats here, okay? But people, when I phone bank and when I'm talking to people and I'm trying to get, and this is not, I'm just trying to get people motivated to vote. The number one thing that Jasmine has going for her is name recognition. You would be surprised, Jess and POV or other people, how many people didn't know about James Tallarico. And like he said in his first and second question, he's served longer in office than Jasmine has, but she's got name recognition. So to your point about wanting someone, backing someone who wins, right? I'm with you on that. I think for everybody outside of Texas, how you can support us and what we're trying to do here on the ground and Texans who live here is to make sure that when we're having these conversations, whether it's about our tone, whether it's about a policy, that you make sure that you follow that up with telling people to vote. What I get worried about when we have these conversations is that we're all talking and we're all very intellectual and we're having these conversations and things like that, criticizing this or that. There's going to be people that are scrolling past here and they're going to hear a clip of something and they're going to go, "Oh, you know what? Yeah." Or or maybe they don't live in Texas and they're somehow within their influencer group are going to convince people not to vote and disengage, right? Well, this person wasn't perfect. We've seen purity politics. We saw it. That's why I was putting in the chat earlier, Jess, when you played that other clip and we were talking about the contrast and how someone said, or when Ivy brought up, people that she's spoken to about how she speaks, that's super triggering for me because now we're right back at 2024. I don't like it because of her laugh. Are you effing kidding me? And this is where we are now. Because you didn't like her laugh. Really, it's because she was a Black woman.
Yeah,
let's just
call it. No point of trying to be the perfect Negro because no matter how perfect you are, they'll find a reason to demonize you. So
they gonna find a reason, Jess.
Be you.
They're gonna find a reason.
Say something anyway.
Yeah. And by the way, let me say something because just because I ask questions, just because I bring up points that maybe contrary or maybe from the other side does not mean I don't support Jasmine. I support my people. I will always support my people. I tell people one thing: you might be pro-Christian, you might be pro-American. I'm pro-Black. That's number one for me. All the other stuff comes secondary. When I wake up in the morning, I look in the mirror, I see a Black man. Okay. And that's what I'm gonna ride with. So whenever it comes down to it, I'm always gonna support my people. But at the same time, I have a right to ask questions.
Yeah,
You
and
know what
I
I'm
agree.
saying?
I think these questions
You
are
know what I'm
good.
saying?
The questions need to be
Yeah.
asked because everybody else in the
Me
chat has
too.
questions. People who are not
Me too.
commenting and just watching have questions. And if you know, sometimes they're not they don't feel courageous enough, or just, you know, they don't feel courageous enough to ask the questions, you know, or sometimes they get lost in the chat. So I think these conversations help so that we can see both sides regardless. Because I think regardless of who you vote for, I think being an informed voter is, you know, what's most important. And I also, and I'm with you. I do vote Black. But even when I take all of my biases off of the table and I just look at it on paper and what's been done, what's been said, what kind of current position we're in and what we need, she's just the better candidate.
Absolutely. And
So,
I'll just,
yeah.
I'll land with, and thank you for saying that. And this was not a critique at all for you. I literally put in the chat when you were saying this is the crux right now of where we are in Texas. And I guess my first reaction was, oh my gosh, I've seen so many people who are outside of Texas, who are online, claim to be online leftists, who have very large platforms, Jess, and they make these statements not knowing the nuance that Sash brings from where she lives, from Ivy, you know, POV, you know, he's in Houston, not knowing on the ground, like he said, what's the vibe out there? It's a wonderful question, because he's right. You could talk to somebody in DFW and they may be thinking something, and then go down to the Panhandle, or go up to the Panhandle rather. It's a completely different view. So I agree with him 1000%. I said, this is the crux of where we are right now. And it just makes me worry so bad. There are so many people that may hear these online leftists who are outside of Texas that don't know the vibe, like what POV was saying, that aren't listening to this amazing live that you posted for us. They take something away and then they disengage, right? That's my number one fear when I'm talking and I'm phone banking, trying to get people. This isn't an issue about getting them registered. It's getting them off the couch to go.
Yeah.
Exactly.
100%.
DRC, did you, or Ivy or Angel, did you guys want to add anything? I know you guys are all in Texas.
Yes. So I've said this before and I'll say it again. Jasmine's backlash is basically a reaction to her power, if you really think about it. It's a reaction to her power, truly. And you look at it this way. So I think that her backlash is pretty much a symptom of a system that is profoundly uncomfortable with a Black woman who is intellectually superior or formidable, a woman who's brilliant and refuses to have her principles diluted for easier digestion. And to think about what happened with Madam Vice President Kamala Harris, we have to remember that when Black women ascend with confidence and confidence in this arena, their strength is it's often seen as, what's the word, abrasiveness. And that's just the way it's always been for us, unfortunately. And Jasmine's clarity, when she gets up and she speaks, it's seen as divisiveness, when she's simply telling the truth, and a truth that needs to be spoken.
Yeah.
And I've been thinking about her pathway to winning this, and I believe that her chances are phenomenal, to be honest. But we also have to remember that she is up against a system that basically, look at what happened with Vice President Harris. They dissected her tone, her record, everything, her laugh, and all that. But at the end of the day, in Texas, you know, there's a stagnant status quo that we have that needs to be broken through. And Texas has a choice. It can succumb to the fears and the frameworks of old time, or they can allow this new leadership and strength to come bursting through the doors.
Like they say they need.
Exactly. And that's
get scared
exactly
when it
it.
happens.
Look,
Yeah.
look, whoever can get these dang light bills down. I'm for it. Damn, shit.
And then the water bill about to go up because everybody has to shut
Lord
their
have
fucking
mercy.
faucets because of this
I'm telling you, man,
big
these light
ass
bills
winter
out of control.
snowstorm.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
telling you,
insane
man.
now.
Man,
I
I
saw.
need to. I need to sue. I'm about to sue the city of Houston. They had me buying all type of stuff at Walmart. And I'm sitting there talking about this nothing. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. Go ahead. My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. But I think we have to remember that, and like Nichelle was talking about, Texans' apathy is a big issue here, and we can't become complacent the way we let what happened in 2024 happen here. We can't. She has a strong chance, but at the same time, she's up against a white man.
They wasn't scared of their new leader ushering in a new regime, ushering in something new, and we cannot be scared either. You know, because they don't talk like what you used to, act like what you used to. You're not used to them. You know, you're not used to this regime, so of course you're not used to somebody standing. Well, we've been standing 10 toes down. That's just the thing. But now you guys get to see up close, on the forefront. And the beautiful part is, like, she advocates for everybody: Black, white, indigenous, Puerto Rican, Latinas. You know, everybody. Okay, dogs, cats,
And can
alligators.
I say something about that? Can I piggyback on something there? So you mentioned in the chat that you think that she could be going for the non-voters, and I think she is too. I think that would be a great move for her to do, to go beyond the traditional, Democratic strongholds and things like that. So we saw that. I mean, I don't know if y'all saw the TikTok video of her. I think was she at the Lebediqua
She was
show?
at the Lebediqua bar karaoke.
Yeah.
Meeting people where they're
Yeah.
at, different bars too. 17 stops in 2 days. She said,
Mhm.
nobody is going to outwork me. I'm the candidate that's going to
Yeah.
work. And then all while still working in DC,
Mhm.
traveling
That
back
makes
and
me
forth.
tired just hearing that.
Yeah, me too. I'm like, girl, I ain't doing
17 cities, my God.
1738. I'm sorry, everything is a song.
1738.
But yeah. Ivy or Angel, I think you wanted to say something. I know.
What Talarico is probably doing right now and the things he worries about is probably what he's going to say in his next speech. While Jasmine knows what she's going to say because she's doing the work.
Mm-hmm. That's what somebody else was
she's a
saying.
real-
Like, she speaks in the present and he speaks like what he's gonna do. Like, I'm doing it. The things that y'all want, I'm working on them. I'm doing them. I'm going there. I'm fighting for it. I'm putting the stuff forward. We watched her live before we got into the debate where she, I'm going. Not only am I going to the detainee place facility, but like I have legislation that addresses all I'm over she said I'm in on over 1,000 different bills. Like I'm co-sponsoring on over 1,000, and we just don't have the numbers to get them to pass.
I
Go
think
ahead.
you hit on something, Jess, in that, just really quick, that she's saying, I'm already doing it. I'm already doing everything that you would want me to do. I just need more power. I need more
Yes.
visibility, right? I think that that's what it is.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And DRC, I think you want to say one more thing too.
Yeah, real quick. No, I just wanted to bring up, I think I said it before. Forgive me if I'm repeating myself, but
My bad. Go ahead.
Jasmine, she has a tendency, she will hold these powerful institutions to account about voting rights, criminal justice, equality, all that stuff. And she's basically doing the very job that she was elected to do. And they have a problem with it.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that?
Mm-hmm. Saji, go ahead. I know you had a question.
Well, there was a statement and a question. As you guys know,
Duolingo is out. I'm about to mess up my streak if I don't get it by 12.
Seriously.
As you guys know, we've been reading the book Cast by Isabel Wilkerson on My Live, and it talks about the containers they built for us, right? It talks about the unconscious pull that people experience when they think that it's okay to ask a Black or brown person in a store for help. Why they won't ever assume that it is a white tea person. I think that a lot of people are, maybe they are subconsciously adhering to these containers that they have put for people to belong to. They see Black people, brown people, and in particular, I won't group it. In particular, Black women in power, and they feel as though they need to prove themselves above and beyond the standards to which any white man has ever had to fucking meet. And then they will still get criticized, even if they meet and surpass all those standards. To Ivy's point earlier, when she said that someone characterized Jasmine Crockett as aggressive, I think it is our responsibility as other communities of color to educate our own and to let them know why that rhetoric is harmful, to explain how other people are being viewed versus how brown people are viewed versus how Black people are viewed, where all these things are coming from, and keep deconstructing, right? But to POV, what I wanted to say was, what was your response to them saying that they were upset that Jasmine made that statement? Because I'm with Sash. I completely understood what she meant by they had that mentality, because they feel as though they need white tea proximity and they need the approval of white tea people, and they voted against, or they voted for their oppressor.
Yeah.
Right? So did you question them, or what did they answer?
I just said, why do you care what the gringos think? That's what I said. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, yes. Well, that's the thing about it. And I said to them, the fact that we're having this conversation, y'all don't, I mean, and excuse my language, because I know there's a lot of Hispanic, Latino people on this live here. I said, what happened is that y'all dropped the ball. You know what I'm saying? And now you want to question this Black woman. You know, from the 80s, 70s, 80s, 90s, we had something called the Black and Brown Coalition. We didn't always agree. We didn't always get along all the time. Sometimes we never talked to each other. When it came down to voting, we knew the assignment. With black people and Latino people, we're going to vote the same, because what's good for Black folks, good for brown folks. Good for brown folks, good for Black people. That's the assignment. That's what's always been the assignment. Election after election after election after election. That was always the assignment. But for some reason in 2024, y'all ninjas decided that y'all want to go a different route. And now everything's all fucked up. And now you're trying to tell me about, she said something about Latino people, having the same mentality. No, y'all just want to be white. And the fact is, y'all never going to be white. Mm-hmm. Because here's the thing. The reason why they're acting crazy is not about Black people. It's about y'all. Y'all getting more popular. We've been here since the beginning. We foundational. We've been here since day one. They used to us being here. We've been here. Mm-hmm. The only difference is that they stopped having babies and y'all started having triple the size of babies. Y'all started growing.
And so they don't like that.
And they don't like that. So at the end of the day, you question this Black woman, you should be aligning yourself with this Black woman. You should be aligning yourself with Black people, because it's through ourselves together we're gonna get salvation. Mm-hmm. I mean, and that's how I look at it. But at the end of the day, I can't sit here, and hear this, but also and not communicate what I've heard. You know what I'm saying? The conversations I've had and what objections I've had with about Jackson, because that's also informing. What the move is, what the vibe is, what's going on, what people are thinking, because it ain't just going to be Black folks voting. There's going to be other people voting in this election. And it's good to be aware of what they're talking about on the ground and how she's perceived and how we can combat that, how we can figure out how we can navigate that to get her through. Mm-hmm. Good.
Oh, sorry, y'all, that's mine.
Not the Duolingo.
A menudo hace frío en noviembre. Okay, un momento.
Hey, a menudo hace frío en noviembre. What I don't know if Ivy or Sasha or Angel want to say something.
Oh, I think Ivy wanted to go too.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Ivy. My bad. Okay, maybe Ivy is busy. Go ahead, Sergeant.
Sorry, I thought I wasn't sure. Sorry.
Oh, no. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't know. Damn. I mean, I think deep down I know who I'm gonna vote for. I think I just want to make sure all my I's and T's are crossed, which I know for some people, like you guys have made the decision. Like I said, I think I know deep down who, but I want to be objective. I'm a very objective person, and I like to look at everything first before I make a decision, because I want to make sure I'm an informed voter. And I think we're going to have things that we don't like about James, and we're going to have things that we don't like about Jasmine, and people aren't perfect. Politicians aren't perfect. People in office aren't perfect. But I want to make sure that when I go to the polling station, that I know everything about this person and I know all their answers, and I can go with the certainty of knowing that this is the best person. And I like I said, I think I know deep down who I want, but I want to make sure that I have everything in my back pocket, so that whenever I go and I have a meeting with them, I could tell them, you said this and this and this. When I interviewed you, you said this and this and this. This is why I voted for you, because of this and this and this. Instead of, like, not being able to go up to them and being like, well, I don't know, because I didn't hear about this or I didn't know about that. I want to make sure that I know everything before I go in.
I respect that, but for me, I need to know who you're fighting for. That's all I need to know. We can work everything else out. We can talk everything else out. But yeah,
Before we go to the next question, I would just like to drop this little tiny piece in. So I've been studying the stats, and this is shocking to me as a Texan. I truly am shocked right now. So just looking at all of I'm looking at 67 polls. Okay. Starting probably some of them are from December of 2025 all the way up to now. Paxton is leading, not Cornyn on the Republican side. So as we listen to the debates, and it just plays, the next questions, and we talk about it and we analyze it. I just want to put that in, Texans and everybody else who's supporting whatever. Paxton, not Cornyn, is leading in the polls on the Republican side. Now that can change. That's 67 polls, 67 different polls. Paxton. There are some polls where Cornyn is leading, and I'm not talking about 1 or 2 points, y'all. I'm talking about 4 points, 10 points, 17 points, 5 points, 16 points, 15 points. Like, he's leading in the polls on the Republican side. So that's kind of a sombering kind of thing to think about as we discuss, who we're supporting, and that just strengthened my resolve for Jasmine Crockett.
Because even in the polls of her against the Republicans, they said that she had the best chance of beating Paxton too. And they said, and he had he was down a lot by, favoring him over Paxton. Because then even Paxton is like, what they say, aggressive, bold. He's gonna be coming at it. He's a dog, and I'm putting my wolf in the fight.
He's a criminal. I mean,
yeah,
he's a criminal. Like, let's keep it real. He's a criminal.
Yeah, he's been under investigation from the moment he became Attorney General.
Right. Anybody from Texas that just put one in the chat if that shocked you. I'm not gonna lie, that shocked me. I was truly shocked. 67 reputable, credible polls are showing Paxton is the lead. That is wild to me. I was really surprised by that.
It doesn't shock me because one is MAGA and one is MAGA light. So Paxton is MAGA. So the Republican Party is owned by Trump. So whoever favors Trump is going to be in the lead. It doesn't shock me. It doesn't shock me at all. This is a cult.
Yeah, when you put it like that, of course. That makes more sense. Whoever is gonna sick my duck, I'm going to give you the bucks. Oh. Bars.
Bars. Yo.
So I'm just saying.
It's a Mexican rapper.
I told y'all the Mexican rapper.
Because of Duolingo. I just wanted to
say. I'm sorry, Saji.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it shocks me only because when he was impeached, he had Republicans that also voted to impeach him. So he's not popular. So there's money in there. So I know, Saji, you're tired of hearing billionaires and billionaires and billionaires, but it's an actual issue here in Texas.
Mm-hmm. That's why they come. They all come here.
Yeah. So and Talarico mentions their names a lot because he wants you to remember their names. Tim Dunn, Ferris Wilkes are the 2 biggest billionaire donors in Texas. So if you live in Texas and you don't know their names, you're not familiar with Tim Dunn and Ferris Wilkes, you need to go research them.
Tim Dunn,
because they put their money in everything. And there was an article that came out I think it was last week or the week before that said that Governor Abbott is already surging with like over, I don't know, millions and millions of dollars over Gina Hinojosa. But that's because it's not coming from the people. It's coming from the billionaire donors.
You
So
said
like
Tim Dunn and who
so
else?
Ferris Wilks. So like it is an issue. It is an issue. So like if Paxton is ahead because he's not popular with the Republicans, that means that he's being planted in there. And you're right, it's because he's a Trump supporter. He's MAGA.
Billionaire preachers built the most powerful political machine in Texas. Just to start. I don't know how much time.
I
Go
just
ahead.
want to say thank you. Thank you. I'm about to bounce. I just
Okay,
want
no
to say
worries.
thank you. It
Thank
was
you
so
so
much
much.
fun. All right. Have a good night, y'all.
Welcome back.
Awesome
Anytime.
talking to y'all.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I don't even when I looked up who was running for governor, I saw Gina Hinojosa, and I don't know nothing about her. I just wish we had a name that people will recognize, because if they don't, we're gonna be all over the votes are gonna be split all over the place when it comes. I don't know if people gonna vote blue no matter who when it comes to Greg Abbott, because we have to get him the fuck out of there. I think I'm being tricked too. She's very white passing. I'm gonna play the next question. It's 11:11. First of all, shout out to Alondra. We was on it. Okay, so everybody just make a wish. Yes, come back on up. I'm gonna play the next question. We're gonna have some commentary about it. We've been on about almost 6 hours, so this will be our last question. And I might come on early tomorrow about noon or 1 o'clock, and we can cover a couple of questions. But tomorrow is We Are What's Left Wednesday. We will be having Caso in the building, you guys. So make sure that you come through. Make sure that you come show him some love. You know what it is. We're all family. We make sure that they feel welcome and at home, and show them some love, which I'm excited about. Okay, so I think this is really important. So I might I'm not making any promises because I just want to prepare for tomorrow. But if so, I'll come on about 1 o'clock, and we'll do it from like 1 to 5. And then I'll come back on at 7 o'clock for the We Are What's Left with Caso Speaks, you guys. So I would definitely see you guys tomorrow. Ivy, you got to go. My phone is about to unlock. Be right back. Okay, no problem. So I'm gonna pull up this next question, and then we'll have commentary about it, and then we'll do last words, and we'll get up out of here because we'll be at about 7 hours. So don't tell me, baby. I've been putting my time. The last few lives have been minimum 5 or 6 hours. Okay, we've been in this bitch. Saji was on 12 hours one day. I was like, gee. All right, here we go. I'm checking message. All right, here we go.
Call my office and not know where their loved ones are. I
have ran it back a
too
little
many
bit.
people that don't know whether or not they are safe. And to be perfectly honest, I don't know that we can ever say that you're going to be right here in Texas at the Dilley facility. We know that they just found that there was a detainee that had been killed. They ruled that it was a homicide. That is the same facility that they took that precious 5-year-old to. I plan to go and conduct oversight on Wednesday with one of my colleagues. The sad part is that if I conduct oversight, I have to look at somebody like my colleague, LaMonica McIver, who is now facing 17 years in prison because she.
All right, this follow-up is for both of you. If elected senator, you will represent all Texans, many of whom support deporting undocumented immigrants. How do you balance your feelings toward ICE versus the Texans you will represent who support the enforcement we're seeing right now? Ms. Crockett, we start with you. You have 30 seconds.
Yeah, as it relates to the enforcement that we see right now, let me be clear. They are supposed to do immigration and customs enforcement, not going after U.S. citizens, not going after people that are documented. That is not what they are supposed to do, but that is what they are doing. They are turning us into Nazi Germany by saying they're going to go door to door. They are going after people because of their accent or the color of their skin, because this Supreme Court gave them carte blanche ability to do so. So all we want ICE to do is to do what ICE was created to do. And unfortunately, that's not what they are doing.
All right, thank you. Mr. Tallarico, same question. How do you balance your feelings toward ICE versus the people you would represent who support deporting undocumented immigrants. You have 30 seconds.
So my family is from the border. My mom grew up in Laredo, Texas. I feel like Texans understand this issue of immigration more so than people in other states because we live with it, both the benefits and the challenges. So what I've said is that our southern border should be like our front porch. There should be a giant welcome mat out front and a lock on the door. We can welcome immigrants who want to live the American dream. We can build a pathway to citizenship for those neighbors who have been here making us richer and stronger, and we can keep out people who mean to do us harm.
Right, well, this debate is being hosted by the Texas A.
All right. What are you guys' thoughts on that? Anybody want to go first?
That was a white talking point. Those last 5 seconds, what he said. Oh, we're gonna welcome immigrants who want to come here and live the American dream. That screamed to me as an immigrant who's also, indigenous to this fucking land. That screamed to me assimilation. Like, you better come here and assimilate, hold the same values that we hold, do what we tell you to do. Like, Jasmine spoke to what the Supreme Court did, which was to racially profile people based on the color of their skin or their accent. When I hear you can come here and live the American dream, I hear another MAGA talking point. And again, why you got to bring up all of the issues and the challenges? Like, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna keep saying the same shit. You cannot placate to both sides. I think that what people want, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think what people want in 2026 is a transparent politician who is willing to go with their beliefs, who's not gonna like tiptoe and fence ride and do the whole purity politic bullshit. But I'll land it there.
Thank you so much. Anybody want to go next?
Yeah, thank you guys. I mean, I watched it yesterday, but watching it again through your eyes and like through your lens was really helpful for me to kind of understand what's going on in Texas. Because I do intend to be there for a full month of the election, all of October, canvassing for whoever wins. But it's what I was commenting in the chat. One of the style differences that I see, and what I would, if I was working for Jasmine, I would say is focus, improve the storytelling a little bit, because like just in this last answer, he's really good with the visuals, like the visual storytelling, like the welcome mat and the lock on the door are powerful visual things you can draw in your head instead of talking about policy or like I did this or I did that. What we need to do, advance this bill. Really, just kind of putting an image in people's heads is a powerful way to kind of connect with them. So I think throughout the debate, I think she won overall, but I think he landed more points in this, like in the imagery and storytelling style. When he talked about the kid sitting on the radiator in his classroom, when he talked about during the ICE thing, mom got shot in the head. Like those are powerful images that you draw.
Put in the chat, you guys, and we can close out this gift goal before we do our big banger as well.
But yeah, overall, it was really great debate, and I'm looking forward to working for either candidate.
Awesome, no problem. And when I heard that, as far as visual storytelling, I heard 1 second, I'm bringing in. I heard Tupac had this saying. Thank you, Lisa. Tupac had this saying that all of the rich white people, it's like we're knocking at the door, like, hey, we're starving out here. Can we get some? And they're like, oh no, and they close the door in our face. Hey, can we have some? And then it eventually were like, give me some. And it eventually started knocking down the door, because just a path to citizenship. What does that look like? We've been talking about that. We had a bill about a better path to citizenship and just speeding up the process. I just see a door that's locked and like, you're welcome, but I'm not going to open it. That's just how I see it. H, are you from Texas?
No, I'm actually from London.
Oh, okay. What did you want to add to the conversation? Did you want to speak on something real quick?
No, I was just listening because I was intrigued.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to drop you back down to the comments. I want to save room for people who are in Texas. Thank you so much for coming in. Sash, I saw you with your hand up. Go ahead.
I just want to bring up the point that Michelle brought up not too long ago about looking at this from not our demographic, looking at it from the outside our demographic. So like I'm listening to what Info just said, and that he said he wanted her to work on her storytelling because it sounds better, right? But it sounds better to who? Because if I want to yeah, because I want to hold on, if I could just finish real quick. Because I want to remind everybody that Texas is a majority state, right? And I'll remind everybody again because when he came to El Paso, this is exactly what he said. He said that he wanted a pathway to citizenship, but he didn't explain how. So like this is a big deal. He said that he lives in a border state. Okay, that's fine, but this doesn't affect him. This doesn't affect him. I also live. I said in a border state. I'm in a border city. I also live in a border city where the demographic here is over 85% Latino, and the majority are immigrant. You know, they are migrant. Like we cross back and forth over the border almost every day. Families work across in Juarez and they live across in Juarez and they work over here. Like that's just how we live. Does that affect him? No, it doesn't. So how does the storytelling and rainbows and flowers, how does that work for somebody like me? Somebody else that is again living in a majority state. It doesn't speak to me.
I'm just talking in the general like, effective communication like realm of like we've been telling stories around campfire since like we were on the savannah thousands of years ago, right? So it's story is integral to every culture and society, and I think we learn a lot through story, and people are more engaged with story, and it like kind of sits with them longer. You remember it better. You're going to remember those images.
Right, I
You
get
can
what
draw
you're
mental
saying.
images.
But there's
Yeah,
also
so
horror
it's-
stories. There's feel good stories and there's horror stories. Because when he said a big welcome mat with the lock on the door, right? That's funny because a lot of
Yeah.
white people keep their doors unlocked, but that's neither here nor there. But a lock on the door, the story that came to my mind, the way it made me feel, and it's just as a Black woman, the way that they have just historically treated us when there's a lock on the door, or yeah, you can have it, but I'm just saying that you really can't. That's what I see. Yeah, you can live this American dream, but who the fuck is really what American dream? The one y'all it's just not a real thing. We're the one where you have immigrants come over here, but then you pay them, barely minimum wage, or even your own American citizens, where we haven't even raised the minimum wage, but yet the price of housing and groceries and everything else is going up. Like, what is the American dream? And again, it sounds like a YT talking point. So it sounds like a trick to me. It didn't sound like a good story. So you can be good at telling the story, but like, who does the story work for? Because if you're talking to people of color, being fed that story all this time and knowing that there are so many barriers to make sure you really don't achieve it, it sounds like bullshit. But if you are placating to, say white evangelicals or white nationalists or whoever who's want to tell themselves they have a moral standing, like, yeah, we just need a lock on the door, that'll be all right, and we are living the American dream, it feels good to them. Just because the story is gives you a visualization doesn't mean it's a good story, and it doesn't placate to everyone the same. That's what
I think he did, but Obama did that really well. I think Hillary Clinton. I think
they did, but
if
the
you look at
stories
Donald
felt
Trump,
good.
And Hillary
Donald Trump
lost.
just told stories.
And Hillary lost, Info. Listen, I'm so sorry. Okay, so Jasmine is super smart. She's super smart. She knows who she's speaking to. If we can get specifically Harris County out to vote, she wins. Period.
Yeah.
Period. See, here's the thing. So they've tried this before, right? This whole placate to the middle. Listen, Again, if James Tallarico wins, I'm going to vote for him, because looking at these polls with Paxton up, no, absolutely not, right? But again, and I hear what you're saying, Info, and I do appreciate like your perspective, because I think it's important. I think it's important to know what everyone is thinking. We're not all a monolith. We're not within our communities, and Texans are not all a monolith. And listen, I need to know maybe what a different perspective that maybe I hadn't considered, things.
Same.
However, I think it's real, and I'm not saying this about you, but I'm saying you're tap dancing real close to kind of policing how her as a Black woman speaks, thinks, and carries herself. I've said this in other lives. I've said this in other comment sections. I want her to run her race, not a placated, good little Black girl race. I don't want her to do that. I want her to effing come out swinging. Okay, because I'm telling you, and the second that anybody has anything to say about it, all I need to do is pull up Trump's latest Truth Social post. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? Like, I don't need to hear no damn stories for her. Stories is not going to pay my rent. Stories isn't going to help me get employed right now. Okay. When I was sitting in the hospital with my daughter, when I was terminated from my job because I missed too much time from work. Okay. Unemployment rate is 8.8% within the Black community. I don't give a damn about a story. I'm sorry, I'll tune out. I don't care about a story. When the ACA, when they were threatening to take away the tax subsidies, and I'm looking at the notices that are coming in the mail, and I know that my daughter, again, who just had brain surgery and meningitis, and I'm trying to figure out I don't give a damn about a story. So to Jess's point, a story for who? To placate white people? To placate, scared little white people who are scared to vote for the strong, opinionated, intelligent Black woman? I'm sorry, respectfully, you can miss me with that. Like, we've done that, we've tried that. And I'm gonna tell you something. Let me tell you something. I don't know about other communities, but I'll speak for the Black community. We see right through that shit. We see right through that, because we're gonna side eye you. Like, all of a sudden. And so Jasmine has been Jasmine since the beginning. And if all of a sudden, and I'm not gonna speak for everybody, but I know for me, if all of a sudden I started seeing her being Little Miss Moderate and Little Miss, let me tell a story, I'm gonna start side-eyeing her.
No,
Like, that's not
I'm not saying
who you
to
are.
change who she is. I'm just saying, like, when you're like in the framing of the question and the answer, you, like, start with a strong visual, like tell a story of a specific person set in a specific environment. Like he did with the classroom, like,
That is tone policing.
that's
And
not about
she
tone, it's
did
just
when
about
she
its
spoke
style. It's
about
like
no, she did
communication.
when she spoke about the people that had been unalived and what she observed and the family she spoke to. Not only did she paint the story, but it was a real story, and she had their names. It was personal. It felt personal. The way in which she spoke, we all felt it. He literally responded, and I was making fun of this yesterday. He was like, "This morning, a white man was unalived in our streets. We must stop this. Don't ask me how, but let's do it." Like, no, I'm tired. And Michelle, to your question, it's not just the Black community, the brown community. A lot of us are sick and tired of this expectations of how the fuck we should talk. Just because I talk this way doesn't mean that I'm not smarter than you. Just because you didn't get it, it doesn't mean that I didn't make a good point. It just means you're not smart enough to understand it. And the fact that, again, she is incredibly intelligent and can also digest things to bite sizes for her audience to understand says a lot to me. There's nothing, no story conveying. Nobody felt anything. Their arms didn't get chills when he spoke. We all felt that he was cold and he was, I'm trying to think of the word.
It was a trick.
He was lying. It didn't feel authentic. It felt like everything that she said, he was answering, yeah, me too, I agree.
So you're coming at it. Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, you're coming at it from, you guys have a strong horse in this race. I don't.
Let her land really quick, and then you can respond.
Perfect. I love that you just said that. I love that you just said that, because I'm not in Texas either, but I get the same from you, and I'm gonna clock it because you know, I think that you have a lot of the things that James Tallarico has. That's why you're not seeing it. And yes, you don't have a horse in the race, or you don't have anything to lose, because you are coming from a place of privilege. Like, even though I'm not in Texas, I know that if Jasmine gets elected in Texas, that could change things, because people are going to see her as a leader and they're going to follow up, and we're going to continue to see change all around, right? When you are kind of sitting by like, yeah, I think that she should edit the way that she speaks, you're doing it because now you're trying to nitpick, because there's nothing on the line writing for you.
So let me give you I'm a filmmaker and I'm a writer myself, so I really focus on story. I've read a lot of books on story. So like, that's one of the things I pick up on. So, you know, it just, and when you look at, you know, Obama and even Trump.
Can I tell you something? You just did an appeal to authority with me. You did it with Lisa as well. Lisa spoke to you about how she studies statistics, and then you said that you have done things in that regards, and you try to mansplain it for her. I just spoke to you about how, as a human, and to your point about storytelling, I could tell that he was not genuine. It didn't feel genuine. And no matter what story he told, it sounded rehearsed, right? And now you're telling me, hey, well, this is what I do for a living. I don't care what you do for a living. I really don't.
And as a filmmaker, you want a story that could be compelling to the entire audience, right?
So
we want to
just-
win Oscars around here.
I just make the point, like when he's talking about,
Or to your point, listen, as a storyteller, oftentimes it's for a very specific audience. And I think that's what I was trying to say. You know what I mean? Like, info, I'll say it. I appreciate your perspective. I think it's a blind spot, like what Sajid was saying. I think there's, and listen, and this is not an attack on you personally. I am glad that you came up to say what you're saying, because listen, there's a lot of people like you that feel that way. And I think we need collectively to move away from this kind of ideology. I think looking at how Mamdani ran his race, so many people, and you know this, I've been on other panels with you, you know how it's all about strategy. It's all about how do we get this person, whoever the person is, whether it's Paxton, Cornyn, you know, Tallarico, Jasmine, whoever. It's all about how do we target this and get a win, right? So I actually appreciate what you're saying. I just disagree, and I think that we need to move kind of away from this. We saw that whole storytelling thing, and yes, Obama, his storytelling worked because he ran like he was. That's what I'm saying. I think
It's him.
the
It's the authenticity.
Exactly. I think the pushback that you're hearing, at least from us, is that they tried to manipulate VP Harris in that same way, and she lost. They did the same thing with Hillary Clinton, and she lost. I think the pushback is trying to curate this palatable candidate. And when you're saying those things, even though they may be said in a mild-mannered kind of way, it's not lost on me as a Black woman that you're speaking about a Black woman, right? And she's not just any Black woman. I'm really about to take it there for Black people who understand this. She's a brown-skinned Black woman. Colorism plays into this too. Like, there's so much that goes into this, right? If I had $1 just for every person that kind of had that conversation, I was literally on a panel or listening in a live where somebody was trying to challenge whether or not VP Harris was Black or not, because she was light skinned, and like, you know what I'm talking about, girl? Like, listen, I'm like, really? Are we having this conversation right now? Like, do you see what I'm saying? So there's layers to this. And like I said, I'm going to say it again, looking at the numbers, if she doesn't need to placate or storytell to anybody, if she can motivate specifically Harris County to come out, she wins. So that's the pushback, at least that I don't know, that I hope that you're kind of taking that into account. Like, it's not necessarily a critique on you personally. I think your perspective is held by a lot of people, right? And for me, I'm trying to come out and say, why do we even need to like do that? Because you're saying what I think a good story, but a good story for who? Like, who would that benefit?
Also, we have a president who uses the word bigly. So again, like you're measuring people with a different ruler. You have different expectations for a white man than you do a black woman. Like, and this is something that I am referring to Info, because I have had conversations with them on my panel, and your privilege does keep showing up. Like, it continues to show up. And I think that maybe you need to do some looking in the mirror for that stuff, because you don't need to do anything. She says that we have a president who uses word piggy, bigly, like stutters, cannot formulate a sentence. He couldn't pass a 5th grader writing assignment. That's who we have leading the government right now.
Thank you for closing.
I'm not saying there's no double standard.
Yeah.
I understand that.
I'm so sorry, Info. We're about to wrap it up. So everybody that I come to now, these are gonna be our last words. Let me get your last words, Info. You can respond and add whatever you want to add, and then we're gonna start wrapping it down, because I want to eat, but I want to eat before 12 o'clock. And yeah, I'm so sorry.
My point was that Jasmine didn't say anything that I thought was wrong. I just thought like there could have been more powerful delivery style. So that could have focused on a visual language that, like, you know, one thing that really stuck out to me was when Talarico said he set the stage of a crowded classroom with 45 kids and one kid was sitting on a radiator. You're drawing a mental picture, and then he gets into like what he would do. So like, that's the type of
I
thing
have a question
Obama
for
used to do a
you.
lot.
Because then we're gonna.
That's the type of thing Obama used to do a lot. And I think that, you know, Jasmine would like kind of, I think, benefit from doing more of that type of personal visual storytelling, creating an environment, getting people to kind of visualize something before she starts diving into her accomplishments, which are many. You know, so like I think it's a trap that Hillary Clinton fell into, where she would often kind of forget that step of drawing the viewer in and getting right into the accomplishments and the tasks, and very focused on the like what the real solutions are. Like I think emotionally, like Obama used to draw people in and then get to that stuff. Same thing, you know, Trump on the opposing side, he just tells bullshit stories all the time, and then he had really no experience coming in, but he won like over much more accomplished candidates. So that's my whole point, was just the style of it, and like how to, like, you know, maybe just do more visual language first in the lead into the answer, and then get into the specifics. That was my only point of like bringing up the visual storytelling and story.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I just want to say that you receive the message from the people that you respect. And that's what we talk about. Y'all don't hear women. Y'all hear wah, 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 wah. Oh, that was good. I remember even in the few questions that she's already asked, I've heard her talk about Renee Good. I talk about a woman being killed. Too many people are calling her office, and they don't know where their loved ones are. Also talking, telling, you know, the story about, you know, people being unalived in facilities and detention centers, and along with those accomplishments. So I just want to say those are the stories we heard in these first few answers just here tonight. So, but when you don't want to hear it, you just won't. Okay. And I have, but go ahead. That girl Lisa. Any last words? Beautiful. And thank you so much for being here, and thank you for
Yeah. You know, thank you guys. I always appreciate you guys letting me hang out. And, you know, I'm not in Texas, and I'm just the Ann Lisa usually.
I'm screaming.
Yep, I'm just like, you know, the non-practicing white. So yeah, and you guys are always so gracious with me. And you know, even though when you sometimes you know, I'll say stuff, I don't think people really quite know how to take me, and you're just like very gracious. You're just very good and gracious to me, and I appreciate it. But I would just like to say to Info, something that white people need to learn to do when Black people tell us and brown people tell us that we're saying some problematic shit, we should just fucking listen and take it under advisement and not try to excuse it or make excuses for it or explain it away or whatever, and just say, yep, okay, I get what you're saying. I'll take it under advisement. I'll work on that. That's it. It's very fucking simple. Can we just do that, please? Okay. That, and then I would just like to say that last night while we were watching the debate, everything that you guys are saying is very much what everybody was echoing in the chat. Tallarico was very robotic. Somebody said he was using Trumpy tactics where he was like talking all around the thing and wasn't really saying the thing. And I do think that, like I asked the question earlier, how do we reach non-voters, right? How do we reach, the voters, like all non-voters, right? Voters of color, white non-voters, especially young people that aren't voting. Like how do we reach them? And I think that you guys all touched on that, and that's to have an authentic candidate who says what they mean and means what they say and says, like, this is what we're going to do. You guys are struggling. You guys, this is what we're dealing with. And this is exactly how I'm going to solve it. And I'm not going to tell you some flowery story and then get into office and then do whatever the fuck I want, because I didn't really promise anything to you. I told you a story. This is what I'm going to do. This is how we're going to fix it. This is how we're going to remake this country so that we can all live in it and we can all thrive, right? This is how we're going to do it. And I think that Jasmine Crockett embodies that. Like I can't even think of anybody else right now on the Democratic Party bench that does that as just effectively as she does it, right? I think she is telling a story. The story she's telling is, I've been kicking ass in these streets and I will continue to do that for you. And I know what the assignment is because I've been doing it. I just need a little bit more power, put a little bit more oomph behind, behind the shit I'm already doing so that we can actually get this shit across the finish line. That's what I hear when I hear
That's the story of America.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much, Lisa. I appreciate
Yep.
you.
Love y'all.
Angel, any last words for tonight?
Yes, so it's very easy to sign up on jasminecrockettforus.com. It's very easy. It's right on the first page. You just enter your information. You can pick what you want to do to help us organize block party, make calls, knock on doors, request a yard sign. And that was it. It was helpful. We also should talk about who's going to be for governor.
Yeah. Because I don't even know much about her, but I think we need to start digging into those candidates, or at least a good runner. But we got to get Gavin out of here. I mean, not Gavin, Greg Abbott. I'm sick of him. Okay, mind you, y'all, he's the one that got in and then changed it to unlimited terms. Got in there and changed it to unlimited terms, and I think
That's a red flag.
Yeah, right there. Exactly. Thank you so much,
Mm.
Angel.
Good night.
Good night, love. Sasha, any last words?
Yes, so everybody needs to make sure that you're registered to vote. The early voting, I believe, starts the
17th through the 27th. February 17th through the 27th.
So it's different. It's different. It's different depending on your elections. If you have different elections, so the primary is on February 7th, I believe.
Well, Jasmine Crockett said it
Right.
too. February 17th through this February 27th is early voting, and the primaries is on March 3rd. If you can't make it to early voting.
Yeah, the primary is on March 3rd. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so just everybody make sure that you're registered, and then like Angel said, we need to make sure that we get people voting. Like again, like what we've been talking about. We have apathy here in Texas. People do not want to vote in the general election, but also in these midterms. People sit out, especially in your local elections. So you got to get
Mm-hmm.
out and get people voting. Block walking and phone banking. Phone banking, like you don't even have to leave your house. You just sit there and call people. It's very, very easy. It's
Mm-hmm.
very easy to sign up and phone bank. Yes, we need to get out and get people voting and make sure that they're registered, because remember again that Abbott sent all of our voter registration information to Trump. So we need to make sure that you check your registration, make sure that you're registered to vote.
Yes, thank you so much, Sash. I appreciate it. Saji, any last words? And I want to end with Nichelle.
Yeah, that dude, no info or whatever his name was, pissed me off. What do we got to learn from white people? What? And I'm sorry, if I had my eyes closed and if he had never told me he was a storyteller, I would have never guessed, my dude. It was painful listening to your 10 minutes of dialogue that didn't go anywhere. Okay? I'm gonna play this clip as my closing statement because this is the passion that she brought during that debate. And maybe you didn't hear it because you wanted it to come out of a white man's mouth, and that's not my fucking problem. Or anybody else's or Jasmine's problem. My mom always said que no tengo pelos en la lengua, which means that I don't have hairs on my tongue. I'm gonna say how it is.
I knew Pelo was one.
This is the 5th highest funded military force in the entire world. And what are they doing? They're killing people in the middle of the street. They
That's a
decided to
story.
execute a mother of 3 in broad daylight. I don't understand how we are sitting here and acting like this is normal. They are turning us into Nazi Germany by saying they're going to go door to door. They are going after people because of their accent or the color of their skin, because this Supreme Court gave them carte blanche ability to do so. So all we want ICE to do is to do what ICE was created to do. And unfortunately, that's not what they are doing.
How is that not a story? I mean, she literally even brought up that this is turning into Yahtzee Germany because they're going door to door. What more do you want?
Now visualize that.
Keep your opinions to yourself and just donate to Jessica. I'm Jessica Simone in the blue or green and stay in the fucking chat. Piss me off. Like, bro, please, you cannot compete where you can't compare.
I just looked at my wrist. I got time today.
Hey.
Fuck it, I'm crossing the line today. The hate be so real and the love be fake. Oh my God. Anyway, thank you, Saji. Nichelle, any last words, darling?
First of all, thank you so much for doing this.
Of course.
If I could drop you a line, I swear to God, I would. It's so, no, I mean that. I really mean that, because it's so important to have Black voices, Black women, intelligent Black women and brown women to talk about this. I just want to say, I think my final words, what I'm taking away from this is we are triggered. We have PTSD from 2024, and that's the truth. And we got to talk about it and acknowledge it, right? And so I think for people who may have heard the passion, as we talked about this tonight, and go, oh my gosh, like what's going on? That's what it is. And we're not dumb, right? And we see some of these same themes that are recurring, right? Like you said, Jeff, is she the perfect Negro, right? Does she talk right? Does she code switch? Is she doing this? You know what I mean? She's got a big hill to climb, and we know that. But the thing is that she's built for this. She's made for this. And I think that she's gonna win. I really do. And the only other thing that I will say, and I'm going to keep saying this, I've seen too many takes. The same thing that we saw with the one issue voters in 2024, with large platforms that are out here, you know, with all the little purity tests and things like that. Please stop. Please stop. You can now listen. The critique to that is, well, she's going to be a senator, and she's going to be voting on things that matter to America. 1000% critique heard. However, when you are encouraging people, and listen, I'm all for critiquing a candidate. I've said over and over again, let them run their race. Do what you're doing today, Jess. Pull the information up. Hey, what do you think James Tallarico said about this? What do you think about, this format I love and I can support. What I'm not going to support is misogynoir. I'm not going to support anti-Blackness. I'm not going to support, trying to placate her and make her into this perfect, palatable candidate that, a suburban white mom with her damn yoga pants on, dropping off her kids to school. I'm not supporting that. You either get on board, with the strength and the brilliance of her, or you move out of the way so we can move through, right? I'm not for that. So if you are listening to this, or if you see this, make sure you check that shit. Because I'm sick and tired of seeing all these quote unquote, takes from all these young white these young white tea boys, okay, who got a little microphone, all right, sitting up in their mom's basement talking about, now Jasmine Crockett shouldn't have said it like that. Boy, if you don't sit your ass down, sit your behind down. Okay, I'm over it, Jess. I'm so over the tape. Anyway,
I love when the show goes off. Okay, they need to sit down and take
and
notes.
that's rare. That's rare, Saj. I don't be.
I know, but I love it. I'm like, here, it's like, how you get like your birthday cake once a year, but you're like, damn, why can't I? Like, the cake exists all year round. I want to have it more than once, but like, you're like, damn, okay, it's still hit.
I don't know Sajida for almost 3 years, and she knows I try to be the one on the panel. I try to be the, but when I take it there, I will drag your ass to hell. When a woman's fed, okay? Like,
Ain't nothing you can
the
do
diary
about
of a mad black woman, honey, up in here. I'm telling
Can't stop, won't stop. I'm gonna say what I said in the chat
my
real
God.
just super fast.
Let's go. W, Miss Jackson in the house.
Woo woo.
Hello. It goes out because I be too loud for it. I gotta do. Hello. Is it back? Okay, we're back. Please drop some motherfucking crowns in the chat for Miss Jackson in the building. I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. Ooh. Thank you. She said, you know what? All y'all just pack y'all bags up. Let's go on some jets and just get the fuck out of here because I'm so fucking with it. Thank you so much, you guys. It's when Tuesday? Tomorrow, we're gonna finish our gift gallery, especially if we go live early at 12 or 1 to 5 and try to get through at least the next portion of this debate and kind of analyze it and talk about it. And if you guys come across James Tallarico or Jasmine Crockett clips and things she's done, by places she's been, some of the points that they have, please send them to me because I do want to pull up, both of them so people can see. There are good things like Michelle said, I'm going to vote for who's in the primary. I'm not even going to say what I even don't want to have. I'm going to vote for who's in the primary. And I'm going to vote Jasmine in for the primary. That's what I am going to say because I only want to speak what I want to happen. But everybody has their bits and just send them to me because again, I'm not really honed in on Tallarico algorithm. And then with the takeover, I don't know what the algorithm is doing at this moment. I want to shout out to all my people over on YouTube. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you. I want everybody in the chat to drop some more crowns for yourself for getting the 300K tonight. Thank y'all so much for showing so much love to my panel. Very brilliant brains from facts, history to logic, as well as discernment. Alrighty then. Make sure that you have followed everybody that was on the panel. If they're still in the chat. Of course, if you're not following Nichelle Osagie, I really don't know what y'all are doing with your life. But this was a great live, great conversation. And I can't wait to continue it and make sure that we do all the things. Again, continue to take this information to your friends, family, sister, brother, cousin. Take somebody to the polls if they need a ride. especially during early voting. Maybe they can't get off on the 3rd, but hey, like I can take you here. I can take you now. I can take you on this day. Shout out to KYO, who is not in here now, but says she was not registered to vote. And I was like, go do it right now. She left for like 10 minutes and she came back and said that she was registered. And again, if she needs a ride, I will take you there as well. All of these, yes. Definitely will. Nichelle, are you on Discord? If you're on Discord, message me on Discord. Same name, Jessica.
I was just about to ask you what's the best place, but I'll hit you up. I've got some stats on Talarico, and especially so tomorrow you're going to be talking. You're going to play the rest of this, or
tomorrow we are what's left. That starts at 7:00. But I do want to come on early so that I got you, Taylor. You know I always got you. I do want to come on early so that we can continue this. So I know Smitty will probably go live. I hate I missed it earlier because I heard he got on at the crack of dawn.
Girl, he went on at 6:30 this morning. I was like, sir.
I'm deep in REM sleep at 6 o'clock. in
Me
the morning,
too. I was
okay?
like, what?
So, but around 12, if he's on when I wake up, I'm gonna be in there. But as soon as he gets off, we'll just get started so that we could be able to what's that called? Could finish it, because I do want to get into the next part, and I don't want to let a lot of time go by before we get back to it. You know what I mean?
Okay, so I've got some stats for that, and I will send them to you in Discord.
Okay. Do you have my name in Discord?
No.
It was still Jessica Simone, but I'm trying to send you the link to our Discord too, so you would have it. Let me see if I can push the copy button. But sometimes when I got Studio up, it doesn't do it. Oh, got it. So Nichelle, I just sent it to you. All right. Oh, I gotta watch these videos you sent too. Okay. Again, thank you guys over there on YouTube. Thank you to the Royal family from the YouTube to the TikTok. Thank y'all so much for all the love. Thank you everybody for helping me get the daily goal, because we are going to Vegas for Live Fest here in about 3 or 4 weeks. But just pat yourself on the back. Love yourself. Do your mirror work. Get in the mirror and tell yourself you love yourself. Love yourself more. Spread joy. Spread hope. And shit. I don't know. Drink your water.